What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live, unfortunately no longer from cold but sunny Tokyo, Japan, but instead from sunny California, Los Angeles. And I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day here in sunny California, Los Angeles. It's 58 degrees out here. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. We've finally done it. We have finally done it. We're back. We've done it. It's over. It's done. We're back home. And goddamn, it feels fucking good when politics win. Shut the fuck up. Politics immediately after I'm done with my personal news, okay? I'm feeling great. I think I still have like residual happiness from being in Japan, even though it does seem like that will last only for so long. I mean, there's a sense of comfort that comes from being home. But like, address the Denki like controversy. Yeah, I am planning a second trip to Japan. Don't worry. But oh, the vibes are gonna be ruined. No, it won't be. I think I'm gonna be happy. I hope I'll be happy. I don't know. I think I'll be a happier person. I'm gonna try to do that as best as possible. Anyway. Hey, bro, did you end up playing Valorant in Japan like I suggested? No, I did not. You need to update Chatterino? Yeah, I'm not going to do that in the middle of the stream, okay? Let's be real. That's absolutely not happening, Little Bear. Like, I tried to update it this morning. It didn't work out. Anyway, listen, did you change the camera? This feels like the Japan camera. No, I didn't change the camera. You just you haven't seen it in a while. Yes, I know my camera frame rate is a little weird. I know, we tweaked it last night, okay? Anyway, which is fine. It's going to be a little weird today. It's going to be a little janky, but we'll fix it. All this dude does is bitch. That's okay, we're back. We're so back. We're so back. I'm so back. I think like when I was in Japan, I don't know if it was because like I was just actually touching grass, so I didn't feel any of the weirdo commentary in the chat, or in my QRTs in general. I mean, I posted about sex work in Japan and I didn't even fucking see a lot of like hatred. But the moment that I passed over into the US airspace, I swear to God, I don't know if it was a vibe shift on my end. I don't know if it was like legitimately changing my perspective, or people just sensed that I was back in America and like they wanted to fuck my shit up. But immediately, as soon as I landed, I started seeing motherfuckers be like, you fucking suck. I hope you die. I hope you kill yourself. Can we all agree that like Hassan needs to kill himself? And I was like, God damn, I just landed, man. And I'm not like a big believer in auras or anything. But yeah. Thoughts on the Fortnite item shop? Yeah, no. Shadows went easy on you because they didn't want to ruin your vacation? Yeah, maybe. I was incredibly happy though, for sure. Like the happiest I've been in a very long time, and I think it showed. I needed that. I needed that bad. I mean, I gained 6 pounds overall. America's vibes are fucked. Yes, it's awful. The vibes here are awful. Okay, listen. There's so much to talk about. There's so much to recap. I'm gonna obviously do that a little bit. Like, I'm gonna briefly give you guys a recap of what happened, all the events that transpired, everything that I did, how I'm feeling about everything. You need to stop searching for hate. Only mentally ill people look at QRTs. Honestly, I don't know. I'm genuinely trying to figure this out. I don't know if it's because I myself did not see the hatred because I was having too good of a time, or if people just like decided that I was having fun for the first time ever, so people like didn't fucking, maybe it was like region based, I don't know. Your dog cafe saved my weekend. Yeah. Snap, I thought you guys were saying for another week. Yeah. Not searching for it is what it is. Streaming less plus time zone diff probably threw off the freaks for a bit. Yeah. I'm not crazy, right? I feel like RDC did an impression of you. I'm not crazy, right? I feel like there was less hatred overall. I mean, I banned 0 people in Japan. That's crazy. I banned 0 people in Japan. That's like Twitch auto follow your ass is crazy. What? I mean, think about that. I was live every single fucking day pretty much when I was in Japan, and I did not ban a single person. Which is, it partially has to be my attitude, and it partially has to be because, like, the freaks were not around. You know what I mean? To be fair, you were streaming at demon hours. I think that's probably what it is, too. Off topic, would you ever have Blair White on Leftovers? She posted a video saying he would go on any left podcast. What did you do? Did you just correctly gender Blair White and then misgender her? What the fuck? It's probably a mistake. It's probably a mistake. Because the person did say she first. That was weird. Anyway, or it was like a Ben Shabibo moment, I guess. I don't know. I think it was a mix. You were busy, so you didn't see it as much, but also timing. Some dumbass started posting shit about you. I'm pretty sure you saw, so it started getting people to send you hate and shit. Yeah. I don't know. Part of it is not covering upsetting topics. Yeah, I think yes, covering politics definitely does bring out the freaks. I mean, bring out the boys to the yard, you know what I mean? My milkshake does bring out the boys to the yard. How sad were you? The anti-fascist cafe was closed. Looks so cool. I know. I was a little sad about that, but it's okay. Apparently they're like getting evicted or something too, which is, of course, very communist of them. But a song catching strays. What? Will? Bro, you said will and then link me twitch.tv. I'm not even kidding. But anyway, I'm going to try to keep the good vibes. I'm going to try to keep the good vibes, the happy vibes all around, because like overall, I was really happy and I want to keep being really happy. And I think that everyone deserves to be happy. But yeah. I want to visit Japan, but so bad with being 6'2", bald, black man, couple of my social anxiety. I'm afraid of how I'll be treated. I mean, honestly, I don't know if this is because like I'm already a big dude in America and also like kind of loud and people look at me here in America as well. The one thing that I will tell you is that this is something that everyone always says, like, oh, in Japan, like everyone looks at you when you're like a Baka Gaijin or whatever. I didn't feel that. I didn't feel like it was any different. I did not feel like it was any different than being in America, straight up. For me, it just felt exactly like being in LA. As far as like looks. Like people looking at me. A dude called me Godzilla. That was awesome. That was like the height of my trip probably. Completely black-pilled after Cpacp. Do not worry. I'm going to cover all that. We're going to get to all that. You were in the urban areas. The rural side gets weird. I need to go back. There's so much to explore. There's so much to look at. Let's just blast off real quick, okay? I'm back in the US. I'm doing a recap. Then covering Cpacp. Hogwatch is back. And drama we got all. Dude, Instagram is so busted, by the way. It's so fucked. This is like another completely unrelated inside baseball thing. Here, let's blast off real quick. You know, live and alive. On my Instagram, I like archived a post. I might archive another post because like straight up, it just doesn't show. Twitter is busted too, but at least Twitter still like kind of shows you. Twitter still kind of shows you posts, right? Instagram's algorithm is so fucked because like here, I'm gonna show you guys this. Where's the One Piece haul? I'm gonna show you. Hold on, I'm gonna do that as well. Listen, Instagram is like, you know, I posted from Japan first day, big fucking photo dump, 184,000 likes, right? And those likes also correspond to like personal analytics as well. If you look at the personal analytics, it's like it literally shows your Instagram to like, you know, usually around like 700,000 people. Like not my entire audience, but it shows it to like a decent amount. I never get like explore page stuff. Anyway, this is like super casual. Second day you post 167,000. Third day I posted 127,000. Fourth day I posted 95,000. And then I posted another one that I archived actually at this point, which only had like 30,000. And I think it's literally like Instagram just does not. Instagram will just stop showing your post to your audience if you post every day and then try to market it to you. Like they literally will try and market it to you. Like, look, this post I posted that I archived, it literally was like, hey, get discovered by new customers with messaging ads. You should, come on. You should give us money so you can serve more of your own content. There was a Japan recap. There's a big Japan recap. Every day a thread. Oh, let's go. Nice. Okay. Next time you go to Japan, you need to go to Kumamoto. It's Oda's hometown, and there's giant One Piece statues. I love that. TikTok does the same thing. They shadow. Yeah, I've heard this from TikTok content creators. They do this on TikTok as well, where they will literally just be like, hey, do you like that your TikTok went viral? Do you like the feeling that we gave you when your TikTok went viral? Guess what? We're going to do that again. If you want to feel that good feeling of validation one more time, you now have to pay us. But TikTok is interesting because it's like it shows you to a mass audience. Instagram is fucked up because it's supposed to it stops you from even your own followers seeing the content. It's like really fucking weird because most people don't go on the following tab on TikTok. They go on the For You tab. Like that's what TikTok consumption is like. So it's normal. Whereas on Instagram, it's supposed to be just like people that that follow you, and you can't even fucking see that. It's so whack. Anyway, speaking of, that's why Twitter is like the one place where you do actually get, you actually do serve your audience. Like your audience can still see it. Your stream with Connor was one of the top 5 streams of all time. I loved that stream. I loved that stream. It was so fucking sick. Did you bring home any cool souvenirs? I did. I'll show you guys that. Okay, let's get started on the recap real quick. Quick little Japan edit. Okay, we'll look at some Japan stuff, and then we're gonna move on and we're gonna get to the news. Let's get started. Okay, first of all, here. This song is etched into my brain. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I've been listening to a lot of city pop since I went to Japan, and I'll just say it like this. Oh, Hasanabi Productions, of course, Hasanabi Productions came out with a fucking cut from this clip, from this stream. Anyway, I like when I left Japan. When I finally got to America, I felt like a sense of sadness and despair. I've never felt that before. I hate traveling. You guys know this. I famously hate traveling. I love working, and I don't like moving from my, I live a life of luxury, as you guys know. I love my life. I love my, comfort things. I like the repetition. I like the sameness. I like the rigid structure of my life. This is how I like to live. This is my comfort zone, and I have basically built everything around my work schedule, so that I enjoy myself. I enjoy every day to the maximum, right? A lot of you will relate to that. A lot of you like that routine. Everyone in the chat is saying A-worded vibes. Yes, repetitive behavior is it's an autistic comfort for sure. Okay, I know this. Same with like eating the same food. Yada, yada, yada. I do all of that, okay? I am very A-coded, okay? Now, for that reason, I usually hate leaving my comfort zone. I absolutely fucking despise that. I absolutely hate it. I don't like leaving. I don't like leaving Los Angeles. I don't like leaving my stream. I don't like not having, like, the same time zone. This was a big deal. This was definitely a big deal for me to fly all the way to the other side of the planet, okay? Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu yayında, Mansur ve Ekrem kazanabiliriz. Okay abi, tamam. Okay, güzel. Anyway. Sakin olun arkadaşlar. So, what I'm saying is, Japan is the type of thing that I was like very stressed about, very scared. Because, it's so far. The time zone is 17 hours ahead, which is insane, I was literally a day ahead. I was time traveling, basically. The travel itself takes around like 14 hours to get there. I think it's like 12 hours or 11 hours, the return flight. But, it was so far outside of my comfort zone. Like, it's harder than Europe to make work. But for me specifically, it was immediately the greatest trip I've ever done. I loved Amsterdam when I went to Amsterdam. I think it became like my favorite Western European, or European city in general. Okay. I've been all around Europe. I grew up in Turkey, and, I love Paris. I love London. I love Amsterdam. Loved Amsterdam. It's so wonderful. Spain is incredible. Barcelona's incredible. You know, um, I've been to Switzerland. Zurich is insane. Austria is insane. Berlin is all right, kind of fun. All these places I've been to that I genuinely love. Okay, significantly better than America. Let's be real. Every single city that I just mentioned is like 10x. Okay, it's just they got public transit, great city planning, all the stuff that I think is, you know, it was great. Better than America? Yes, dude. What do you mean? America's dog shit. Let's be fucking real. You know this already. What do you mean? 95% of my commentary revolves around how fucking dog shit America is. And you guys are like shocked when I talk about other places and how much nicer they are. Like, come on. Guys, it's awful. Like, so many of the things that like make these cities wonderful, beautiful places that are so livable for me at least just do not exist. Just straight up fucking do not exist in the United motherfucking States of America, okay? Walkable cities, public transit, at least a level of social safety nets that probably eradicate a big chunk of crime and poverty, okay? That play a significant role in like the reduction of crime in general. Okay, these are all clean cities in general. Like these are all a byproduct of city governments, local governments, municipalities, and all the way up to the federal level. Governments being a little bit more competent than the United States of America, which our government literally is just, 4 companies in a fucking trench coat. So that's just how it is. And you know it. For a lot of these people, when they come to America, they only experience it in in like a super short period of time, and they see like consumption overdrive, capitalism. I was one of those people when I was growing up in Turkey and I came to America. I was like, oh my God, it's so much better. It's so much better. It's so much better. I love America. I love America. I love America. Now that I live in America, I know that's not the case. You go to any city you go to in the United States of America, you go to all the cities. It's the same shit. Massive highways, urban sprawl looks identical nearly, okay? It's just the same. But you get like 30 different brands of Oreos, which is pretty good. Okay? That's pretty good. Listen, Blair White is a disgusting person, but she's still a disgusting woman as well. What? Dude, you're stuck on that. We already moved on, okay? Yes. I don't even think that person intentionally misgendered Blair White. I think that was an accident because they correctly gendered Blair White originally. They just missed the fucking letter. Anyway. Did you get recognized? Because that can play a role too. I got recognized a little bit, not a lot, which actually was great. That does give you a sense of comfort and security as well. A little bit for sure. But you wouldn't have these opportunities in any other country. Yes and no. Anyway, but I was a huge Marabou. I still am a huge Marabou. I believe that like there's so much we can do in America that could make this the best country on the fucking planet, but like we don't have that. We're not making any moves towards that, and I don't know what else to say other than I'll tell you this much: we when we got into Japan, it's like late as fuck. It's like 3 a.m. Japan time. Okay, I never for a moment everything was like so streamlined. Boom, boom, boom. Get in and out. Do the fucking face thing. Do the automated application. You walk into Japan, you got your bags immediately. Okay, you get your bags immediately. Came back to America, took us 2 fucking hours to get the bags. Why? Because they just didn't take the bags out. They didn't take half the fucking bags out of the plane. There was someone with an air tag in her bag, and she was literally like, I'm looking at it right now. It's still inside the plane. The air tag shows that my bag is still inside the plane. 2 hours it took. Nobody wants to work anymore. It's not even that. Like, it's not. I'm not one of those motherfuckers. I'm not like, oh, nobody wants to work anymore. But it just sucks. Nothing. You were the embodiment of thing in Japan. A bad chess meme? Yes, a little bit. But I'll explain to you why it's like that. Lamau, you're not grinding hard enough to get the bag. It's just like, it's such a dog eat dog, hyper capitalist and hyper individualist culture in the United States of America, where everyone is like, fuck you, I'm gonna get mine, fuck yourself, you're a piece of shit. That's just kind of how it is. And also, it is like infinitely the worst. It is infinitely mismanaged. Okay, famously so. So for that reason, I think that's part of the purpose, part of the reason why it's just like dog shit. We're constantly cutting corners. We're constantly fucking trying to maximize efficiency. I'm willing to bet. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not like in Japan there is people who are like very good at their job, even though that is a cultural thing, and I will talk about that. But there's probably enough fucking employees working at the baggage assembly line than in comparison to America, where like they probably are cutting 11% of the workforce because that's going to yield tremendous returns on investment for the shareholders. So then you got 3 fucking dickheads doing the job that 10 dickheads are supposed to be doing. So the 3 dickheads who are also being mismanaged by the other dickhead who's like, yeah, I don't fucking know, dog. Go work on the other one. Go leave Delta Airlines. Go work for the Japan Airlines one now. They just leave the goddamn fucking bags there. That's just how it works. Yeah. Like, I'll tell you this much. Even to get people to like, sign off on the COVID quarantine requirements and restrictions, they had like 25 fucking people waiting off of one flight. There was like literally for every step that I took, there was one Japanese person who like spoke a little bit of English telling me like, please make sure you download the application. Like, there's just, they have so many people working on the same job. There is, it almost like loses a sense of profitability. And that honestly is how it's supposed to be, which is part of the reason why I think they even don't turn around and like upgrade and improve their systems, I would say. It's not necessarily just Japanese efficiency. It's actually the opposite. It is that they are not efficient. They're inefficient in a way. And what I mean by that is they have multiple people doing the same fucking job. So people are checking one another, and there's enough of a division of labor that isn't like, forcing people to take on 11 different parts of the job. It's, thoroughness over efficiency. Exactly. Did you fly into Haneda? Yeah, I did. What in America, we consider that to be a redundancy, okay? And we try to eliminate that because we're constantly profit seeking. And you don't see that. It is measured twice, cut once. Exactly. I think that is a good thing. I'm a big advocate for this. We already have like make work jobs all around the United States of America, but it's usually in the white collar fields. Okay, it's usually in like mid-level management fields. In Japan, I feel like they have bullshit make work jobs for every fucking every rung of society, and most importantly, when you have multiple people doing the menial labor tasks that you are normally get more out of in an Amazon labor facility, for example, in an Amazon distribution facility, when you have multiple people doing that job, you yield better results. It's not efficient in the sense that like, you're not going to get the most profits out of it, but you have more people that you employ, more mouths are fed as a consequence of that, and the work doesn't get fucking held up for no goddamn reason. That's it. It's not an accident. It's not like a coincidence that, I went on the Shinkansen and it's basically a land plane, okay? And this shit just worked, okay? It just fucking worked. It was insane. It was so speedy. Like, you just go in, you get in, you have 30 seconds to get in or out if it's like one of those other stations that it stops at, right? But it literally is running on time. It's a bullet train that is just like actually running on time. Imagine being able to get on a train that hits top speeds that are similar to a plane, okay? It's only like 100 miles slower than a fucking plane, which is insane, unimaginable. Think about that, okay? And the train is running on fucking time. You just get in, you know exactly, it's on the dot. It's going to be there on time, no matter what you fucking do, okay? And it's $130 for an economy ticket, which is like kind of expensive. And it's $150 for the green ticket, which is like supposed to be their business class, right? No, you got something wrong. It's not that fast. It also helps if someone needs to leave from work. It's not the end of the world. Yeah. How fast is the Shinkansen? Yeah, I fucked it up. It's 300 kilometers. Sorry. It's 186 miles. So it's 200 miles. Yeah, it's a half as fast as a plane. It's half as fast. I fucked up. It was the metric system. It's 300 kilometers per hour. So it's 186, like around 200 miles. And the E5 bullet trains of Japan Railways East run at 200 miles per hour on the Tohoku Shinkansen, which runs from North Tokyo to Shin Aomori. And that is, around, that's like 200, 300 miles slower than a plane. But, like, remember, it's on the land, okay? That's incredibly fast. So what I'm trying to explain to you is, imagine a world where you don't have the TSA, and you don't have the delays. You have the option of basically being able to get in to a train that is going to pretty much go not as fast as a fucking plane will, but, close enough. That's unimaginable, dude. It's like a 5-minute process to get to the fucking train, and then you're on the train for 2 hours. Stop it. We all know that you got special treatment because you were the biggest leftist since Lenin himself, and the communist government in Japan wanted to impress you. Be for real. Yeah. Japan. Yeah, totally. Japan communist. Totally. So I'm not like Japan pilled. I'm not like Nippon pilled. I'm not fucking weebing out because Japan itself has a lot of issues. Okay? I really, really, really want to talk to that degrowth communist Japanese Marxist author. I'm gonna probably email him because like I am fascinated and I would love to talk to some Japanese commies about like what the fuck's going on and how this shit works. Because every single thing that I have seen thus far, every single thing that I experienced thus far, it's not necessarily that they're like working really hard. They do. But it feels like Japan in and of itself is a hyper-nationalistic, incredibly xenophobic, hyper-capitalist society that somehow has made things work, right? And the way they have made things work, like all aspects of society operates. And you would not, and in a way that it would never operate in the United States of America. Now, is it because they're racist? Is it because they're xenophobic? Of course not. Is it because they have a sense of national identity? Maybe. Okay? It is, however, because of centuries of really aggressive cultural attitudes that are instilled upon them. And that cultural attitude is collectivism. Okay? That's it. It's literally collectivism ingrained into every facet of your existence, from birth all the way to fucking death, where there is, old ladies are cleaning the fucking streets for no reason. You got old ladies waking up at 5 a.m. and just like brushing the side of the street to make sure that like the street is clean. Like there's a sense of ownership over every facet of existence. Maybe that sense of ownership isn't even real. That sense of ownership is instilled through a collectivist nationalist identity, okay? But there is a sense of ownership over your own space. Now, this is inherently a socialist concept, okay? Hey, speaking of racism, when do you next plan to patronize Gideon? I honestly think that you were out of your depth on that one. They're back. We got... Our guys are back, dude. I love that. Gideon is someone I talk to frequently who literally will sometimes hit me up when he makes videos to be like, hey, what did you think about that? And meanwhile, this guy is still operating on the idea that like I am, I was racist to Gideon or something. Anyway, get better, chatter. I want you to get better. I want you to do better. I want you to get better. I hope you will be happy one day, just like I am. So, that collectivist identity is the underpinning of a lot of Japanese works like One Piece that people often conflate with generic friendship. Yes. So, yeah, Kohei Saito is the person who I want to reach out to talk to. This is the guy. He wrote about, degrowth, degrowth communism. I mean, he's like popping off in Japan because I think Japan is entering an era where the new generation is basically just like looking for things to work, because things, if you are a younger Japanese person, does not work for you in the same way that it did for prior generations. Japan genuinely has a massive problem with the aging population, and they are looking for any solution whatsoever. And that's why you hear kooky ideas like old people should just fucking kill themselves, which is a serious, very popular Japanese Yale economist idea. When you got old people genocide, when you think about old people genocide as like an option, and like the youth are listening to that, well, that's kind of scary. Opinion on 55% inheritance tax is incredible. It's incredible. It is actually good. Degrowth is in cooling down the hyperwork attitude, like you can't / don't work, you useless. No, degrowth is more like we have too many things and we should just focus on things that we need and focus on sharing and not creating new commodities all the fucking time, because it's like destroying the planet, which there is truth to. But I do like useless commodities, so Kohei Saito is one guy. He is the degrowth communist guy. And then the other Yale economist that I was talking about is the other end of that spectrum, who's like, let's just, get all the old people to kill themselves. What is your perspective on their birth rate issues? It's a very common problem for any developed nation. America will have those issues. America is like basically America, if it didn't have a steady flow of immigration into the country, would have that exact same issue. The only reason why America doesn't have the same exact issues with Japan is because immigration. What the fuck? That was scary. People can't afford to have children or are too busy to working to have some. Anyway, I mean, you see with the hyper capitals like South Korea. No, South Korea is more fucked than Japan, for the record, because South Korea is more controlled by the United States than even Japan is. And Japan is incredibly controlled by the United States, obviously. So, like, every issue that Japan currently has, South Korea has tenfold, because they have, like, South Korean income and wealth disparity is higher than the Japanese income and wealth disparity. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let's look. But they have suicide problems just like Japan does, just like America does. Ironic. But they have even worse anti-communist resentment sentiment. Hold on. Let's look at this. Yeah. Household wealth distribution, by the way, which is nothing in comparison to America, by the way, but still. Poverty rates of major economies, which is the income gap. South Korea is at 17.4%. Household wealth distribution in South Korea by wealth decile In 2022, the top 10% of households in South Korea owned about 43% of total household net worth, while households in lowest wealth owned minus 0.2%. South Korea was the fifth most equal country in the world in 2019. However, economic inequality is growing. According to data from 2010, low-income earners make up 37.8% of South Korea's labor force. Countries with the highest suicide rates, when you look at OECD nations, it's South Korea. Russia is pretty high. America's supposed to be up there. I don't know what the fuck happened. Suicide in Japan places significantly outside the top 10, but suicide is nonetheless a serious concern there. It's leading cause of death in men. Chris Next Door, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Allowing 3 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. That's another thing that I forgot to do. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. The top 0.1% of wealthy South Koreans made 70 times more than median income earners in 2021. Would you say that this could/will be the future of any nation tied to the U.S.? That is every nation that's tied to the U.S. What are you talking about? That is already every nation that's tied to the United States. What do you mean? South Korea, out of OECD nations, has an insanely high suicide rate. Japan, shockingly, not as high. But the United States is a little bit higher. Which, by the way, I mentioned this and people were like, no, United States suicide rate is not higher. Yes, it is. It is higher than Japan. Look at Norway. Yeah. Chris Next Door with another 6 gifted. Sakura Gore, Doodleburb, thank you for the 5 gifted. Allowing 19 total people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break now. If you also want to avoid the ads, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. How is Japan tied to America? I don't know if you know this, brother, but we dropped 2 atomic bombs on them and then wrote their constitution for them. That's actually a really good question that you just asked me. I was talking to Connor about this, but I don't know if you guys know this, but in Japan, for example, during COVID, they shut down immigration, okay? They were like, no one coming into Japan. If you leave Japan and you're a green card holder, if you're a legal permanent resident with family in Japan, okay? If you left Japan during COVID, you were not allowed to see your babies again. If you have half Japanese children and a Japanese wife and you left the country, you were not allowed back. That's how fucking aggro their immigration was. However, internally, they had no way of closing down the businesses. Care to understand why the Japanese Constitution had a clause in it that made it so that the government could not shut down businesses? Because we wrote it, motherfucker. That's why. We wrote it, and we basically fucking said you cannot the government can't interfere with businesses. When asked who had the best constitution in the world, Chief Justice Sotomayor said the Japanese Constitution because they already had all the shit we fucked up with taken out. That's not even true. Because they kept all the fucking weird, awful shit. Like, the government can't control businesses. Like, that's an insane fucking take. I meant for, like, slavery. Yeah. Chris Nash, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway, so the Korean chaebol structure was modeled after the Japanese zaibatsu. South Korea's economy grew faster than nearby nations because their labor movement stopped them from taking IMF loans in the 90s. Their greatest strength came from a labor movement they pretend doesn't exist. During the Asian finance crisis of the 90s, South Korea was the only one not to take IMF loans and grew faster than Japan as a result. Japan's economy is still bigger, but South Korea grows faster every year. I mean, I think that's only one component, but South Korea does have a labor movement, but it also has insane levels of income inequality, insane levels of wealth disparity, and a hyper centralized a group of wealth that basically control their entire economy, but hyper centralized around a capitalist perspective and not necessarily one that benefits the people in general. So, but one benefit that really good chapter in History of Neoliberalism by David Harvey on that IMF loan thing, they still crazy capitalists. One thing that South Korea has, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is fucking North Korea. Okay? Now, that, of course, builds a lot of resentment towards North Korea. But when you have literal family members, or when you have, like, you're not that far removed from a country that at least, like, considers itself to be aligned with socialist nations, okay, which was doing significantly better before the dissolution of the USSR, by the way. North Korea wasn't as bad as we understand it. And it's actually doing a lot better now than it used to in like the 90s or in the immediate aftermath of the USSR imploding. Okay. It's doing significantly better now, despite being completely fucked over, okay, by the United States time and time again. Having having such a close neighbor that is associated with like the socialist modes of governance is a legitimate threat. It constitutes a legitimate threat for capitalist nations, which is why they oftentimes will implement some social democratic principles in an effort not to allow the population to get so angry that they go full commie. This is also the very reductive way of understanding. Sometimes people ask me, like, why did European social democracies exist? Whereas for some weird reason, social democracies were not allowed to work in Latin American countries. Well, part of that is also because other than like a lack of American interference in Europe, trade unionists and social democratic movements were allowed to continue because their governments considered the USSR to be too serious of a threat. Does that make sense? It's not just because they're white, Lamau. I talked about this already. Yes, that's a big part of it. But you also have to remember, that a legitimate reason for it was because they were too afraid of the USSR's influence on labor movements in Western Europe. So they were like, okay, we'll give you something. It's basically like the ratchet effect, but in reverse. Do you understand? In America, we move closer and closer towards fascism every fucking day because you just have like everyone is too afraid of the attitudes that people have, the fascist attitudes that people have. So the Democratic Party is like, okay, we got to concede to the right. Okay, we got to concede to the right. Okay, we got to concede to the right. They were kind of doing that with leftist, kind of like the New Deal. Exactly. It's like an international Western European New Deal style governance because they were genuinely afraid. Just like in the New Deal era, FDR was afraid of trade unionists and socialists becoming a viable movement that would completely undermine American neoliberal mechanisms of control. They did not want capitalist control to go away. They recognized that income inequality was at an unimaginable level, so they had to make a social democratic compromise. This is precisely what they did in Western Europe. This is kind of the reason why South Korea has some of these amenities as well, even though it goes away as the economy grows, as they become a more global, prominent force. And, you see stuff like this as a consequence of that. It's not great. It's really, really bad, as a matter of fact. So, but going back to Japan, when we were talking about Japan, it's not supposed to work. It's not supposed to work. It's not supposed to work. It's hyper-capitalist. Everything is supposed to just like fucking fall apart. The like Shinkansen, right? When you talk about like bullet trains, there's like JR Rail and numerous other companies that run, private companies that run their railways there, okay? In America, if we had our localized rail systems that privatized, they'd be fucking hitting each other every day. There'd be head-on collisions every fucking day, okay? Well, luckily, we don't even have that kind of rail system for public transit inside of cities anyway. But like, the reason why that works is because there's like a level of control by the government. And like I said, there's like some collectivist understanding, I guess, that people are bound by responsibility, bound by improving their own living quarters and improving the existence for everyone, for everyone else. Collectivism in Japan has more to do with feudal traditions than socialism. Yes, it predates socialism. Yes, I 100% understand. Japan is not a socialist country. I mean, they've had labor movements in the past and stuff, but Japan has never been a socialist country. I don't think that at all. That's why I'm saying it's like thousands of years of tradition that predate like the Industrial Revolution, that predate the Meiji Restoration. It is certainly a prominent force that is like unbending and unyielding to the corrosive influence of Western hegemonic neoliberal capitalism somehow. Not to be a nerd, but I think this is significant. That is particularly not a materialist analysis of Japan. No, I think there's still historical materialism. I just am unfamiliar with Japanese modes of production, but I'm sure that it has everything to do with like the way that they fucking made rice or some shit. I don't know, but there is nothing that there's not. You can always make a historical materialist analysis. I just don't know enough about Japan's history, but I'm sure that there is a production mode that played a role in this kind of attitude being built. I'm sure that actually, you know what? I'll go so far as to say I'm sure that it has something to do with it being a fucking island nation. So, you know, you got natural resources, but you know, that probably causes you to have almost a Jusha-like understanding of self-reliance. Anyway. So, we also bankrolled Japan's comeback so they were allowed to thrive more in a capitalist sense. Yes, we've always done that. You earlier mentioned how we as Americans don't have collectivism like the Japanese do, where they clean the streets as individuals. You clearly have not seen this. I need your help next time you see Feastables in Walmart and soon to be new retailers. If you could clean up the presentation and make it look better, that may make me very happy. I'm building a team to do this routinely. Just need help in the short term. Yeah, there you go, dude. What do you mean? That's collectivism right there. Mr. Beast just wants Japanese style cleanliness and perfection. And you guys are haters and you don't understand, okay? Get fucked, everybody. American collectivism is putting carts back in the right area, and we can't even do that right. Have you seen this cute fan art of you and the otters? No, I have not, but it's wonderful. Anyway, I didn't even do a Japanese recap because I immediately dropped into I didn't even do a Japanese recap of my trip because I immediately dropped into Japan's politics, which I'm sure you guys wanted to hear about because, like, it is important. And it's something that I'm just, like, learning about. And I think I need to do more reading on it. Like, I've experienced it personally, but there's still so many things that I'm just trying to comprehend. Okay? There's a lot that I will try to understand. There's a lot that I am trying to still understand, which is why I gotta, like, do a little bit of reading into Japanese history, Japanese Marxists, because I wanna get a better understanding of that. Japan policy is super interesting, man. The Bakufu era alone, it was a civil war between a god-appointed emperor and a warlord. But yeah, definitely Tokyo, #1, best city. Japan, best country I've been to for sure. I've never felt this way where, like, as soon as I entered the airspace of Japan, something fucking clicked. Okay. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what made me feel this way. I don't know what the fuck it is, but, like, it's not anime. I think anime is more so guided by what makes Japan tick. I am very happy. I was happy with this dog. Implemented in the state of Oregon. I should have bought that vest.
Why is he coming to you too? What's happening?
The piggies! The new wait, I gotta pause real quick because it's cute, but the new Yakuza takes place during the Meiji era or when black ships came, referencing when the more contemporary wave of European contact happened, and also deals with interclass struggles. Did you guys know that the Yakuza was originally built as a labor movement? Like, I did not know that. Yeah. Yakuza originally, in its original formation, was literally, I think it was dock workers, right? Yeah, which is ironic because that's, like, kind of how the Mafia was too, even though the Mafia was more like... Yeah, you looked very happy there and got a break from America and the psychos there. You definitely need to travel more for your mental health and our content. Yeah.
Get fucked. Yo, get fucked.
Please always visit Japan. Yeah, easy. Are there other Asian countries you would consider visiting? Yes, I would. Emotes are blank because Chatterino's broken. So yeah, sorry. You're gonna have to subscribe if you want to use emotes in the chat for today at least. Where was I? What was I talking about? So let's go through the recap real quick, piece by piece. This was the Otters. Oh my God, what an incredible experience this was. I'm not gonna update my Chatterino. I don't care. I tried to do it this morning and I couldn't. So it's not happening for you, and it's not happening for me for today. Okay. Oh, here. I was there for this because March and I were going to go to the strip club after this, and I had nothing else going on. This was a sick photo shoot. It came out really fucking sick. Look at this. I want to shoot with them too. No disrespect, but the woman in the strip club photo you posted was a baddie. I mean, yeah. I know it's a very different place, but how did it compare to the feelings you have for Amsterdam? Dude, Japan is on a totally different level. Is on a totally different wavelength for me. Like, I'll give you this. I'll give you a couple things that top level things that I feel about Japan. Okay, number one, I said Japan is like a miniature country, and what I mean by that is like when you look at like a miniature, right? And I'm not talking about like lol size, right? I'm talking about when you look at like a miniature set. It's designed with purpose, and like a Warhammer figurine has a lot of has a lot of like attention to detail. It's like very refined, right? And everything is like kind of perfectly crafted. That's how I feel about the entire country of Japan, where everything kind of looks like a miniature set, just so perfectly built. So purposeful, so symmetrical, and I don't know how else to describe it. Like all the animes that you watch, 100%, Japan is exactly like that. Like the city is exactly like that. Tokyo is exactly like that. Very uniform, very well put together. Okay. And I don't know. I mean, I've talked before about like how your attitude changes with city planning. Like when you live in when you cohabitate spaces like that, it changes your perspective. It changes your worldview. I'm sure that is part of the reason why people in Japan are the way they are. So that's one thing. And another thing is like everything has intention behind it. Okay? You know how it takes like 10,000 hours to master something? Like all the way from the guy that is like cleaning the trash or the guy that's like restocking the kombini, okay? Down to the fucking Japanese chef, the 70-year-old Japanese chef that was at the teppanyaki place I went to in Kobe, okay? Everyone basically moves with a sense of purpose. Like not a single movement is imprecise. There is so much attention to detail, and there's so much precise movement. I don't know how else to describe it. Like it's very, very interesting to see. Like there is a lot of like a sense of ownership in your craft no matter what you're doing. Like literally, no matter what you're doing. It's not just like the artisans. I'm talking about like, again, the guy who's like stocking the fucking fridge, dude. It's very, very interesting to experience. I love that you call everyone in Japan Japanese when talking about them. Japanese chef in Japan law. I mean, yeah. There's so much purpose and a sense of pride and a sense of collective ownership in what people do and what people engage in. And I think that it really shows. It plays itself out in every fucking aspect of your life. I mean, What is this? Ikigai, a reason for being, is a Japanese concept referring to someone that gives a person a sense of purpose, a reason for living. Possibly. Which also becomes unhealthy, right? The way overwork, burnout, not taking mental health seriously. Yes, I'm certain that plays a role in it for sure. Yay, nationalism. A way to instill it. First of all, listen. It's not nationalism that is the only way to instill that sense of collectivist understanding. I think that is an inherent flaw in Japanese culture, or the Japanese understanding of collectivism. So I do think that is the issue there, and that is leading to a lot of problems for Japanese people in general. That is definitely an issue. Instead of instilling nationalistic understandings instead of instilling collectivist understandings through nationalism, you could do it through labor. You could do it through your class position. And I think that when you don't do that, you lead to some issues that Japan has. But the attention to detail is incredible. Like everyone clearly is like takes a lot of care over their work. They care about it a lot. It doesn't matter how much money they're making. It doesn't matter. They just have a sense of ownership over the product that they are touching. Okay? And yeah. I entered Japan immediately. I was like captivated. I loved everything. Here's the first stream snack.
What is this? Try it. Okay, hold the taste test. Okay.
We got on
Big Man in Japan episode 1 taste test. Fibe Mini. What up? Do I shake it? Probably not.
Don't risk it. Don't risk that. It says 1,000 milligrams of what? I don't.
It tastes pretty good.
What does it taste like? Describe it.
It's sweet. And has like a type of berry in it. I think our train is coming.
Trash can right there.
Japan is a dystopia when it comes to labor and labor rights. That is my perception. What do you love about it? It is dystopian in many ways, but in many other ways, it's like an example of like somehow, at least on the outside, it's an example of like a hyper-capitalist place with collectivist attitudes making hyper-capitalism work. Not that it should work, because it still doesn't work ultimately, but it works in comparison to the United States of America.
It's number 6. It's so quiet. It's fucking crazy. What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh my god. 2 stops. It's number 6.
Yeah, no one speaks on the train, which is cool.
We have better bit rate in here than we do in any Los Angeles, California city. We're underground right now with better bit rate. I'm losing my fucking
Yeah,
mind.
that was wild.
God, I love this place. God damn it. It's clear. It's completely clear. It's so clean.
You're manchesting so hard right now.
You can't see how much I'm soy facing, thankfully, because I'm wearing this fucking mask. Because if I wasn't, I'd be like this. The entire time I'm fucking bat chesting.
LA residents, when they get some good public transit. Oh, we went to a big camera store, and I yelled at a chatter, but like not really, but I was making a joke about like, this is my first day, remember? Someone was like, dude, talk about Aiden Ross, talk about Aiden Ross. Ben Shapiro loves your piker. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. He's
on this.
and then I started freaking out over how to erase my masterpiece. Just a cute little clip for funsies.
I don't know.
It's juicy as fuck. Huh. Well, how did they make
They missed a cussy clip.
Oh my god, look at this cussy. My man pumping that cussy full of the goodness. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Experience. The 7-Eleven experience. A decadent journey. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Best Japanese snack, dude. Nothing touches the tamago sando. Okay, the egg salad sandwiches in Japan are literally some of the greatest. It's the greatest thing I've ever had in my life. It's the greatest thing I've put in my mouth. Dude. Until you try it, there's nothing that compares to it. I probably had like 40. The Fammy Chickies were great too. Family Mart chicken, fried chicken was really, really good too. But like the egg sandwich was crazy. Post Japan weight check. Yes, I did gain weight. I gained 6 pounds in Japan. 1 pound for each day that I was there. I walked around. Will you be addressing the Y man? What the fuck is that? Oh, Yakuza. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah. I will. Hold on. It's not bait. He just wants me to talk about the Yakuza guy, which we will in a second. But yeah, the kombinis are too accessible. They're too good. 24 hours. Connor was telling me that like you could literally go. Connor was telling me that you could literally go to like any fucking like, you know, any place in Japan, even like rural areas, and if there's going to be a 7-Eleven, a Family Mart, or a Lawson, and they're going to have the exact same fucking food, no matter where you go, and it's awesome. The coffee was alright. It wasn't that good. I will admit that I feel like Japanese coffee culture is like, not fully there yet. They do love their coffee, but it's not like America. You didn't try DYD? What?
The cafe latte is incredible. It's not super sweet, but it's not tasteless. The fried chicken was incredible.
What about the bread? Is it true it's bad? Well, white toast is like pretty goated, but other than that, yes, the bread is shit. The bread's not good. The cheese is like not great. Like Japanese people have figured out Scotch whiskey, like they make goated whiskey, okay? And they figured out a bunch of other shit, but like cheese is all right. It's not great in Japan. Chocolate is not great in Japan either in comparison to like other places. Like if you ever had like Belgian chocolate, like if you ever had chocolate in Europe or coffee in a European country, you're not going to be like, "Oh my god, the Japanese coffee was great." I'm telling you how it is, okay? There are aspects of like Japanese food and Japanese culture that I really loved, and then some things that aren't great, and that's fine. Not every place is gonna have everything. Did you drink any Japanese tea? I did. I drank a lot more tea than I normally care to drink. Lactose intolerance is very common in East Asia. That's why there's not much cheese or milk in their food culture. Yeah, I'm Turkish, so obviously like milk is a profoundly important part of my like cuisine and my own like culinary identity. So, but I don't really look for it. I don't really care. Like I don't have an issue with it. Worst take, holy shit, Cpacp is 10/10 bread for sandwiches. What the fuck? Other than like the incredible milky ass bread that they have for the sandos, other than that, like all the other bread is not that great. Yeah, we did a little.
Oh, I did. I got it.
We did a Vogue Beauty segment here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, that was loud. We linked up with Connor, and then we went sugoi over Connor speaking Japanese.
一つとカラメルマキアット一つ。What size do you want?
He's spitting. He's spitting. What the fuck?
Hot or cold? hot today,
Hot today.
Caramel frap.
and caramel frappuccino 一つ。
He sounds so fluid.
Oh my god.
It's crazy.
Bro. This is just
Half the words Connor said are English loanwords. Guy, I know. Calm down. We're like fucking memeing a little bit.
Wow.
this is just
He's doing the job.
it's like white boy orders in perfect Japanese, shocks everyone.
This is white boy swag. So yeah, this is what we did first day. Not much action. But like pretty much this is what I did every day. Okay? Like low key. Every single day was just like super normal, super basic experiences. And I loved every moment of it. I didn't do any of the touristy stuff. And I just experienced Japan as like pretty much 6 days of just like what it would be like if I lived there. You know what I mean? And it was awesome. It was so sick. And from a content perspective, I'm sure it was like all right. It wasn't like that crazy. Right? But overall, from my own living experiences, it was fire. Would I live there? No. 2 reasons why I would not live in Japan. 1, I don't speak Japanese. It's very difficult. It was hard to learn. 3 reasons. 2, they are not very welcoming to foreigners. So I don't want to fucking stick out all the time and like constantly and desperately seek out the affection and appreciation of a group of people that don't want me there. You know, I'm never going to be like, the Tom Cruise Last Samurai is like a Western perspective. That's not real, okay? It's not happening. You're not going to be the fucking white boy that Japanese people look up to and say, you're sick. We love you. We accept you. We welcome you. That's never going to happen. And, that definitely is like, I'm not trying to fucking, I'm not that desperate, okay? So there is that. And lastly, the time difference is way too crazy. I cover American politics. I cover politics in the English language. I serve predominantly a Western audience. And if I lived in Japan, the time zone difference would fucking own me, would destroy me. Okay? Those are the main reasons why I would not live in Japan. I'm an Anglophone, and it is very difficult for me. So that's what you're saying is true, but it's so much better in Japan than any other Asian country, at least for me as a black dude. Motherfuckers look at me all the time in the States. Yeah. The first foreign samurai was black. Yes, I know. This is true. So we're not moving to Japan? No. As it stands, we are not moving to Japan. But I do love Japan a lot, like I said. So I will definitely always go. Yeah, Yosuke. I will definitely always go back to Japan. Anytime there's a reason for me to go to Japan, even if it's not a good reason, I will take it, okay? Straight up. It's definite. That is definitely true. And what I mean by that is like I'll probably go for maybe the VCTs that's going to happen in June. I'm already talking to Ludwig about like making a banger visit to Japan possibly in September. Like I want to this time, the next time I go to Japan, I want to do like more touristy shit. Okay? So, I want to do more. Would you ever visit China? I think I would probably soy out over China in a similar way, especially if I go to like a tier 1 city. I want to go to Shenzhen. I want to go to Shanghai. I want to go to Macau. I do want to go to China really fucking bad. I would probably weeb out in an ironically identical capacity if I went to China, maybe even harder than I weebed out in Japan. It's not an accident that both of these fucking countries have, a collectivist identity, but also hyper-capitalist consumption. I love that shit. Hot summer months will be bad in Japan is what I heard. Yes, I know. Connor said don't come to Japan in the summer. Connor literally is like, I leave Japan in the summer deliberately because it's so hot. It's like unbearable. What is this? You. Shanghai. What? Oh God. Okay, so here I'll play some City Pop while we royalty free City Pop while we cover the rest of the Japanese trip. So move to China and make obviously CCP back videos like this dude. Yeah, I would be a white monkey in China or Japan any day of the week. I will be your white monkey. Stream started with Hassan showing us a set of drums that too in Japan. I started doing my regular just chatting streams, which were fun and refreshing. Actually, I did a better one than this. But yo, he went over Twitch drama for like 2 hours, so take these instead. Then we got ready to go to Akihabara, which is like the manga and anime, like the anime capital of the planet. Okay, it's the epicenter for all things manga, all things anime.
Oh, hey, take a seat.
Wait, why?
Just test out this chair.
Why?
Test it out.
Looks like a regular chair.
Test it out. Sit. Yes, yes.
No.
Let me out of here.
No.
Why are you
She's
blocking
trapped.
the doorway?
Do more content.
No, I don't want to.
She's
Yes.
Did you buy any Dojin sheet? No, I don't really care about that shit. Like I talked about it with Trash Taste too.
She's being held against her will.
I gotta go get.
No.
I gotta go get ready.
No.
I
Dude,
thought
this
we're,
boulder blocked the
weren't we
doorway.
going? I thought we were about to leave.
We're
Do
leaving.
more content.
Don't we have to go?
Yeah, we do,
Is
but
this content?
we're setting.
Okay.
Well, the service Sunday?
No. Good
Not
question.
gonna lie, whoever came up with the LSF title for that clip was really funny. That was Ninjite, the #1 simp, who actually made that clip title, which was like kind of funny. But then it went into r/all. For those of you who don't know, it went to r/all, and people thought it was real. They were like, they were mad that they got baited because the LSF clip title was basically like Andrew Tate, like new video surface of Andrew Tate forcing his victims to appear on camera or something. And people literally thought that it was real. Anyway, so
Will I lose service down at the metro station? A silly question asked by an American foreigner, but we here know the truth that Japan's public infrastructure is simply goated.
this one sucks because this clip sucks because it's not how it is.
Which means that you get 10K bitrate while you're down hundreds of.
I hate this clip. I hate this clip because that's not how it is. The bag is lost connection. Be back soon.
Go.
Light bulb.
What?
Light bulb.
Light bulb?
Wait, you didn't.
The
Train.
timing was perfect.
You didn't say your word. Waste.
Train.
So what is it now? The third? What would it be? What would connect train and light bulb? The subway station.
No, don't say it. Okay, ready?
We were trying to play a word association game.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Black exclusionary.
Oh yeah. She said Oregon. And my dude, thank you for the raid. I think she said I said white, she said Oregon. So then this was my word
2,
association.
1. Black exclusionary housing laws that were implemented in the state of Oregon until recently at the behest of white people, making Oregon a white ethno state.
I was gonna say vegan.
Ooh.
I hit a uwu for you guys.
It's like the meme. Ooh.
I don't think it's a meme anymore. I think his true self is coming out.
life.
We went to a curry shop, which was incredible. Really interesting. The really interesting process where like you have a vending machine that you literally order on. It's like super quick, in and out. Here I gave a bite to Chad as well, but like the curry shop was really cool. The food was really good. It looks gross. Oh, shut the fuck up. It was so good.
Want a bite?
I'm always like that, though, so it's not even different.
You want a bite? Here you go. In there, and then you make a phone call to your mom, and I call her and I say, "Arigatou gozaimashita, Chat's mom. Yeah, we'll be having sex later." That's right.
Fucking
Know
own.
your fucking place about the chess POV. How dare you? How fucking dare you?
Moshi
dude?
moshi.
I'm out here busting ass.
Did you get a chance to have chicken katsu curry? That's what I wanted the entire time I was there. I did not get a chance to eat chicken katsu curry, but I did the last day have a chance to get pork katsu curry, which was fucking fire.
Trying to show you motherfuckers Japan ungrateful. Ungrateful little babies you are.
You know I was like, bro, like, you know I was in a fucking good ass mood because like even though there were like issues with the stream, even though like the stream hours were like kind of fucked up, even though the numbers weren't great, let's be real, because the hours were so wonky and we were getting like 30K and then by the end of it, it was like 25 to 20K. You know what I mean? Even though all of that shit was like frustrating, normally I would get mad at that. I didn't even give a fuck because I was enjoying myself a lot. You know, you know, there were tech issues and stuff, but ultimately it was like very quick to recover off of it because I just loved it. View count Andy. I mean, yeah, that's like, it's important. It's my job. Like ultimately I streamed pretty much every day with the exception of the past 4 days, right? Because like I was traveling and I couldn't stream when I was traveling. And even then I still lost 10K subs overall, which ultimately doesn't really matter, obviously, but like it is if you're looking at it from like a job performance aspect, if you're trying to do quantitative analysis over something that is otherwise qualitative, yeah, it was definitely like content that was really good that I think people were experiencing and people were consuming through different mediums and not necessarily on Twitch, but it doesn't really matter because I was very, very, very happy. Yeah, I lost 10,000 subs, like, which is fine. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Like, who gives a fuck, right? I have a shitload of subs anyway. But the IRL streams are like that. They're very hard to do, and you don't really get like a good return on investment if you think about it from like as a operation that generates revenue. But I don't do it for that reason anyway. Which is why I'm always shocked at like the nonstop IRL streamers. Like I have a lot of respect for them because, you know, it's crazy to me that they're able to keep this up because it is so hard. Like you're carrying a fucking backpack around all goddamn day. It's very difficult to just like maintain a chat interaction when you're doing that. But yeah, the time difference was definitely a part of it. Yeah, for sure. But I was in a great mood regardless. I'm just saying like things that normally would frustrate me, I did not care about at that time. IRL make IRL not fun? No, I still enjoyed it. I try to keep a good balance. I try to keep a good balance of like, you know, talking to chat, looking at chat while simultaneously, you know, enjoying myself as much as I can.
Hello.
guy doesn't give a fuck. What's he looking at? Is there a rat over there or something? Your first day in Japan, you were so happy. You were literally glowing. It messed with my brain a bit because it was such a stark difference. Yeah, because I was happy. And I'm still happy. I have residual happiness.
He's got murder.
Yeah, very little stream snipers made it so much better than LA or Euro, in my opinion. Yeah. Unfortunately, stream snipers do make the content, do turn the content into like a meet and greet, an IRL meet and greet where you're constantly, hey, what's up, what's up, what's up? And we had like around 20, maybe 30 maximum stream snipers overall, or like people that came up to me off stream too. And that genuinely was great. It literally was fucking awesome. It just, what is this? Chat, 10K people didn't unsub. They just haven't resubscribed because they probably stopped watching for a few days. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like time zone difference. If you watch me in the morning and I'm not live at that time frame, you just don't resub, and then that's it. Those subs expire. But I totally understand. I totally understand why Connor doesn't take photos with people when he's streaming. I get that. I notice you're happy still because of how you responded to a dumbass on Twitter. Maybe. Oh, yeah. I am happy. I unsub because of the lack of One Piece updates. Yeah, I'll tell you the worst part about Japan. No fucking Crunchyroll and no Funimation. So I literally unironically wanted to watch anime in Japan, but I couldn't. And it literally cucked my Trigun, because I've been watching Trigun. It's all on Netflix, dog. That's so funny that you're stating that because, like, in Japan, it's not. Why are you telling me things that I am telling you about Japan? No, you need a VPN, which is too difficult. Okay? So I consume anime from Crunchyroll and from Funimation and from Netflix and from Hulu. Unfortunately, though, a lot of the anime is on Netflix, but most of them aren't. In Japan, a lot of the anime is on Netflix, but the ones that I'm watching are not because they are distributed on television channels. By the way, I am caught up with Trigun Stampede. Chef's kiss, incredible. I have totally changed my mind about CGI anime. When it's done well, it can be done well. And Trigun's remake is all CGI, full CGI, and it's done incredibly well. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's beautiful. What is this?
I was lying this entire time. I am a weeb. Kakashi Sensei.
Donna, you sing along with it?
What? No. No? Hentai. We're here to find the One Piece. Oh my god, they have oh, sick. So kawaii. There's too many cool stuff here. Sickest ninja of all time. Are you kidding me? Oh, these JoJo figures are sick though. So ooh right now.
I mean, I did feel ooh right now. What figures did you get? I'll show you. I got a bunch of figures. New AOT episode dropped this. Yeah, I started watching it and I fell asleep yesterday while watching it. Should have been kicked out of Japan for doing this in public.
The fuck? The fuck?
Way more crowded on.
Yeah, it's the weekend. Dude, that's like, ooh. Please, take the public transit next time you want to travel anywhere else in Japan. Ooh. I love thinking about the subway station. It makes me feel so good.
You all right?
Bro, that it is a wild change of pace seeing like weird ass shit like this. 40-year-old man? Bitch, what do you mean? 40-year-old men watch anime like religiously in Japan, dude. I'm not even gonna fucking sit here and act like that's weird. I can't defend this, bro. Bro, you were in earshot of strangers. Yeah, they probably looked at me and went, "Oh my God, you're so sick." First of all, I'm 31. Fuck you guys. So shut the fuck up about that. Anyway, let's get back to this. So yeah, Cat Cafe didn't go inside. I didn't actually rekindle my, I did not actually merge the gap. You ran today, right? You were traveling, so no worries if you'll skip this week. We actually shot the last episode of Fear and I don't know where the fuck it is, but March had some audio issues on it, and then he fixed it, I believe. So he will not be fired, and he will survive, and we will not execute him. But I don't know if it's up yet, but it's understandable if it's not up yet. What is this?
My brother.
Hassan had a Sid Snap moment. What is a Sid Snap moment? I don't know what that is. March is working on it. Okay, yeah, he's working on it right now. Don't send March to the void, please. Weeby leaves me in there all the time. Yeah. Oh, Gigix. Oh, Sid Snap is Gigix's wife. Oh, okay. Yeah, got it. She's dope, by the way. I met her. She is awesome. Sid Snap is Garnt's horny wife. Yeah, she is fucking awesome. Oh my God. Did we watch one of her videos? Did she go to a fucking... Dude, wait. Did we watch one of her videos back in the day? This is what they mean. Oh my God. Which was, we watched her video on the Muscle Girl bar, isn't it? Oh my God, I had no idea. You know, I met her. We had dinner together. Yes, I did watch her. That's crazy. I had no idea. Look, Hasanabi reacts. I got drunk at a Japanese Muscle Girl bar. This is the video that we watched. Oh my God. I literally was hanging out with her. I had dinner with her and Giguk. I did not end up going to the Muscle Girl bar. Anyway. Photo of you and her? Fuck you. Yes, you can avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing. Fuck you. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. God damn it. Okay. I am out of practice. The happier I am, the more I am reluctant to serve you juicy and incredible debating top of the hour ad breaks. Okay. That's what it is. That's what the problem is. For me, I need to go back. I need to go back to my old ways. I need to be angry. I need to be upset all the fucking time. So I can make the goddamn top of the hour ad breaks work instead of this shit. I'm jet lagged. I'm a little slow right now. I played some I worked out this morning, but I'm still Evil as 905. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Okay. Don't go back to Angry Abby. Sakura Gore and Corey Chase stepson. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You too can avoid those if you get gifted a sub, or if you're lucky, you can avoid it by, if you're lucky, you get gifted a sub. If you're not lucky, you can make your own luck by subscribing for $5 or for free on your own. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a second. Giga, who's dope, by the way. I love the Trash Taste Boys. They were so fucking cool. I was a little intimidated at first before I did the podcast with them. I was a little worried that they weren't gonna like me because I know that I know how the anime audience is. Like, I love Connor. I know Connor. Connor's great. He's wonderful. Love him. But I didn't really know the other 2 dudes, so I was a little worried. I was a little worried that they were gonna kind of hate me. Because of how the anime community is. Like, if you look at the Trash Taste subreddit, it's subreddit, but it's a Reddit. It's a subreddit. It's Reddit. So obviously there's gonna be a lot of fucking freaks on there, but there are a lot of people that I kind of had the same feelings as a fan. Trash Taste fans are insane when it comes to you. Yeah, I saw a lot of like libertarian anime fans that were just like very pissed off immediately. Like, why the fuck would you have this guy on? It sucks. All this shit. But so for that reason, I thought maybe Chuds and Twitter QRTs are still mad you went on Trash Taste. Yeah, Trash Taste. Yeah, I saw. There was like literally a Lolicon Defender Brigade account that was mad because of things I've said about Lolly. Anyway. So for that reason, I was worried the boys might not like me that much, but we had an incredible conversation. It was so much fun. Probably one of my favorite podcasts that I've done. I saw a guy who draws anime women eating feces who was mad at you. Very shitty. Yeah. So as an anime fan myself, I was able to fucking weeb out super hard on the Trash Taste podcast, and I think that like even the fucking freaks will probably appreciate it because ultimately, real recognize real. They will most likely watch that episode and go, "Oh wow, I had no fucking idea Hassan watches this much motherfucking anime and has these kinds of opinions on anime in general." So. It is an anime dense episode of Trash Taste for the record. So that's what I got. There was a decent number of chill people on the Trash Taste subreddit. Yeah, there was one of my favorite types of comments. One of my favorite types of comments on the subreddit or any subreddit in general is like when people go, "Yeah, I don't really know anything. I don't really know anything about Hassan, but he likes One Piece, so he's probably not a bad guy." But yeah, I did get them to talk about anime a lot, so I'm sure they will like it. Would be pretty funny if Hassan of all people has an entire episode entirely devoted to anime discussion. Better yet, an entire episode dedicated to One Piece. But yeah, no, it is like that. I did talk a lot about anime. But yeah, those boys have a dedicated fandom, and I get why. They have immaculate vibes in general, and they're very fun to be around. They're very fun to talk to. By the way, SidSnap actually, I didn't talk about this on the Trash Taste podcast, but SidSnap actually spoiled One Piece. I'm not gonna say what the spoiler was, but I already knew what the spoiler was. She hasn't really like watched it fully. But she spoiled one aspect of One Piece that's like pretty devastating that I kind of know about because someone else had spoiled it for me already, like in the notifications a long time ago. Like someone when I had TTS on was like spoiling One Piece. Okay, everybody shut the fuck up. Don't write it in the chat. It doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. And I was talking about how like One Piece is not like super serious with like there's a lot of emotional parts, and she was like, but what do you mean this person, something happens to this person and that's pretty sad, and I was like, I can't believe you just told me that. But I had already known, so it's fine. But it's okay. It's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? It's fine. So that was funny. She's so good at speaking Japanese, by the way. It's insane. So let's get back to this though. In Akihabara, I played Pong and got my ass worked by Ray. She destroyed me. Is someone what?
Son, you sing along with this?
What? No.
No,
Were
it's
you tapping your right foot to the beat?
Singing along with it?
no, I wasn't.
Oh god.
I don't know what they're talking about. That's so embarrassing. I don't even know what this
Why
song
are you
is.
wiggling your hips like that?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Stop.
Oh god.
Was Akibara manageable or sensory overload?
For everything, and probably like countless of your other friends, you helped me out of my post-ironic 4chan edgelord spiral out of high school, college days. My brother, shout out to him, introduced me to you, and I finally started to be interested in political and social ideology and history and things. Anyway, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have found amazing, inspiring people like Noam Chomsky and awesome, engaging news sources, podcasts like Cpacp House and TrueAnon. I listen to all those now regularly and love the crossovers. Anyways, thanks for being such a great source of information, knowledge, and also thanks for the laughs. And I just thanks for being honest, caring.
Yeah. A stamp. Oh, someone gave me a fan gave me a stamp with my name written in Japanese, which was sick.
Oh, like too much ink maybe, or?
I got an Indonesian mask, which is right here. I brought it back from Japan. Here it is.
A fan came up and gave him this.
He's Indonesian, and he said this is a mask from Indonesia, which is crazy. Oh,
That looks kind of cool, actually.
whoa! This is insane. I am.
Got a little hostel in the back.
Wow.
That actually
I
looks
brought the
good.
stamp too. I brought everything back. I literally brought the letters back. I brought the fans back. I brought everything back.
Oh, he has the hustle in the back.
my god,
Oh,
it's
that's
so
so cute.
Yeah, this is incredible. Oh my god, that's crazy. They just came over, dropped this, took a photo, peaced out.
So that was day 2. That was only day 2. Harajuku IRL shopping stream. So day 3 was a bit sad for me, I'll admit. It was a bit of a mixture of emotions, especially because, we went to Harajuku, which is like the fashion capital of, like the streetwear capital of Japan. And we saw a lot of people dressed to the fucking nines, okay? People had incredible fits. They were blasting fitties left and right. And I liken it to being a diabetic kid in a fucking candy store. I could look at the candy, I could touch it, but I couldn't put it in my fucking mouth, okay? Like, I saw so many people blasting parachute pants, big fucking bulky shoes, sick-ass vests, the long trench coats that's like a Japanese staple, and I wanted all of that. And I couldn't wear any of it. Unfortunately, I could not actually buy any of it, which was really sad. I ended up buying some Air Force Ones in Japan from the Nike store, and like literally the only pair of cargo pants that actually fit me, which I wore on my last day. But I just straight up bought that because it was like the only thing that fits me. Like I felt like I needed to buy something that fits me, and I bought those glasses that I've been wearing. Today I'm drinking milk tea with tapioca. It's got like little bobas in it. This one is from Uchi Cafe. Today I'm I love doing that. The kabuki. So good. I was playing the Japanese Communist Party's like anime music in the cab, and they got mad at me. They're like, "Dude, what are you doing? Like, this is." Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Worried about being rude.
Yeah.
Being too loud.
I was playing this.
Oh, please don't play it, Hassan.
For a second, I'm just gonna play it.
Oh my gosh.
Chat, I was playing this.
We are.
Okay, stop.
Yeah. They went shopping and Hassan tried on the sweater vest, but he didn't get it.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I probably should have bought this, honestly, because it did fit me.
A shirt underneath.
This looks kind of.
But it was like the first place we went to. It was the first place we went to, so I was like, you know what? I won't buy it. And I do actually feel like I should have bought it. Those guns are illegal in Japan. Yeah, I'm so fucking big. I'm a big boy, dude.
I don't know why he took his shirt off.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's how they wear it, but when I wear it like that, it looks
No,
weird.
no, no. Normally
Wait,
it would
this
be
looks-
over
this
like
looks-
a button up.
Yo, chat, tell him to buy it. Tell him to buy it. Yo, it's
Yeah, I should have bought this. Honestly, I fucked up. And then we casually saw otters outside, and we went to an otter place. I kept calling them sloths. Yeah, I know. And I lost my fucking mind. There's a TikTok of this, by the way. Austinox did make a TikTok of this. Let's take a look. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Sounds like Amaru. I'm not sure where from. Oh, she's
Wait, what? Why is it not?
behind me.
What the fuck? Why is that not working?
Can you pay attention, Jenna?
Sounds like Amaru. I'm
What?
not sure where from. Oh, she's behind me.
What the fuck?
This is the greatest experience
Okay, here.
of my entire life, I think. They're letting us touch otters, and the otters are going crazy. Look at that one. Look at this one. Their hands, their little hands are...
Look at their little tiny hands, dude. It's like completely. It's just like it was insane. It's unacceptable to be this fucking cute.
Oh my god. This is the greatest moment of my life.
They're little guys. They have so much charisma. They have so much attitude. They're just little guys. They're just little guys, you know? You getting a haircut before the trip was the best decision? Yeah. I know. I look a lot better with this haircut. I know. This chatter was so cute. He really loved that interaction.
Thank you.
I love your Valorant stream.
Thank you.
He said, I love your Valorant streams.
He's just running away. Why is he running? He's just running.
He did run away, which was funny.
Oh, he is. He just dipped. He just said, I love your Valorant streams and dip. Okay.
There was another very cute chatter who literally left school on her free period to come say hi to me. That was also really funny. There was a lot of that going on, which I thought was cool. Like, you know, people just like popping in just to be like, dude, I love your shit. No hanging around. None of that. You know what I mean? Yeah, there was a cute ass chatter that fucking like literally had her fucking school thing on. I was like, what are you doing? Isn't school on right now? She's like, yeah, I have a free period. No lingerers, exactly, and very polite. There was a Japanese fan who said, I'm daifan, meaning big fan. Yeah, that was the wildest part. Her ass did not have a free period, Lamau. Oh, okay. Like, that was the craziest part. Like, I have straight up Japanese fans that are, again, straight up Japanese, like barely speak English and are living in Japan and are Japanese. And they are watching me, which sounds so crazy. Like, it blew my fucking mind. Ludwig was malding over that. What do you mean? Like, he was jealous that I have straight up Japanese fans that watch me. Probably TikToks of Japanese subs. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Like, I don't know how. Lud was mad he couldn't find Japanese fans of his. Lamau. Oh, yeah. He didn't get recognized in Japan and was salty about it. We got recognized a lot in Japan. The sticker girl is alive and well. Oh, shit. Okay, I know he will not see this, but I am the person who said the naked man sticker. I sent Asana a small package in COVID before COVID popped out. I had another box sent snacks for Will as well as dog treats for fish. Unfortunately, life happened and I couldn't get the package out before moving to Korea. It was a tough spot. I feel so bad. I don't have cancer, but I wrote that my struggle with Crohn's disease. I've been living abroad for 10 years. Oh, it wasn't cancer. It was Crohn's disease. I thought she said cancer. Never mind. Well, thank God she's alive. That's good. Sticker girl is alive, and she did not have cancer. She just has Crohn's disease. Blood would have gotten stream snipers if you IRL stream. No, I got stream sniped when I wasn't streaming. I got sniped when I wasn't streaming as well. Crohn's is awful too. By the way, I'm just saying that like I was worried. A lot of Japanese don't speak very good English, but they turn to learn English through high school. Yeah, I mean, it's the same for me as well. I learned English in high school as well. I'm just stating that it's wild that like non-native speakers are watching me talk about American politics in Japan because the time, like when you think about it, the time zone difference is so devastating that it feels like it feels impossible, especially if you don't have like a genuine interest. I get why the foreigners in Japan are fans of mine because like they want English speaking content. Like I was talking to Gigak about that and he's like, yeah, I wake up in the morning and you're live. I tune in and I see your stream. I watch your stream a little bit because it's like the first thing I see in the morning. Like right now it's 8 a.m. in Japan or not 8 a.m. Sorry. It's like 6 a.m. in Japan, right now. So, people, this is when I would start streaming in Japan normally last week. So it's like that. It's one of those things like the time zone difference, but like, again, it makes sense for some people if they're English speaking, you know what I mean? But it doesn't make sense if you're like also Japanese. It like blows my mind. You did not stream at 6 a.m. once. Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, you bitch. I woke up. Not that bad. You stream in the morning. I woke up at 5 every morning just to get ready, and there was always some shit. Okay, so I'm sorry that I didn't stream it exactly at 6 a.m.
Throw the smallest. My mom is in real time watching and texting me. Mom, I know what to get you. Mom, here you go. Girl with the pearl earring. Throw the. Oh my.
Yeah, the same stickers that a fan had sent me. We now know. Update on the fan. A tiny basket for stickers. This shit was so cute. My mom loved the sticker. Yeah. So that was Harajuku. After Harajuku, I went and I got some stuff. Here, I'm going to show you right now. Hold on 1 second. After the Harajuku stream was over, and I'll show you what I got from Akihabara as well. 1 second. Here it is. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I got from Akihabara. Okay, so that was the Battle Record Collection Roronoa Zoro. This is what I got from Akihabara on the first day. And then after the Harajuku stream was over, I went and I bought a bunch of toys. This was very, very difficult to shove in my fucking backpack, okay? But I did get, you got a statue of racist, how American of you? Exactly. I got a Portkas D Ace. The articulation on this is incredible. Okay, the amount of, I'm gonna take it out of the plastic. The points of articulation on this is profound, okay? Unfortunately, there was no Luffy toys anywhere. These fucking action figures are very difficult to come by, the Luffy ones. But the amount of articulation, as a child, I would have fucking loved this shit. And I still love it, obviously. I got another one from the Variable Action Heroes collection. Sanji, I got. These are the Bandai Namco toys. Okay, figurines. And then, last but not least, I, of course, got my favorite, Jotaro Kujo. My favorite JoJo. And I got the big one. I'm going to open these up eventually and, you know, play with them. I mean, not play with them, of course. I meant, you know, not that. Just other stuff. Anyway, admire them, inspect them. Exactly. I will display them. So yeah, no Robin, no Nami. I just bought those because those were the ones that were available. There was no Robin. There was no Nico Robin. I would have literally got Nico Robin if there was one. I did not get a sexy toy. That was a joke. I didn't get that one. Toy playing with friends stream when? Rapid pose them with audible effects for reference purposes only. Yeah. Did you see Connor's JoJo collection? I saw photos of it, but yeah, my man's got a fat one from what I understand. So that was sick. And then let's look at day 4 where we went to Shinjuku. I think today was their best fits day. Look at the serve. They were serving, that's for sure.
Be doing that, but
I did do a public bathroom, Paolo style public bathroom review.
In honor of Paolo, I kind of want to film it, but it's Dr. Disrespect style, so I won't be doing that. But I will give you a bathroom review as soon as I come out. Hold on.
You can talk to them. They can hear you.
Yeah, no, it's it's basically just a hole in there. They got 2 pissers and then a squatty hole.
We're looking.
Going through a very narrow alleyway.
You can do it. You can do it.
It's insane. Like,
You can do it.
This is crazy.
Watch your shoulder on the right. Oh
Like, this
my
is
gosh.
were you initially scared you'd get stuck? No, I knew that I wasn't going to get stuck.
Hug.
We did it. So we went back to Golden Guy. This is the area. This is like the bar area where there's like 150 tiny little bars that fit like 5 people max. That shit was sick. We planned to go to the Communist Cafe that Noam Chomsky had gone to, but it was closed, of course.
everything I do. That's why I use this camera. It's for you. Once again, everything I do, including lugging this piece of shit around everywhere, even though it fucks my back up at the end of the day, it's
It
for
does.
You, chatters, because I want to share these experiences with you. it's certainly easier for me to not constantly think about entertaining 20,000 of you and get sad on my own as I look to buying shit. That's why you.
And then we went to a dog cafe, which was fire.
Sit.
Where they all came up to me and were being aggressive. That one, the French bully, was like not allowed to eat the chicken, but she was the most aggressive because she had the pink collar, which implied that she was not able to be fed.
Not a good idea at all.
That one dog was an asshole who I didn't appreciate that she was barking a lot. As soon as I fucking got done with the chicken, however, no dogs wanted to be around me. And that led us to this TikTok, which I'll show you right now. No dogs wanted to be around me after I was done with the chicken. And I felt really sad. I was like, damn, I don't really love small dogs like that anyway. But like, it's kind of sad that they didn't want to be around me at all. And there was another lady there that like all the dogs were gravitating towards. So I just was like, I just felt kind of sad. And then this happened.
I'm just like fucking sitting in here by myself, like the not so cool kid. None of these dogs are like, oh, hi.
The dog that sat next to you was like Bimbis. Bro.
I'm just like,
it was crazy how this little guy just jumped up on the fucking bench, like right on cue. Right on fucking cue. Just jumped up on the bench and perched up next to me with his little fucking toy. Oh, it was so sick. It was so sick. Oh, here is me getting out of a bar in Golden Guy, by the way. It's crazy. No, I will not be getting a poodle. Don't be crazy now. Yes, my dog arc is coming. Hold on. We're going to get to that in a second. Oh, this was funny as fuck, too. This is like literally what happened before that other dog came up to me, too. It was so funny. Most of the stream was being stuffed into Hassan's boobies and walking around, so I take these screenshots instead. And then I went on the Trash Taste podcast after that. And here is Pig Cafe, day 5.
oh, it flew! What the fuck? Ah! It's hanging!
This is a very cool.
Ah!
I killed it.
What the fuck is jumping so much?
It wasn't that big. It was like this big. But like it was jumping around and it was like hairy. It was weird.
Oh, you're so fucked now. Big boy, stop jumping. What the fuck? Oh, I got
Gunshots.
Oh, ew. Ew. Oh. Oh, fuck. I just.
Why are you laughing? What? Little bird came up and flew next to me. It was cool.
It's so sick. What's up, birds? They're just chilling back there. Oh, wow. That's crazy. That's wild. She ran out of looks, so she stole yours. Yeah, like, it's additionally fucked
Messed up.
because she just, like, looks better, too. So it's like, it's like, you know what it's like?
Just look crazy.
It's like when someone is getting married, right? And then, like, one of the bridesmaids, like, outshines one of the bridesmaids. Are you wearing my shoes? Oh my god.
These are size 13?
Mm-hmm.
This day was rough. I had to Uber Eats like 8 coffees.
Actually, they look like they fit me.
No, they don't. You're like, they look like they are for a different species. Like not a human.
Wow. These are actually so big.
That's what she
It's
said.
like the size of my torso.
The rest of the thread is just the pig cafe because the rest of the stream is just getting lost at a temple, which was cool.
Oh, what is he doing?
Were you shitting your brains out from all the caffeine? No, not really. I had a pretty fine shitting schedule. The pigs were cute as fuck. This group of Israeli tourists like kind of bouldered their way into our private group. So I was like, it's fine. You know, you guys can come. And then they like added a third person as well, but then they left
In my arm, dude.
when the pigs weren't giving them too much love.
Coming to me too? What's happening?
Did you hang with Jack Donahue from Salem? Yeah, I didn't know who he was until I looked up later.
What's he doing?
Oh, I mean, just take it and you can send it to him.
Yeah, I mean they were cool. They even recorded for you guys. Yeah, exactly. I don't have a I don't have an issue with them.
Pig whisperer.
Dude, this was so fucking sick. They literally just fell asleep on my arms.
I'm trying to communicate with him.
Oink, oink.
They acted kind of weird, Joe, when you said your name. I don't know. Anyway, Saikuno and I had a lot of fun with the pigs. Then a second group of pigs rolled in, and they fucking also sat on my lap as well. And I love
maternal.
pigs.
I feel like I have a fierce interest in protecting these pigs now. I'm understanding why anarchists turn violent oftentimes when they are, trying to stop factory farming from happening. I myself might even participate in the next run of I won't say the eco T word, but it truly brought out some feelings within me that these pigs deserve emancipation, they deserve freedom, they deserve love and kisses and kindness.
So we saw that. But yeah, then we went to the Meiji Temple, and we just like mostly got lost. There was another Japanese fan there, luckily, who came in super clutch and gave us coins so we can toss in to the temple. The part of this that didn't get shown on the stream was the experience I had at the Pig Cafe. So, well, she didn't give it to me. I asked. I personally asked. I was like, please give me the cash. Sorry you had to come back home and literally step over human shit on the way to your door. Wait, what? So at the Pig Cafe, there was this guy who wanted to take a photo, and I didn't know who he was. He was like around my height. He was a tall dude. His name is Jack Donahue, who I guess like I had actually seen him before. We had covered him before because he used to date Lana Del Rey. Anyway, so Jack Donahue was like, yo, let's take a photo, which we did. And after that, he invited me to a Richardson party. Right? Richardson is a brand. It was the first ever, I think it was the brand that first ever collaborated with Pornhub before Pornhub started making their own merchandise and stuff. And the guy Jack Donahue is a like an indie artist. From Salem. Salem is really fucking good. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, he's a chill dude. He's a chill ass dude. Anyway, follow him and thank him for the invite because I had a lot of fun. Anyway, so Which house producer? Yeah, they make like really, really wild music. I mean, he makes really wild music. He was DJing the party, and it was crazy. So, anyway, he was like, yeah, this guy is like Mr. Richardson, basically. And you guys should come to the party tonight. And I was like, you know what? Honestly, I don't fucking know anything that's going on tonight. Why, you know, I basically was like, how many opportunities am I going to have? How many opportunities am I going to have to go to like some crazy fucking fashion launch party in Japan? Fuck it, let's do it. They threw it at a gentleman's club called Madame Wu's. So after the photo shoot Ray did, I took March with me. And I took March with me to the strip club. And at the door, of course, they had not put my fucking... Oh, here it is. Wait, how did you find this photo? Anyway, at the strip club, of course, they did not put me on the fucking guest list. So I had to literally show the bouncer. Oh, he posted on a story. I had to show the fucking bouncer the owner of the brand that's throwing a party there, inviting me personally on a Twitch stream, which I feel like will never be replicated. You know what I mean? That's got to be as rare as experiences goes. It was like a fucking Yakuza side story. So, you know, we went there. The strip club was crazy. It was really interesting. They don't like throw cash at strippers there because there's no culture of tipping anyway. So they make their own like monopoly money basically. And that's what they throw at people. So that was cool. That was fun. Yeah, Jack Donahue's a big boy too, yes. And that's it. That was my nighttime experience on day 5. And then the last day is day 6, which was absolutely insane. A lot of people's favorite stream from Japan was not on my... Also, you created
Take
your own
my
cutscene.
Marlboro Reds unfiltered. I pull it out. Before I pull it out, I hit the fucking...
Okay. Yeah. It's fine. We're going to move past this. Hey, you met Pete in Japan. Did he tell you that he voiced one of those Happy Science cult anime? I don't know what that is. So we went to Kobe. I told Connor he could slut me out because he was on my stream the first day, and I was very appreciative of him helping me out throughout the process. He basically made sure that we got the Starforge PC that Lud had out there delivered to my house. So I was like, you know what? I'll do whatever you want. And Connor decided to slut me out by taking me to Kobe at the behest of the Kobe government, by the way. The Kobe government wanted to do a tourism initiative. So, you know, he was like, we're going to go to Kobe, which is the Yamaguchi family. Yakuza's like largest family is the Yamaguchi family, is basically the heart of the headquarters of the Yakuza. Okay. So, we went there to do some, you know, promotional stuff. It wasn't a hashtag ad. They just basically fucking were like, here, we'll cover some aspects of your tour. Now, I also I vlogged this experience, so that'll hopefully come out when we figure out who to fucking get to edit that experience. But I went on the Shinkansen. I got a bunch of bento boxes in the Shinkansen, and I did like a bento box review on the Shinkansen as well. And we arrived at Kobe. It was very cold. We had an incredible, decadent teppanyaki experience. Am I saying that right? Teppanyaki experience in which Americans know as hibachi, right? Which is very different than hibachi. But yeah, we did that. It was incredible. It was probably the most expensive meal we had. It was like $700 or no, 700,000 yen. So So that was like the most expensive for Japan, especially for 3 people. It was like crazy expensive. Not 700,000, 70,000, sorry. 70,000 yen. Which was wild because Japan food is pretty inexpensive. Like even if you go to like nice restaurants, it's like still relatively inexpensive for the most part. But it was so upscale. Apparently, it was like a very famous place. It was a famous eatery for Kobe, and the Kobe beef that we had was incredible. First of all, I didn't pay for it, so I don't give a shit. It was awesome. 700K to get dinner. They're gonna cancel your ass. No, 700,000 yen. But it wasn't even 700. It's 70,000 yen. I said it wrong. 70,000 yen. It was like around $500. About $500. And let me tell you something. Okay, I filmed the process. I've had snow beef. I've had A5 all around the world. I've had some decadent cuts of meat. This overall experience was, my mouth is watering thinking about it. This overall experience was probably the best I've ever had in my entire life. It was hypnotic. I was in a trance the entire fucking time. It was mind-boggling. I did not get to eat olive beef there, okay? But yeah, we went to Kobe and had Kobe beef. And these motherfuckers care so much about their beef. They care so much about their meat. It was incredible. It was incredible. It was, I don't know how else to describe it. It was decadent. It was incredible. It was the best experience overall. After that, when we got nice and full, which, by the way, I could have eaten 3 more of those proportions for the record. Here, I took a photo of some of the stuff. And I'll show you that. I'll show you one of the photos from that experience. Where is it? I posted this very gay tweet. I said, I've never moaned so hard eating meat like this. The meat was incredible. Oh, fuck. Okay. But yeah, we had a wonderful night, Connor and I. Overall, we sat down at these. What is it? This is an omakase, right? No, it's not an omakase. Fuck. What is it called? What is this table called? Omakase is the sushi. Kotatsu. This is a kotatsu, which is like a ground table, and underneath it, it has like a heating thing. This was a little. Happy Science is a Japanese cult. Here's a Vice video about them. Their leader just died, but he'd like to use his cult money to make. Oh, we've seen the anime. Watching you and Connor compete to see who got hit on the most was hilarious, by the way. Yeah. I played rock, paper, scissors with this 9-year-old girl who fucking destroyed me. We talked to her mom. I rizzed up the snack mamas. It was pretty funny. While I was rizzing up the snack mamas, I also spilt my drink.
Play Plastic Love?
No, I'm just gonna.
What are you gonna?
Just don't worry. Oh no.
Oh no!
I spilled.
Vodka. Oh my god, I'm not taking anywhere.
I'm a baby. I'm baby. I'm bad. What do I say? Onagashimasu?
I had an akasake.
Komenasai.
Oh shit. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, you had to clean up.
Had a Baka Gaijin moment. And then your most legendary moment from that? Yeah, I rizzed up.
Are you treating this snack mama like you're treating our mama?
Stop. What are you doing? Okay.
Yeah, I rizzed her up. Well, she rizzed me up. Let's be real. It was mutual rizz. She was loving it, dude. What is this? The Hasanabi flirts with a Japanese MILF. Hasashi really just moved to Japan. I don't think I've ever seen him so relaxed and happy before. He's so happy just being in Japan, a true weeb. She called you handsome? Yeah, I don't know why it's not in here. This is an important part of the clip thread, which should have been mentioned here. Hasanabi Productions is back to his roots. Yeah. He took one Japan trip and he went crazy with it, went nutty with it. But yeah, the second snack mama, I hit her with the white boy swagu, which was pretty funny. Where the fuck is it? Didn't I? Oh, I guess I don't have that in here. I didn't retweet it. But we went to a bunch of snack bars. The first one was all right. It was a little underwhelming. The second one was very cute. The lady was wonderful. She made us food. The third one was fucking insane. Okay? The third one was absolutely fucking insane, but the cute bar also had this, well, not this. This is the last unhinged bar. Where they called me Godzilla. He said Gojira when I walked in.
彼はホワイトボーイスワッグを思っていると思いますか？ホワイトボーイスワッグ。
No, no. What are you doing?
It's a white boy swag. Okay. Is it good? Is it Japanese good?
No, how do you even translate that? What is he even saying? No, my God, Hassan.
Okay, I'll fix it. 彼の日本語は上手ですか?
No.
Yeah, I think like Connor and I bounced off each other real good because like he's like very kind and almost a little reserved, whereas I am unhinged. Okay. How drunk were you? Wait, I was completely sober. What do you mean? We didn't even start drinking at that point. Yeah, she took my hat off. She took a bunch of selfies with me. It was so funny. Yeah, Connor was being super British. I was being extra American. Your pronunciation is surprisingly good. Oh, you don't even know. Here's my actual white boy swag moment from that fucking stream. Wait, hold on. Is this here?
Gang.
Look. This was actually good.
Genki Hatsunasu, Oranamin Shi.
Perfect, man. Perfect. Wow. Okay, well.
That was white boy swag. White boy swaggu. That was what that was.
No.
He hates that. You and Connor Dog Va were 10-10. Your chemistry was on par with your boys back at home, like Myth and Will. I mean, Connor is so easy to make content with. This was our government-sponsored guide, which was really funny because he got fucking blasted, okay? Like, I brought him in the first bar. I brought him in, and I was like, bro, just drink. Like, just drink. Don't fucking, because he wasn't even, like, hanging out with us. He was, like, sitting outside, and I noticed it when I went to the bathroom. I was like, no, come inside. Drink with us. We need you. I was like, we need you. We need you to, like, translate and stuff, right? And... I bought this Suntory whiskey at the snack bar. Okay, as well.
Yeah, but I'll tell you.
New bottle. Yeah.
And this guy got way more fucked by the end of the night. He was like out of his mind. He gave me a fucking back massage.
And it's going to remain unopened forever. It's going to be.
You think. I'm about to get one drink out of it. Okay, these are at these bars that you go to in Japan, these snack bars, you have your like designated drink, basically. And that's how that works. What is it? That's why Sea Dog VA and Hassan became friends?
Me emoji, what would it be? Is it what it's called? The Apple ones? I don't know what it is. I'm just pretending like I know what Apple stuff is. Oh, it's just too much. Come on, man.
Keep eating. Don't stop eating.
I love
Muscle, man.
That was so funny.
It got hot.
What the fuck?
I thought about not wearing it.
このシャツは綺麗お母さん大好き。
What does that mean?
You beautiful old ladies you like.
Old ladies.
Well, maybe sexy お母さん大好き。 Yeah, maybe. He's wearing an I Love Hot Mom shirt. Can you show it off? Oh my god.
It's hot. I didn't want to take my fucking hoodie off, but it got too hot. But now I'm embarrassed.
By the way, that snack mama didn't look a day over 22. Yeah, she was 35. It's crazy. You know that the Trash Ace boys rip on him for loving MILFs, right? Yeah, no, this is like, yeah, me and Connor were vibing hard on this. I think it would be a little too much, but my goal is to have a Connor dog, Lud dog, Hassan dog stream in Japan, where Lud and I compete for Connor's love. I mean, Lud wins, obviously, but regardless. I think that shit would be crazy. If we did like stuff like this together, I feel like it'd be wild. It would bang. And you must all drink too? Oh, yeah. Have you checked on Lud? Is he all right? That last stream must have been devastating for him. Yeah, this stream basically, Connor was explaining to me, like, this, what we did in Kobe was pretty much what Ludwig wanted to do. Interact with locals, drink with locals, have fun with, like, you know, Japanese people in a more authentic setting, which he never was able to do, unfortunately. But, you know, hopefully next time. I might go back to Japan in June. Lud could cut a video like competing for love in Japan out of it. Yeah, I'm sure he would find ways to do it. Next Ludwig video. Hassan stole everything from me. Yeah. The bartender on the more unhinged bar that we went to afterwards was crazy. This is Connor singing the fucking JoJo song, which was the worst thing I've ever experienced. Yeah, the old lady there was like rizzing all of us up. That 70-year-old lady was just, she was wild, dude. She was actually fucking wild. This part was like completely unhinged. When we walked in, these old guys, that's who said it was Gojira, which was the highlight of my moment, the highlight of my trip. Here it is. Japanese people were very easy to impress with my size for some reason. But oh, here it is. Here's that clip. When we first walked into this one, I said, "There's old people here." Hold on, let me try to get this. There it is.
Sit here?
He said Godzilla.
Godzilla. Yes.
When that lady said she thought you were Japanese and you yelled "Sugoi." Yeah, this was David Lynch. This bar was David Lynch as fuck, dude. It was so strange. The vibes were so strange, but I loved every moment of it. The guide had an Insta post as well. He got like 3,000 followers from this. That's crazy. 300,000 registered YouTuber. Wait, C-Dog VA. This guy had no idea who the fuck I was. It was so funny. Like, he just did not know who the fuck I was. Our tour guide, it was just like, he kept telling, he asked me. He literally asked me, he asked me why, because fans kept coming up to me while we were like, before we started, or when fans came up to me, he was like, "Oh, you're famous too?" Like, I had no idea, because he was like talking about Connor's like 3 million. subs to everyone, and he was like shocked because he at first he thought it was a camera guy.
You should take it off.
No.
She'll be like, what the fuck?
No, I don't want to take it off. She's gonna fucking go crazy.
You mentioned this moment being Lynchian. Oh, this.
This is so wild. What the fuck?
Bro, this is literally a fever dream. David Lynch has shit right now. I don't know what is going on.
There's so many anime songs.
Come here. Come here. Hiro-san, come here.
He's making him pull behind the bar.
Come here, Hiro-san.
What the fuck? Why is he behind the bar?
Yeah, shit was crazy. Did you sing a Yakuza song? Yes, we did. Highballs are great. Yeah, the whiskey highballs are fucking fire. It's an incredible invention. I mean, goddamn, these guys they know their shit. Yeah, we did do Bakamatai. Anyway, so here's me taking my shirt off again, or not my. I was so tired here. People were like, "Oh, you're drunk. You're drunk." He's like, "No, man, I was fucking dying. I was so tired."
Oh no.
見て。No, このシャツ。
It's hot as fucking here. Alright. Hold on. It's hot,
He's
bro.
taking it off. He's taking it off.
She doesn't know what. She does not know what it is. What does kakoi mean?
Cool. このシャツはおばあさんは大好き。セクシーおばあさん大好きシャツ。
Sexy Obasan Daisuke? What the
Yeah,
fuck is
sexy.
that?
このシャツは英語かっこいい。She said you're hot when you took off your shirt.
Whoa. これがすごい。
そうね。Yes. 超大きいね。Big.
Pulling shirt down is fat boy tech. You already know it, baby. You kidding me?
What? What does that mean?
She said to you. So she's about to love Hassan.
Yeah, welcome to Kobe tourism.
一番かっこいい You're the most beautiful, most handsome. More than this man's arms.
Yeah, and I work out. He works out.
No. イギリスはバスケットボールはない。フットボール。いや、そうか。そうですね、全部そうだ。
What?
いやOh my god.
Basketball.
Don't people work out in Japan? I mean, I don't think they have the same like workout culture that we do. That's why like the classic trope in anime is like the fucking fat guy at the gym, or not the fat guy at the gym, but like the fat guy in the village. The fattest guy in the village is basically the enforcer usually. You know what I mean? Like, it's usually like that. I mean, they're way healthier overall, but yeah, but that's from like walking around and shit all the goddamn time. And the portions are smaller. Japanese people believe in sleeper builds. That makes sense too. Healthier food, but walking around a lot more, walkable cities. All sumo are the archetypical Japanese strongman, natural muscle, little definition. You were gonna say your step counts. Yeah, I walked like at least 4 miles, sometimes 10 miles a day, but at least 4 to 5 miles every single day, like without even trying. What do you do in step culture? My feet were fine. My back was like kind of fucked up though. Why do you look so uncomfortable here? Bro, I was getting fucking objectified. That's why. I was trying to keep my...
Mayo, dank u Ima, nej. Why don't you do it anymore?
Too big. Too fat.
Too förstår du? She was like, yeah, that's cool, but I love tall. she loves you.
That is a pathetically low step count. Wait, really? For me, it's very high because I don't do anything all day. I usually sit all day. And I'm not used to it. Like, I can fucking lift weights all day, but walking around fucks me up for that long. I've never seen a man be as objectified as you. Yeah.
You?
Oh, she loves you.
I love you. I love you.
Yeah, she was cute. But yeah, when you have a desk job, you don't get that many steps in. So yeah, that was a fun experience overall. That was a crazy experience overall. And we ended up the night at the last snack bar where we ended up the night at the last snack bar where basically there was definitely a Yakuza guy.
Oh, you want to sing it at the bar?
No.
You could have gone off, man.
Oh, this is me singing fucking, what was it, Plastic Love? No.
Please come back to Japan. Please help. Help
Yeah. She groped me in the elevator? Oh, yeah, she did. Old lady did. Connor was terrible at this. White boy Swagu. There was a dog. This was the cutest dog I've seen in Japan, dude. He was so big. It was was that a Samoy or an Akira Inu? I don't know, but
Where is the dog?
Dude, look, it's a Akira Inu.
she groped me. Guys, it's fine. That's not right. Bro, calm down. She's a 70-year-old lady, okay? Everybody chill the fuck out. Yeah, she copped a feel. It's all good. Don't tell me how I should feel about certain things, okay? Oh, role reversal. If it was an old man and freak out. Yeah, I would, okay? It would be different. Chill out. Anyway. Shall I report it to the Japanese authorities? What are they going to do, bro? In Japan, sexual harassment is encouraged, you know? It's like subscribing at the top of the hour. When there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, it's encouraged to subscribe so you no longer see those ads, right? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and nobody wants to see them. So I tell you, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky, right? These are the things that you can do to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Now, not many are always lucky, but Blasted saving 5 people, the unfortunate circumstance, saving them from the unfortunate circumstance of seeing the top of the hour ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Sexual harassment segue, really? Yes, exactly. I will use anything and everything right now. I'm desperate. Here's my 5,000-word Substack post about the 70-year-old woman copping a feel at therealleftist.com. Yeah, Sakura Gore, thank you for the 5. Get the subs as well. But yeah, sexual harassment is encouraged. So,
What if I do that?
What is that? Oh, do not look at that.
Oh, don't look at that. Oh, it's porn.
Oh, the night is young.
Oh,
Whoa. Did you change color?
yeah, it went from blue to. I've had no idea that this was. Whoa, that's sick.
You want to try the beet soup?
Not really.
Meanwhile.
and then we ended the stream with Baka Mitai singing Baka Mitai, which is literally a Yakuza QTE. which is literally Yakuza QT, at the heart of the Yakuza headquarters. Top of the hour bot gave that an 825, by the way. Let's go. We're back. I sang Dame Dame. Yeah. And literally with like a Yakuza dude in the room.
I don't know how to say Okay, take it back. It's fire. There's more.
Oh, it's more.
Yeah.
Stay with me, my young.
Bro, this was crazy that Connor was actually reading the what is it, katakana? Like the actual Japanese letters. Like, that's crazy to me. That he's that good. It wasn't kanji, no. It wasn't. It was hiragana probably. Yeah, it was. It wasn't kanji. It wasn't kanji. He can't read kanji. Yeah. I wish there was romanji so I could read them, but like it wasn't. They didn't have that, unfortunately, at this last bar. So I had to pull out my phone and read it, the romanji lettering on my own. Japanese people love the Beatles. Holy fuck.
Some of this guy. Who's more handsome?
Oh my god.
No hesitation.
No hesitation.
Thank you.
Because I don't have white boy swag.
Yeah, dude. I said, who's more handsome, Chad?
No, that's not what he said. He said who's the least handsome.
And then she took photos of me too.
Bro, don't make me.
Where you're Sinatra? Oh, this is how we ended the stream.
That's crazy. I put Frank Sinatra. Dude's got 65 hits.
No, that one.
You want
Play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words,
Yeah, I kind of fucking popped off on that. Not gonna lie, this makes sense. People are more friendly outside of Tokyo and Kyoto. Complimented each other's voices and did an outshine 10-10. They made a music video. What?
Stay with me.
Oh my god, this is so good. I'm having a parasocial experience with myself and Connor. Like, how is that even possible? Like, is that even physically possible? Like, I have parasocial feelings about this night. This was so sick. This guy, that cab driver was awesome too. Look at her grabbing her titty. I'm gonna send this to Connor. This guy was okay. By the way, this guy was definitely Yakuza. Okay, 100p. He doesn't have any neck tattoos, which is, you know, I guess a point towards him being against him being Yakuza. But like, gray suit, never seen that before. Pink shirt, unbuttoned. He had like crazy leather red shoes. See how most edits leave out the Yakuza guy because they know? Wait, why? He had like the fattest fucking pinky ring. He doesn't have the pin. Yakuza are office executives now? Yes, I know. I know they are. Yes. He had all of his fingers. What do you mean? You can be Yakuza without having losing your fingers. What the fuck are you talking about? Shouldn't he have a pin on his shirt? No, he didn't say his job was freedom. He said his job was freelance. Maybe don't dox this guy as Yakuza if you want to go back. Wait, what? What do you mean? It is fine. First of all, Yakuza is literally... Wait, what are you talking about? Yakuza is literally a business, bro. What the fuck do you mean? It's just a business. It's like... Yeah, it's like illegal, but also not really. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain, but it is infinitely more streamlined and a part of like normal bureaucratic existence in Japan than it is in any other kind of mafia and any other kind of like organized crime. It's like illegal, but not really. You know what I mean? They have a private equity firm. Obviously, some of the stuff that they do is like really fucked up. Extortion is really fucked up. But they run most of the nightlife. Like they run most of the bars. They run most of the nightlife. They run most of the host clubs. All that shit is like basically run by them. But yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. Yeah, the police like contact and talk to the Yakuza regularly. Didn't we watch a video explaining this in Tokyo Vice? Yeah, the mafia that is less destructive in society, yeah, more effectively meshing into society, not trivial crime, but also not crazy murders and gangs doing wild shit. Even though they do engage in like murders every now and then. Yeah, there used to be magazines. You're right. I forget what it's called, but only until 5 to 6 years ago, it wasn't even being hit by the government. It's not illegal to be Yakuza. It's only illegal to own certain things as Yakuza. Exactly. They had their own magazine. They had literally their own magazine that basically fucking updated everybody on like what's going on internally. The mag is called G-Men. Look it up. Just a little murder, a lot less than what it used to be. Yeah. So it's interesting. The culture is interesting and very different. One of the actors from the Yakuza game is a trans ally, by the way. What? Because a trans girl gave him amazing head once. Wait, what the fuck? Where are we going with this? The most prominent Yakuza fan magazines are Jitsuwa Jidai, Jitsuwa Jiho, Jitsuwa Document, and Asahi Geino.
I'm gonna meet Koike right now and talk to him. And last time I met him, he went nuts and beat up the managers and kind of wrecked the shops.
I took this footage with my camera the last time we hung out.
They do have an attitude. Like, one thing that is like immediately recognizable, which, you know, it's more so something you see in person, is that like they just fucking, they're a little different than like the average Japanese person. The average Japanese person is like very humble, very careful, very considerate, and like very quiet. Whereas like they walk around like they fucking own the place, which in many instances they do own the place. So they have very they act like Americans in Japan, like kind of like that. Yeah. So when you see a Japanese person that just has like you know, very different, kind of like white boy swaggu, okay? It just, you know, it's a little different. So they're trying to transfer more into cybercrimes like old school American gangsters are then? I don't know. But yeah, the Yakuza and the local governments have been intertwined for a very long time. Like I said, I believe what became the Yakuza began as a police force in feudal Japan, which positioned them to last long and remain close to power in the long term to begin with. Yeah, they actually don't even fuck with the outsiders at all. They don't fuck with foreigners at all. Like, they never asked us to go to the host clubs. They don't fuck with us at all. Like, I don't even think they like beat up. I don't even think they beat up outsiders at all. Like, they just don't touch them. Like, they. Yeah, Chad, you're not going to deal with any of this as a tourist. They are in the business of making money. Having international attention for messing with an American tourist is bad for business. Oh, they touch foreigners. You're a funny guy. What do you mean? Also, you have to remember, like, it's not like they have. I mean, yeah, they do have guns, but they don't have like guns on the street. You know what I mean? I'm sure they use guns when they need to, but like most of the time, someone who is going to engage in any kind of enforcement is doing it with like a fucking bike chain. That's the maximum. Maybe a knife. You know what I mean? So that also creates an additional element of like I don't think someone's going to come up and like try to fuck with me when I'm the size of like 7 people. You know what I mean? Right after the Tokyo Olympics, violence broke out because they agreed to do a truce so they don't embarrass Japan while foreigners were watching. You mean you weren't hassled by any of the Nigerian guys while in Kabukicho? No, I was not. Not even a little bit. They don't care about your size, they care about your camera. I'm genuinely curious about how much everything costs. Outside of food and activities, how much was it to get there and stay there? I'm not the best person to ask because I didn't pay for shit. Except for food and taxis and stuff. But like, cost of living in comparison to the United States is actually pretty low in a lot of, for a lot of things. Like, food is incredibly cheap. Like for $6, you get a fucking fat ass plate of like chicken curry. You know what I mean? And it's like the best chicken curry I've ever had. Of course, salaries are a lot lower. Alcohol is cheap as fuck. Yeah, unless you, I mean, the Snack Mama bars were not cheap. I think overall, like every bar we went to was like $100. We were just slamming fucking beers nonstop. But you bought $100 bottle of whiskey. Yeah, at a bar. If you buy a bottle at a fucking at any bar in America, if you were to buy a bottle, you'd pay $1,000. What the fuck are you talking about? And it wasn't $100. I think it was like $30. You're wrong. The whiskey that I bought was Suntory, so it was like cheap as fuck, but it was $30. But it's probably significantly cheaper than that if you just buy it outright. But yeah. I'm telling you, food is very, very cheap. That's why I said, like, when we went to that, like, upscale Kobe beef dining experience, the fact that it was $500 was insane. Normally, if you go to a very upscale fine dining establishment, not even an upscale fine dining establishment, any kind of fucking dining establishment in Los Angeles, like, you would pay a lot. You'd pay a lot for fucking Wagyu and shit. Not thousands, but like you'd pay a lot. That was like the only American priced meal we had. Most of the other meals were super, super, super cheap. Yeah, it was for 3 people. Yeah. No. 500 for 3 people, which was, I would say, American priced. That was the only time that I was like, damn, this is expensive. All the other shit was super cheap. Anyway, here is me singing Fly Me to the Moon. I'm going to go pee real quick.
Please be true. In other words, I love you. That's right. When I know the words, I can sing the song.
But he knows English. He can do it.
Yeah. That is not the white boy swagger.
That's not very white boy swagger.
Huh.
Oh, we didn't like one frame.
Fill my heart with song, let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, in other words, I love you.
We were so bad. Anyway, we were having the time of our
A
lives.
song that we can like actually sing.
Yeah.
I'm like the other Japanese songs. I'm like baka mitai dameda yo yo.
Did you eat any fancy fruit? I did. Your vibrato is really good, says Iron Mouse. Nice. Anyway, so that concludes our trip. I'm gonna send Austinox the footage as soon as possible. Hold on, I don't even know where to fucking upload it though. Blame the delay on the reverb. They always crank up the reverb for karaoke. Your singing surprised me. Not gonna lie, really. Yeah, I told Iron Mouse I'd do her show. Austin's show is Departed 100 Thieves, no bad blood and nothing but love to all my former teammates. Unfortunately, not the right fit at this time. I will remove branding in the coming days. Announcement this week. Some people were like, you were in 100 Thieves? Yes, Austin was in 100 Thieves, and he has left 100 Thieves. He is no longer in 100 Thieves. You're good at singing, you need to practice more? Yeah. So that was Japan. And you know, I'm very excited for my next arc. Very excited for my next arc, which is going to be the puppy arc. That's right. We're gonna do dog adoption streams, hopefully. You know, a lot of people have been waiting for this moment. A lot of people are excited for this. And yes, it's coming. It's coming. Dog adoption arc. And no, I will not be checking out the dog that Jarvis has for adoption, because while that dog is beautiful and pretty, that's like a whole ass dog. I want a puppy that I raise from the jump. All dogs are beautiful. I will not be hearing from a lot of people who are like, adopt this dog, adopt that dog, unless it is a puppy. Okay? Obviously, every dog deserves a wonderful home, but considering that I will have a lifelong friend and companion, I want to make sure that I have a puppy from the jump. I will be adopting, of course, but please adopt though. Don't shop. Don't buy from breeders, please. I've had a dog. I know. Like, that's literally what I did, and that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know why the fuck you guys always say this. Anyway, I shouldn't be getting mad at this. It's whatever. I think everyone just loves saying, you know, adopt, don't shop. Like, yeah, I know, man. Calm down. Okay. Here's the thing. Motherfuckers acting like NPCs. Yeah. I love pit bulls. I had a pit bull. As you guys know, the emotes are of Fish, my pitty, who unfortunately passed away in the beginning of COVID. Cancer. I haven't gotten a dog since then, but it's finally time. I was waiting for this big trip to Japan, and once it's completed, like I said, I'm going to adopt a dog. I'm putting out a feeler right now. The 3 dogs that I like, the 3 dogs that I've landed on, in order of what I would want, are, number 1, a Bernese Mountain Dog. These motherfuckers live for like 15 to 17 years, apparently. Wait, this says life expectancy 6 to 8 years. Never mind. I read somewhere that they live for like 15, though. Okay? Bernese Mountain Dog. That's number 1. Okay. Hold on. I have a list right in front of me. Number 2, a Doggo Argentino, which is the pit bull, which is like the Argentine breed of large dog or mastiff type. I love these fucking dogs. I think they're sick. Number 3, a Cane Corso. Okay. Actually, number 2 is a Cane Corso. Number 3 is a Doggo Argentino. And then last one is a new one. What? Last one I haven't talked about before, but I think is sick. This dog. I don't know if I can find one of these types of dogs, though. A Leon Burger. This fucking thing. So, these are the dogs that I love. These are the dogs that I want. Big dog for a big boy. These are the types of dogs that I'm interested in. I think like the most interesting, the Cane Corso and the Bernese, I go in between. I don't know which one's my number 1, but I do love the fucking Cane Corso. These things are crazy, okay? A lot of these dogs, you might have noticed, are kind of chill. They're big dogs, but they're kind of chill. They're not like literally constantly in need of like you train them, you make them run around. Some of them are stubborn. Some of them are easier to train. Some of them are not as easy to train, but they're more chill. Like I love the Belgian Malinois, for example, but I simply do not have enough time for a Belgian Malinois because those are working dogs. They need constant attention. They need constantly to like interact with things and constantly to work their brains or they'll go crazy. Cane Corsos are not chill. What do you mean? Yes, they are. A description of the ideal dog for each recognized breed. They are the bodyguard dog, nearly at 28 inches of the shoulder and often weighing more than 100 pounds with a large head, alert expression of muscles rippling beneath their short, stiff coat. Corsos are intimidating creatures. Their imposing appearance is the first line of defense against intruders. As one writer put it, an understated air of cool competence and a demeanor you'd expect from a professional bodyguard. Most of these, all dogs are working dogs. I mean, that's true, but like some dogs don't need as much like round the clock, constant attention. And larger dogs oftentimes are dogs that don't need like round the clock, constant fucking attention. And they can just like sit around and lay down and be fine. Oh, yeah. I mean, nearly impossible to find in the U.S. except private breeders in Idaho, but I wish you could get an Aksaray Malaklası here. Yeah, I mean, all the Turkish dogs, like Kangal breeds and the Anatolian Shepherd breeds are, obviously, I would love to have one of those dogs. But, well, one, they are also kind of hard to train as far as, like, they can have an aggressive tendency. But these are farm dogs for the most part. They're sheep herder dogs, so they need a lot of activity too. And more importantly than that, these motherfuckers need like I mean, it's impossible to get that without going and working with a breeder. Samoyed. Anyway, these are yeah. This is the dog stuff. I'm gonna get to the news in a second. Yeah, Samoyeds they're fire. That was the dog I think that I loved in Japan, but I don't know how the fuck I would find one. And also, they're not big enough. They're like medium size, and I want like a big dog. Why not a Shiba Inu? Shiba Inus are like cats. I don't want a cat-like dog. I don't want a tiny dog. I want a big boy. Anyway, this dog is fucking sick too. I mean, look at how beautiful this fucking thing is, dude. They're sick. There's lots of greyhounds need rescuing and they don't need as much exercise. Oh, never mind, dude. Let's just get... Yeah, let me just go get a greyhound now because you think it's the right thing to do. Like, what do you mean? This is what I'm talking about. When I say, like, what kind of dog I want, okay, what kind of dog I want to adopt, people would just, like, turn around and be like, no, you should get a greyhound. Like, no, I don't want that. Like, the fuck do you mean? Greyhounds are like runners, bro. What are you talking about? They absolutely need like constant fucking... One, I don't really like greyhounds. They have two like rat-like figures. I'm not like a big fan of greyhounds. Sorry, no disrespect to greyhound owners. You know, Julian, he kills it. He has a bunch, right? But like, I don't personally like them that much. And also on top of that, I feel like, you know, they're not very big and they run around too much. They need to run too much. So, you know, I am not going to, I am not going to let chat backseat me on what kind of dog I want. Great Danes are chillin'. Yeah, Great Danes are wonderful dogs. I love them. The problem is that Great Danes are sick. It's just that they they slobber too much. Notice how, as much as I love Mastiffs, okay, I personally love Mastiffs. Mastiffs are not on this list. Do you want to know why? Because I can't stand how much they fucking drool, dog. I love Mastiffs so much. They're so incredible. They're incredible fucking dogs. I love them. But they drool way too fucking much. Way too much. So that's why, like, a Bernese Mountain Dog, which has, like, Mastiff-style tendencies, it doesn't drool as much. Cane Corsos are a type of Mastiff, too, but again, you know, not as, like, nasty. Get the dog you want, but please watch Rebecca Watson's study. Are pit bulls genetically predisposed to violence? It's not long. It's very cute that you were talking to me about pit bulls, because that was my first dog and my first love. So, you know, I know pit bulls. I've taken care of one and trained one fairly well, and took care of one for a long time. Pit bulls are the perfect representation of, like, a dog that is, like, big and goofy and incredibly lovable, that as a consequence of, like, how they're bred and what they do regularly, have gotten a bad rap overall. And but they're super cuddly. Would you own another pit bull? Yes, I would. 100%. These 3 puppies are up for adoption. Yeah, I don't want you to, like, send me. Here's the thing. You can send me adoption links if you want, but just know what my boundaries are. You know what I mean? I'm giving you what kind of dog I want. Okay, obviously I can't find it on my own anyway. I'm telling you what kind of dog I want, and I'm telling you what the boundaries are. I want to make sure that the dog is young, okay? Like, a couple months old would be perfect. Like, less than a year old. Do you understand? So, like, if you're going to send me links of, like, a fucking 8-year-old Cane Corso and be like, please get this dog. Like, it's up for adoption. It's going to die. It's going to be murdered if you don't adopt it right now. Like, yeah, I'm not going to play that game. Yes, I like Rottweilers too, but I don't know. I don't know why. I just, like, am not I don't know. I've never been, like, a big, massive fan of Rottweilers for some reason. Surely the chat will handle the dog adoption discussion in an adult manner. No. What about an Akita? I don't want a dog with, like, cat-like tendencies as much as I do like Shibas. An Akita is also an Inu. Hassan, I want a big dog. Chat, why not a Chihuahua? Hassan, I want a chill dog. Get a border collie. Hassan, I want a puppy. Chat, check out this retired police dog. Yeah, literally. It does feel like half the time it legit feels like chat is like is just not hearing anything I'm saying. Now that you know what my standards are, what I want, you can, you know, possibly you can help out if you want. The LA Animal Services has a filter. Sort by newest arrivals. Select puppy. It doesn't say what breed they are, though. And it doesn't say what size they'll be. Pet finder. Puppy. For large breeds. This is a Great Pyrenees. Mister. The vet thinks I'm 9 months to a year old. Oh. See, that's like too old. Why ask Chad about what dog you should get if it's already settled? See, now, here's the problem with this. I didn't ask what dog I should get to chat. I told chat what dogs I'm looking at. And you, as well as the rest of the chatters, when I say that, refuse to hear what I have to say and go, oh, he's asking me what kind of dog I should get. And then you get mad when I'm like, no, I'm not asking you what kind of dog I should get. Yeah, I want a dog that's like maximum half a year old. Here's a big chunky boy that needs a home, can be easily trained too. Yeah, I heard these things fucking pee everywhere, honestly. I think they can only be ethically adopted at 3 months or something. What do you mean? What does that even mean? What do you mean ethically adopted? I mean, I don't care about the ethics of adoption, for the record. Like, I just straight up don't care. Like when I adopted Fish, it wasn't even like a fucking rescue. Like it literally was a dog that was left at a tire shop in Orange County. Like I didn't pay for him at all. I literally didn't even look. I was just like, I want a dog. I think they said he was a Rottweiler too, and I was like, sure, whatever, I'll get it. And it turned out that he was a pit bull. Cane Corso puppy near me in Massachusetts could ship them to California. That's insane. I would not put a dog through that. They meant age where they can be separated from the parent and is developed enough. Yeah, I mean, Fish was not. Fish was definitely like, I think like a month or 2 months old or something. And he was not separated from his parent at a time when like he could have been separated from his parent. But for me, it was like, I don't care. I did it. Now, comment about shipping a puppy is what I was talking about when I said avoid puppy mills. They're really cruel. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, our pure lab bred died at 8, but our lab German Shepherd mix is currently 13 and still going. I mean, it's okay. Like, Big Boy Gamer Man, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way. Mutts. Just get a wolf. Yeah, I should do that. Anyway, let's move on. I just wanted to give you guys a quick update on what kind of dogs I want and what the age specifications are. I hope you guys are normal about this. And I hope you're not like fucking weirdos about it. What is this? A Bernese Mountain Dog puppy. Oh, what the fuck? This is sick. Okay, and I wanna do like I wanna also do a thing where I basically like you know, I will go and like maybe go to like an adoption place in general as well, just to like ham it up a little bit, even if I don't get a dog, even if I don't adopt a dog from said adoption place. But you know, bro, I'm not gonna lie, this does not even look like a cane corso. I feel like they're just saying it is, but it doesn't look like one. Neither does this. But yeah. Yes, use your platform to showcase these dogs. Yeah. Those are black labs, brother. You should get your dog a cat friend. Dude, oh my God, you guys are crazy. Okay. All right, we're done for now. We're done with this part of the broadcast, okay? What is this? Azan impersonation?
Hasanabi fuck with you, Dill. He said he want hoop with y'all. What up? Pull up. I fuck with Hassan, bro. He be chilling. Are we talking about the streamers?
Yeah, this is the Hasanabi head at RDC.
He be tweaking, bro. Like he was saying like this like whole night. I saw he spent like an hour doing this shit. He's holding the drink. He's talking. So yeah, bro. What's up? I'm just like, oh man, we just gotta. I just been here for like 15, bro. Like, oh man, like I just dude, like fucking. I've been here for like a minute, dude. Like, oh shit, like yeah, I've been chilling. Like this year's first drink. Okay, cool. How long you guys out here? Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, let me know. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, man. I'll catch up with you later, man. All right then. All right, bye. All right. But I fuck Hassan, bro. He be doing that shit, bro. He look like he a movie character 24/7. I heard.
Oh my God. Okay. Anyway, you are definitely a habitual hair adjuster. Oh yeah. Anyway, okay, let's get started. Severe weather slams U.S. as California digs out of heavy snow. We're going to talk about the Atlanta protests over a new police training facility causing chaos. We got piglets that are oinking. Okay. And of course we have Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis on last week tonight, and so much more to cover. Luckily, there is not that much. Oh yeah, Jon Stewart fucked the Oklahoma State senator, this was a cool video. We'll talk about Mr. Beast as well. There's the Alex Murdaugh murders. I mean, holy fuck, we're 3 hours in, and I'm barely just getting 4 hours in, and I'm barely just getting started with the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, of course, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. I did not even know that Alex Murdaugh or the Murdaugh family had like a bunch of murders. I thought that like they were just like a rich family. I didn't realize they murdered like a lot in general, and the dad is only going to jail recently because he murdered like his wife and child. But if you don't want to get murdered by the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. That's right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. His child murdered someone too, and then his child is like partially the reason why he got arrested, from what I understand. Want to piss off Misgive? 100 gifted for a few minutes of your time. Yeah, I don't care. The Raging Hoppa, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Bernie Sanders on Bill Maher too. Possibly 2 children murdered 2 people and his wife possibly murdered someone. Yeah. I've never seen a family. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 5 get the subs. It's wild that like everyone in this family has done murder. Like it feels like an initiation ceremony or something. But before that, let's talk about severe weather.
Around this morning, but in parts of California, the situation is turning dire. People in California's mountains are still trying to dig out from record-breaking snowfall for this time of year. Dangerous travel conditions make it impossible for some to leave their homes. Jonathan Vigliotti is in Crestline, California. That's a hard-hit mountain town about 80 miles east of Los Angeles. Jonathan, good morning.
And good morning to you, Vlad. And to give you some perspective, what you're looking at here is not fresh snowfall. This last fell about a week ago, and yet home after home, car after car, that's a van there, are encrusted in several feet of snow. A state of emergency was declared last week, yet many people we've spoken with say they haven't received any help since the snow began falling about 2 weeks ago.
This is just unprecedented. It's like more than we've ever seen and that we could prepare for.
Heather Pritchett says she's run out of food for herself and for her cats. She's one of many people trapped in Crestline nearly 2 weeks after the snow began to come down. People here are still digging out from the storm, and some told us help has been slow to come, if at all. The San Bernardino County Sheriff says there's so much snow, clearing the roads is just part of the battle.
We're having tractors come in and scoop the snow, having to drive it away, truck it out, and a number of other things, which makes the operation much slower.
In Northern California, more than 75 miles of Interstate 80 remained closed last night as plows struggled to put a dent in the snow-covered highway. Some areas got nearly 3 feet of snow in just 24 hours. Meanwhile, at least a dozen people died in weather-related incidents across the southeast after powerful winds and rain slammed the region over the weekend, at one point leaving hundreds of thousands without power. Power is also a concern here in Crestline, where Lynn and Glenn Overton told us they haven't had electricity for 11 days.
We do have a generator, but it runs on the gas line.
I have a friend who lives up in the fucking mountains, and she was like posting about how angry she is that people were coming up to hit the POW, I guess. And they don't have any stock. Like they don't have any food remaining in the grocery store, so people are having a hard time feeding their families that live up there, and there's no way to like use their regular methods. So she was mad that people were coming up and like also purchasing shit from the grocery stores instead of like bringing their own shit, which turns out is like a big problem for the tourists that want to go and snowboard and stuff. Like they're saying bring your own food and groceries instead of taking more out of the groceries up there, because like they have a hard time stocking up.
And then our gas bill last month was over $400. So I can only imagine what that's going to cost.
How the fuck does America not have better snow removals? I mean, what do you expect? Like, honestly. What do you mean? What? It's California. Like, these are areas that aren't ever supposed to get this level of snow. These are areas that do get snow, but never to this degree. That's part of the reason why they don't have like Canada levels of like snow removal.
And it could be 5 to 6 more days, the Overtons are being told, before that power is restored. Free food is being distributed at specific locations, but with homes and cars like this, people can't get.
Also, much like everything we've talked about in the United States of America, it is unfortunately not a problem that you can blow up. So that makes it really hard, because it's not something that you can just like use Raytheon laser guided missile systems on. And that's kind of our whole shtick. That's kind of what we've like spent most of our money on. So it makes it fairly difficult to deal with issues that don't pertain, that can't be handled with like laser guided missile systems. It's just kind of how it is. You know what I mean? In Buffalo, this is a Tuesday Because they have the process in place to deal with it. Yeah.
Get there. We've seen the National Guard.
Utah Avalanche Patrol does have artillery cannons at ski resorts to blow up the snow so it doesn't turn into an avalanche. Shit is cool as fuck. Okay, that's a I'm not talking about that, dude. Yeah, not the one unique instance where you need to blow up snow. I'm talking about fucking snow removal from the street, okay? You don't do that by nuking it.
Guard here. Believe this, they're going door to door, digging out by hand. We haven't seen a single snowblower. A lot of people, Tony, this morning wondering where are all the extra resources and help they've been promised for more than a week now.
Wow, it's difficult and slow work there, Jonathan. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
With the overnight riot in Atlanta, it erupted outside a police
All right,
training facility.
so there's more updates on Cop City. There's more updates on Cop City. Piglets were attacked in a way that is in an unimaginable way. Who's this person just spamming the chat? What's up, Kitsune?
With explosives and Molotov cocktails
Guys,
thrown
look
at
at
officers.
this. This is anarchists at their best, by the way. I mean, straight up. Anarchists doing their thing. Anarchists at their fucking best. No memes, no jokes. Just no showers, no masters, no gods, and no cops, really.
Steve Osunsami is in Atlanta with the latest. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning to you, George. This is the Defend the Atlanta Forest movement, and they have events scheduled all week. They're mostly environmentalists who've been trying to save a wooded area and have argued that the new training center would militarize police. Police in Georgia this morning say they were attacked in a violent protest at the construction site of the new Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. They say protesters who had just left a nearby music festival threw explosives and Molotov cocktails at police officers and set equipment on fire.
This was a very violent attack that occurred this evening.
Guys, so violent. Yeah, meanwhile, the guys that are saying this straight up murdered one of the forest defenders like a month or so ago. So remember, the guys with all the gear and all the weapons and all the fucking lack of accountability to get away with like doing murders, who did do a murder. Yes, R.I.P. Tortuguita. Okay. Those guys are like, oh man, they were so violent. They were so violent. If only we had a fucking Cop City to train against these violent, subversive, militant Antifa. Bro, this was after Music Fed did some Cyberpunk Johnny Rocker Boy shit. Yeah.
Very violent attack. And this wasn't about a public safety training center. This was about anarchy.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's not. Definitely not about the training center that's, that the government's spending millions of dollars on so that we can more violently apprehend motherfuckers exactly like them. Yeah, totally. Again, remember, they're the violent ones, not the thumbs.
And this was about the attempt to destabilize.
Authorities say there were more than 100 people.
Isn't better trained police better? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. How many times do we have to go through this? Okay. Better training for police is not necessarily better training so they are like getting trained in de-escalation tactics. Better training for police just means better murder training. Okay. It's the part where, they're getting trained to kill better. They're not getting de-escalation training. They're getting the exact opposite. They're getting escalation training. Understand that, please.
And that this was a coordinated attack on officers and equipment.
During that attack on the officers, pieces of equipment and other items that were at the location for the construction of the Public Safety Training Center were damaged.
Police are seen chasing down people in the woods using stun guns to stop the protesters. Police arrested more than 24. Atlanta's police chief says what happened was not a legitimate protest and that many of those arrested were not from Georgia.
When you throw commercial grade fireworks, when you throw Molotov cocktails, large rocks.
Dude, it's so funny. Dog, you have a pistol. And like, You used it on them. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, oh man, they're throwing rocks at us. It's really fucked up. You don't understand. These are not average size rocks. Okay? These are fairly large rocks. And you know, me and the other piggies, we fucking hate rocks. I mean, rocks are terrifying. IDF roleplay? Oh, 100%. Yeah. Well, they do get IDF training, so maybe they got some IDF PR training too. Like, when you're using less lethal weapons, you're still using weapons that can kill. And you use it regularly. It's so funny. Chatter's being a good cop is how well you manage your morals day to day, not how many people you arrest, not how long you work, not how much you fucking work. I mean, these guys are, you know, they're Thumbelinas do what they do best, crying about being a thumb and not being noticed. Yeah, they're going real aggro with it. They're going nutty with it. They're all getting fucking arrested for like domestic terrorism and shit too. They're getting arrested on like the fattest charges you possibly could do.
Your only intent is to harm. And the charges are going to show that tonight when we make the appropriate charges.
This is the latest in a series of clashes with police. In January, a demonstrator was shot to death by a police officer in one of those clashes. But I have to point out that this new...
Ooh, wait. I mean, but they're one of those clashes. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. That's not what happened. That wasn't a violent clash. That person was literally in their fucking tent when they got executed by the cops, who very likely got scared because they heard someone else misfire. Their gun discharged, okay? And they got scared and they started blasting in the direction of a tent. That was an execution. That was not a violent clash. But the media, of course, always has to like, it wasn't even a tent. It was a hammock. That's right. Fuck. Even I'm like, doing the propaganda a little bit. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. How are you going to sit here and tell me that these guys need more training to what, like be more violent, figure out more violent ways of doing that as the media sits there and covers the story from a one-sided perspective, making it seem like there were violent clashes and the cops ended up having to, discharge a bullet that was lodged inside of one of the violent protesters? Like, come on, shut the fuck up. Can we go back to the Cozy Japan streams, please? Yeah, I mean, yeah, like in Japan, police just give you fucking, they're like tourist guides, you know what I mean? They're like tourism guides. They give you directions and shit. That's what they're dealing with.
New police center was approved by both Republicans, Democrats across the city and state, white, black, and brown. Michael?
All right, thank you so much for that, Steve.
Hi, everyone.
Honestly surprised the cops didn't go scorched earth. Getting a firework thrown at you is usually their justification for mowing people down. I guess there's more people watching right now on things that are going on. What is this? Yeah, yesterday, law enforcement descended upon a music festival in the Wilanue Forest. 30 plus people were detained, including at least one legal observer from NLG News. 12 people were later released. It was unclear if this included the LO. LOs wore bright green hats to differentiate themselves. Multiple law enforcement agencies descended upon a music festival in the Wilanue Forest. Approximately 30 people were detained, including one legal observer from the National Lawyers Guild. Like, they have hats on. It's like arresting like a press person, which the IDF does all the time, or killing a press person, which the IDF does all the time. It's sick. It's pronounced Weelawney. Oh, sorry. League observers at the event wore bright green hats to differentiate them from other concert goers. Oh, it's wonderful stuff. The NLG Atlanta chapter condemns the arrest of our legal observer and all detainees during the March 5th Wheelanee Forest Defender concert and remains in solidarity with the movement to stop Cop City. Released to LO now, said Jennifer Jones, chair of NLG News Mass Defense Committee. Yeah, look at them hogs trying to run, dude. Oh, yeah, we got some concert goers here. Let's get them. It's funny looking back. I was in Boston 2014 visiting from Finland and was lost on how to get back to a location. I saw cops that gathered in the streets and instinctively thought I could ask them. They helped, but only later realized how dumb that was. Yeah, in America here, one aspect of like police in other countries is like you can ask them for help. In certain instances, like obviously ACAB, universal, blah, blah, blah. We get it. They're still like the worst. They're still the worst people out of any like daily job, any layman. But like in America, you go up and you ask a fucking cop anything, they're gonna tell you to fuck off. Okay. They're gonna be like, I'm too busy. Fuck right off. They'll tell you to fuck off, literally. Yeah. If you're white, you got a 50-50 shot of them helping. My friend living in Japan says that you can ask the Japanese cops for water. Yeah, like apparently, yeah, you can like go up and ask Japanese cops for for guidance, and they will help you. They will help you out as best as they can. This doesn't mean like Japanese cops are good. I'm not saying that, but you're always gonna find like good examples or good interactions with cops. This just doesn't mean that they're like that. I was called out a man Karen that was harassing Chipotle workers. He was following me home. I drove up to some cops for help, and they detained for 90 minutes, even though I came to them for help. They detained you. Nice. When my backpack was stolen in Tokyo, the cops kept insisting I lost it. Lamau. That's funny. Japan is infamous for their detention techniques. Yes, that's true as well. Anyway, this doesn't mean that like I said, this doesn't mean like Japanese cops are good or anything. Obviously not. They can be monstrous in their own way. But it does definitely change the dynamic when the person you're interacting to is not armed to the fucking teeth and also operating under the knowledge that if they kill you, they could probably get away with it and get get desk duty. You know what I mean? It does. Like that's a huge difference. And for some reason, it's like hard to explain that to people who just, I guess, never have felt the fear of that. But like the person you're interacting with, if they historically have been able to get away with like paid administrative leave after killing someone, and they're armed to the goddamn teeth, and they are known to immediately escalate with use of force, sometimes use of lethal force, like why the fuck wouldn't you be terrified of that interaction? When you talk to a cop in Europe and they don't have a gun, and they have like one cop killing a year, you know what I mean? Max. That's a totally different conversation to have, which is what I've talked about before. This was like a moment that like a lot of boot lovers have clipped out of context, where I said like in more civilized countries, you can like fight a cop, which they love talking about. They remember we were looking at, I think, France, where like some fucking firefighter was like duking it out with a cop. And I was like, yeah, it's true. It just means that there is like more balance. And Americans can't comprehend that. They're like, what do you mean? That doesn't mean like punching a cop doesn't make you civilized. I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that like people are less fearful of having conversations, interacting, and even getting physical with police in other countries, which implies that police are not infallible murder machines in said countries. That is what I mean. That's an indication of a country being more civilized than the United States of America. Okay? Yes. Throw question marks all you want. I think that police should be held to a higher standard than the average citizen, not to a lower standard than the average citizen. A police duking it out with you, okay? A cop duking it out with you should be held to a higher standard, like boxers are. You know what I mean? Because they are a group of people who have the capacity to remove your freedoms. They have a monopoly on violence. They have a right to kill. So they should be held to a higher standard, not a lower one, which ironically they are held to a lower standard instead of a higher one. Okay? The ability to fight cops is what Americans think the right to bear arms is all about, right? Yeah, except, the same ones who are like, I want a right to bear arms are also the same fucking assholes who love talking about how cops should be able to kill everyone except themselves, I guess. How did the police presence in Japan feel? Nothing. It's laughable. Like I said, one aspect of an incredibly safe society is the fact that there are no guns. So, like, even when we were deep in the cut and Connor was like, this is literally Yakuza Alley, okay? Like, everyone around you, and I saw the fucking neck tattoos and shit, too. Like, every person that was, like, farming people to go into their host clubs were Yakuza, okay? And it literally felt probably 100 times safer than just walking into a fucking 7-Eleven, okay? In America. Like, it's so funny. It's so funny to think, like, the most dangerous area full of, like, gang activity is still infinitely more safe. You know why? Because they don't have fucking guns. Not everybody has literal actual guns on them at all times. Especially because, like, I guess because I'm also a big boy too. Like, when no one is strapped, when ostensibly no one is strapped, okay? Like, not saying that the Yakuza don't have guns. Of course they do. But, like, they're not open carrying in the same way that you see motherfuckers in America, okay? So most people, the average person, including cops, don't have guns on them. They have batons. They might have a taser. They might have knives, but they don't have fucking guns. So there's an element of safeness that immediately you feel that I especially felt being like a bigger dude too, ultimately. I'm not talking about cops carrying knives. I'm talking about cops carrying batons and tasers, and then, people that want to do like fucked up shit would have knives at the most. Safety? Question mark. More guns equals safety, man. Yeah, that's why America is famously the most safe country on the planet. You mean katanas, not knives, right? No, they have knives, bro. What do you mean? They're not fucking running around with a katana. You must get your official title given by the Yakuza Mr. Shakedown. Yeah, I want that. Motherfuckers used to constantly walk into the store, used to work out with guns in their waistband. That's why we need to arm the teachers, janitors, and bus drivers. I agree. So, for the record, like, that is a main component of this. The other component of it is that there's, guns everywhere. That's dangerous. But then there's also a lot of poverty. And socioeconomic conditions, your material conditions, create an environment where violence and violent crimes are infinitely more likely to occur. And in a country where there is massive income inequality, there's massive income inequality like the United States of America, there's going to be a lot of violent crime that happens. That's how this works. So clearly, that's why people feel unsafe all the time in big cities or like walking around at night. Like, I mean, for me, it's like Los Angeles is not as terrifying as the way other people feel it is, right? Yes, there are a lot of homeless people everywhere. Is homelessness a problem in Japan? I saw one homeless person in Japan. One. There is a total, and that was one of 3,800. Japan's population is 130 million. And there are only 3,800 homeless people total in the entire island. How'd you know he was homeless? I mean, it was clear. He was panhandling. They have homeless people in Japan. They're just way better at pushing them out of sight. Yeah, I think you mean like, I gave you the official number, first of all. Okay. Homelessness by country in 2023, Japan isn't even on the list. I mean, it might be. Wait, really? It's not on the list? What the fuck? How? What is happening here? Yeah, here. Like, I know Hong Kong has more homeless people than this. I think this number is like very low for Hong Kong. But yeah, Japan, here it is, 3,992. A little bit over Norway. What? Urgent. Angelia, 45, ate 4 bites of a Mr. Beast Feastable chocolate bar. 3 days later, she's paralyzed from the legs down and has severe convulsions and seizures. She can no longer clean, cook, drive a car. Says, I'm a prisoner in my own home. Stop. Yeah, the Japanese homeless population is literally, like, people will say, oh, dude, they're invisible. Or, oh, dude, they get pushed out of sight. Oh, dude, this. Oh, dude, that. Like, motherfucker, you're out of your mind. No matter how much they underreport homelessness, or no matter how much they have like homeless people live in like manga cafes and shit. Okay? It's literally wrong. If you live there, you'd know. It's a lot of hostile architecture and pushing them into homeless parks. You will never convince me that Japanese hostile architecture is anywhere near the United States. It's just hard. I'm not going to believe that. Okay? Like, you're crazy. You're actually crazy. I've lived there for years, literally long. If those official numbers are the same as official numbers for sexual assault underreported, like, I saw it. We have literal fucking spikes under bridges, spikes on benches, spikes everywhere. Like, America, the homelessness is such a big problem in like major cities in the United States that they routinely fuck over like non-homeless commuters. You know what I mean? On top of everything else. Like, yeah, even if it's underreported by 200%, it would still be nothing. Like, in order for that number to reach California levels, it would have to be 10x. And it still would not reach California's levels. And California has way less people than Japan still. Like, it would need to be like 20 times. Do you understand? Do you understand how fucking low this number is in comparison to the population? 130 million, almost 4,000 homeless people. That's insane. Simping for an entire country. Like, and one major aspect of homelessness being, one major aspect of Japanese society is that there's fucking public toilets, public bathrooms, public amenities that homeless people can use to, at the very least, like, have some level of dignity. I'm sorry. I'm sure that there's still massive homelessness going on. Or not massive, but yeah, it's low, but these stats are underreported. It's a known thing. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. It's like the Japanese conviction rate. You know what I mean? It's 99%. Why? Well, because they're fucking psychotic. I know. I know how that works. Okay? I get it. Like, they literally will hold you constitutionally for 28 days involuntarily if they want to. Just that's it. Unless you just immediately plead guilty, in which case you will be in the prison system for way, 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 way shorter periods of time. Okay? Yeah. Bro, they literally, they added a jury system, like, I think 10 years ago. Okay? When the fuck did Japan actually start having juries? They added juries to their criminal justice system not that long ago. They used to have juries, and then in 1949, the American Constitution rewrote everything. They stopped using juries, and then they created a new quasi-jury system that was passed into law in May 2004 and was implemented in 2009. And they're still not juries, but considered lay judges that work in side by side with professional judges. Yeah. 2009 is when they fucking implemented some semblance of a jury system. Like, people try to patch up and try to make sense of Japan, which I understand why you do this, because it's like literally impossible to comprehend, because it kind of does, it kind of is like the one unique circumstance that violates the rule but doesn't completely break it, because it's not supposed to work, but it still does, right? And then you say things like, sadly, I think the number is low because it's not super uncommon for people financially struggling to commit self-unaliving in order to avoid being homeless. You just said that, but the Japanese suicide rate is significant. The Japanese suicide rate is lower than the American suicide rate. Like, that's just like, I guess a cultural stereotype that's stuck that you are operating with. So you're basically using that as a possible explanation. Look, less people? No, I said suicide rate per capita, not totality. Of course, the United States is a larger country. I'm talking about I'm Japanese and I didn't even know that. Yeah, people think that Japan has the highest suicide rate. I mean, I've seen numbers that show higher. But I thought that the American suicide rate was higher. And then I actually was talking to Sid, Garnt's wife, who said, no, it's actually higher in Japan. But no, it's not. South Korea has a much higher suicide rate. Both the USA and Japan rates of suicide are not good, though, Azan. No, they're not. But again, I'm comparing. I am comparing the total number of deaths from suicide was 31,000 in Japan and 29,000 in the United States. Wait, what? No, that's not correct. The Japanese suicide rate is lower than the United States of America's suicide rate. I thought that was, or wait, was that totality? Bro, did you think he was happy about it? What do you mean? Yeah, ghost towns are really interesting as well. Japan has more suicide rate in the age range is 35 and up. America has a higher suicide rate, 34 and below. Not according to this. Wait, let's take a look at this. Wait, what did we look at? Maybe I'm mistaking totality. But we were, yeah, suicide rate by country. This was where we, yeah. Look. The total suicide rate. Okay. This is like less, smaller number is better, obviously. Yeah, Japan is 15.3. The United States is 16.1. South Korea, on the other hand, is like, where the fuck is it? It's like at the top somewhere. I don't know where it is. Oh, I was going above. Instead of scrolling down. Oops. South Korea is at 28.6. One of the worst on the planet. Anyway, on average, U.S. workers work more hours than Japanese workers too, but it's still assumed that it's the other way around. These ideas stick. Yeah. American workers work more hours than Japanese workers do. American workers or Americans commit suicide at a higher rate than the Japanese do. And if you ask Americans, they still turn around and fucking act like, oh no, the Japanese are working really hard and killing themselves, which is true. They are. They are working really hard and they are killing themselves. That's true. But America is worse, which is something that you got to remember always. It's fucking insane. American workers do work more hours, but Japanese workers are forced to do social time outside of work that don't always count. I mean, regardless. Suicides in the U.S. are disproportionately military vets, and they don't have that as severely in Japan. Yeah, I mean, who cares? What are you talking about? Oh, so it's okay? Like what? Yeah, you're talking about America's. Okay, here, let me read back the statistic that you just tried to rationalize here. What you just said was that the largest hiring body on the planet, okay, the largest hiring body on the planet. Because remember, being a vet means you are working for the Defense Department, the DOD, which happens to be the largest hiring body in the United States of America and also the largest hiring body on the planet. It is a job, okay? So you're saying America's number one hiring body and the world's largest company also happens to have the most disproportionate rate of suicide. That doesn't change the dynamic at all. It also kills the most too, but like, you know, that's not even what we're talking about. I don't think there's any malicious intent behind that misconception. Just that in the 90s, it was the case that Japan had a higher suicide rate and worked more hours. America just regressed heavily in the last 3 decades. Yeah, no, I know that I don't think people are saying this maliciously. No, there was a Japanese person who didn't even fucking know that in the chat. Like, this is not a thing that people know. People just have that preconception stuck with them and don't recognize that, like, our shit is really bad. Like, really, really, really bad. America is really just gross and fucking awful to live in if you are someone who is barely making ends meet. It's a playground if you're rich. It is awesome. It's great. You have everything. You now can even like hire slaves basically in the form of like Uber contracted workers. Okay. So that every mid-level marketing manager can feel the life of serfdom and forget that they themselves are also getting fucking, you know, grinded to the core. You're fighting against the American exceptionalism mentality. It's almost impossible to get Americans to realize how fucked they really are. Yeah, it's crazy. People get also defensive when you talk about this sort of stuff. When you're supposed to actually mention that, like, you know, this is fixable. Yeah. By the way, South Korea's suicide rates skyrocketing. Kind of along the same lines of like South Korea starting to lap Japan in industry. In electronics, Japanese suicide rates declining dramatically, dropping off. Or that's not Japan, that's Russia, sorry. Japanese suicide rates also declining since the 90s. Big boost up in the 90s, goes down a lot, goes back up, and is like slowly declining again. Meanwhile, South Korean suicide rates are growing crazy. This is, of course, dissolution of the USSR. This is not, you can't even touch this. Again, one common factor in at least like some of the higher performers here with respect to suicide is, dare I say it, the United States of America's involvement in your country. This dissolution of the USSR, boom, skyrockets like insane. Hyper-capitalist dystopia where a bunch of oligarchs are, a bunch of oligarchs control everything. People are literally prostituting themselves as fucking children to survive. Okay, that's what you got post-USSR. Insane. South Korea and Japan also touched by America in dramatic ways. Yes, but 15% of 126 million versus 16% of 330 million makes an impact more. Wait, what? No, dude. No, this is not. No, you misunderstood. It's not 15%, dog. That's a percentage. That's not percentage, it's per capita. Per population. Okay, guys, don't make fun of him. He just doesn't understand. He doesn't understand how statistics works. And that's fine. Like, he doesn't understand it. And many of you are like this, or many of you were like this, and it doesn't matter. You learned, and, you know, we shouldn't make fun of people like that. It's the same amount of population per capita, so yes, there are still more people committing suicides, but the rates are comparable. Yes, the rates are comparable, but the United States still has one person more per capita. Okay, but let's be fair. The U.S. didn't collapse the USSR. Russian people revolted against the regime. Then it collapsed. What? What? I don't know what to say about that, dude. Also, the huge spike in Japanese suicides in the mid-90s was because the start of the lost decades, Japan's economy stagnated and to this day has not recovered to its peak in the early 90s. Societal economic troubles are heavily correlated with suicide, also seen with the collapse of the USSR. Yeah. Anyway. Here's John Stewart fucking destroying Oklahoma State Senator Nathan Dahm.
I believe the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's the one right that's listed in the Constitution that uses that very
Here's why
specific
America's worse. I got to pee. I'll be back.
affirmative language, shall not be
Well, it's
infringed.
also the one right that uses the phrase well-regulated.
Correct, when it's talking about the militia and the state.
By the way, just for clarity's sake, I'm not against the Second Amendment. I'm not against, I don't want to ban guns. But you're saying more guns makes us more safe.
Yes.
So when we got 400 million guns in the country, we had an increase and gun deaths went up. So when exactly does this curve hit that takes it down? Would 1 billion guns do it?
Let's just run those numbers, 400 million, 50,000. You're talking about less than a fraction of not even 1%, of 100th of a percent.
But it goes up, not down. So your argument is backwards.
But if you want, okay, so let's come up with a solution. Okay, so one of the issues, a contributing factor, again, I believe it's the individual that is the problem.
So your solution to that is give them more guns.
So I'm saying that because people are the problem, we need to look at the problems that those people are facing and how do we address it.
But you've removed the ability for the state to do that.
No, because you're...
If you don't have background checks and you don't have registration and permitting, how do you know who has a problem in terms of the people who you're giving a gun to?
Do you want to talk about the background checks first, or do you want to talk about solutions first?
I want to talk about what you're doing is you're bringing chaos to order.
That's your subjective opinion, that it's bringing chaos to order.
It's not my subjective opinion. We have 50,000 gun-related deaths. That's not a subjective opinion.
Okay, so
that's dead people. Let me back up for a second. In every other place in your life, you want to bring order, but guns are the outlier for you. So let's start with immigration. You want registration, maybe a wall, maybe not a wall. Why do you want that?
Well, one of the reasons is because the fentanyl crisis.
Right.
I mean, okay, but...
you don't know when it's coming across. So what do you do?
But the fentanyl crisis is twice what the gun death crisis is.
Okay, so until the gun crisis gets to the fentanyl level...
He's doing like debate lord shit, but I guess he's doing a better job than I would in this circumstance, because like the moment he drops fentanyl, I'd be like, yeah, that's really interesting because your solution to the fentanyl crisis is stupid as well. Why? Because 94% of the fentanyl that comes over the border actually comes through regular points of entry and not through border crossings. They come literally through the holes in the border. And I don't mean like holes as in like areas where people are crossing rivers. I mean like through ports, okay, through checkpoints, okay? So you're not even doing a good job advocating for that. And I would immediately, of course, turn around and hyper-focus on the other dumb shit that he's saying instead of moving it back into the, the point of contention, which is guns.
Not until it...
You don't want to bring order.
No, not until it... But
do you see my point?
If we're going to talk about protecting lives, that's a larger issue in America than guns is. If we're talking about individual lives of ways that they can be protected, loss of life in America, there's loss of life through fentanyl. There's loss of life through obesity. The obesity crisis in America costs 6 times the number of lives as guns.
Right, and so, you're the guy saying, you know what would help this? Ice cream.
No. So, you know what would help the problem that we're facing with firearms?
What?
The fatherlessness crisis that we have in America. If you look at the statistics...
Right. Yeah, they're dying from...
Damn, this guy is a talking point machine, dude. I mean, he's churning these out faster than other NPCs can. Respect to him, honestly. Like, major respect to this guy. He at least knows the talking points to fucking flip. God, every Republican is like this. It's crazy.
Gun deaths.
80% of school shooters either came from a broken or fatherless home.
So you would say no.
You know what, though? 100% of them used guns. And in a country where they don't have guns, they just don't have school shootings. So let's think about that for a second. I don't know. I feel like that's fairly significant.
No guns for fatherless homes.
No, that's not what I would say. I would say that fathers need to be more engaged.
Great. So let's
crime with a firearm if they don't have a father in the
Let's put more
home.
resources into areas that are poverty-stricken. All for it.
And into fatherlessness, and that's something that we're doing.
But why, with guns, are you against bringing order?
I'm not against bringing order.
You are. You're also.
Is this guy married? I'm willing to bet he's divorced. Half of the Republican Party's main constituency is fucking fathers who were shit dads who like literally left their wives and children behind and are behind on fucking alimony and child payments. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that he probably is a victim of divorce court, much like many of these fucking people are. So the notion that it's like, oh, it's fatherlessness that's a problem. It's like, okay, dude, sure.
So making it less safe for cops and for people. When the police go to a domestic call, it's the most dangerous call they can go on.
Mm-hmm.
In your world, if they knew that there were firearms in the house, that's a safer call. Is that what you're saying?
No, because police.
Because why?
Because police treat every situation as a potential.
But more guns makes us safer. So why don't, when the police go to a house filled with guns, why don't they breathe a sigh of relief knowing that this Second Amendment that shall not be infringed is being exercised so fruitfully in this home?
Are you familiar with the 39-year-old woman in New Jersey?
I'm familiar with a ton of anecdotes.
Yeah,
I'm asking you a simple question.
This is not an anecdote,
When
John.
the police
This actually happened.
go to a...
There's not an anecdote that's actually happened. That's what do you think anecdotes are, you fucking idiot? That dude, there's not an anecdote. It's actually happened. Yeah, no, that's what an anecdote is. You just described an anecdote. No, thank you, man. Thank you for demonstrating that you just don't understand what an anecdote is. That's awesome. I feel like liberals owning Republicans on gun has been a staple since Sandy Hook, at least. Is cool and all, but nothing significant has happened in the past decade. It just feels like we're on a loop. The battle of debating conservatives on guns is not something we should be having in 2023. Yeah, like, debating conservatives, like epic ownage of conservatives, is also like kind of irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Like, it's good to like get people on your side. It's good to just basically galvanize your side, and maybe a couple people that are in the margins will look at that and go, you know what, this guy's making some good points. But ultimately, it's just nothing but silly fun content. Let's be real. Like, no one is going to be like, wow, this guy epically owned this conservative. Like, I really am an advocate for gun control. Let's say you are an advocate for gun control. We live in a country where 75% of the country straight up said that Roe v. Wade should not be overturned. It is legal precedent. We want the Supreme Court to protect it. And what did the Republican Party do? They spent 35 years basically overtaking one of the most powerful entities on the fucking planet, the Supreme Court, with a conservative supermajority, and they destroyed it, regardless of the wishes of the American people. So even if you talk about something that is not as contentious as gun control, which, again, 90% of Americans believe in universal background checks, and if you were to have a conversation with like the most like rugged individualist gun owners, unless they're completely brain broken, they would absolutely recognize that, like, you know, guns should at least have the same level of like security clearances of like a driver's license. You're not going to get that. No matter how many people decide that this is the right thing to do, this is the good thing to do, it doesn't matter. You're still not going to get it because there's no initiative. There's no movement from the government because the gun manufacturers are powerful and the lobby is powerful and there's moneyed interests here, you know? You came at the worst time to say, Hassan, please kill yourself. Like, this is probably the happiest I've been in a long time. You know what I mean? It's like, please, bro. Please kill yourself, bro. Please, bro. Please. You look ill. Please don't ban me, Cap. I mean, I won't ban you. But I do hope you become a more happy person. No, I'm not going to ban him. I don't give a shit, dude. Whatever. Everyone knows this person's a fucking loser. Anyway.
She had a restraining order on her ex-boyfriend.
I can run through hundreds and hundreds of examples of women killed by their domestic partners by guns that were not taken away through the lessening of red flag laws. you're pivoting to anecdotes.
No, this is.
He did the deceptive editing meme and has been crying about this interview for 3 fucking days. I enjoyed my conversation with Jon Stewart so much that I'd like to continue it in a live and edited format. Yeah, I mean, he actually did well. Most conservatives get fucking destroyed after like 3 talking points. So I think he held himself. I think he held himself well in comparison to normal conservatives.
Not anecdotes. What the police say. If we had gun registration.
Yeah, he did. He lied well. Exactly. I'm just Jon Stewart's show would be happy to air a full unedited clip. Yeah, he eventually fell back on the it's just the Constitution and the. Oh, dude, this channel, this covers the entirety of the Murdaugh mysteries. Oh, I fucking love that. We'll cover all of that. We'll get to that. Yeah, of course they're gonna do that because ultimately, it makes no fucking sense. So you have to go back to like some dogmatic belief to justify your perspective. And if many Americans have already been institutionally brain broken into believing that the Constitution is the supreme document that like gives people unalienable rights that God has afforded them, God has given them, then you have to go back to that dogmatic understanding because you have no justification. You have no justification for this kind of existence.
We were able to track purchases. If they have a technology that every bullet would be stamped with an individual like a fingerprint. If we had an ATF that wasn't defunded,
Did you see the Dixerto clip chimp of you? No, I have not seen it, but not surprised.
we would be able to enforce gun laws more effectively, and we would be able to solve gun crimes more effectively. You're against all of that.
Because the person is the threat, not the firearm, not the knife.
I get it.
The person and the individual is the one that is the concern here.
But you don't want anything that could help law enforcement or society determine whether or not a person is a good guy with a gun or a bad guy with a gun.
Even
the
law
registry
enforcement
would allow you to have much more effective background checks. So I don't understand why you won't just admit that you are making it harder for police to manage.
By the way, I don't think this is a bad argument. People will say, oh, John, you're such a lib. You're like defending police. I think that is actually a good argument. Straight up. I 100% agree with that argument. Because one, it's true. Okay. Two, it's a good point because it's a good launching point to also talk about the militarization of police. Okay. And, everybody loves and cares about cops and their well-being. So, yeah, it is a good argument in this conversation. It's one that I have used in the past as well. It's one that I talk about sometimes when I talk about gun control. But it certainly is an important argument to make, and it's a very good one that he just made, especially about how difficult it is that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and people want to defend themselves against that. And then they realize it's actually quite simple to defend yourself against the top of the hour ad break. Okay? The thin ad break line comes at the top of every hour. But you can avoid them as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free. With a Twitch Prime, that is. That's right. Twitch Prime is free. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Luna Lux 9, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Why would this jackass agree to be in this interview? There's no way that he's going to come out on top. Same goes for that lady in Arkansas. It doesn't matter. At this stage, people don't really care about like what your words represent. They mostly just look at like, oh, this is my soldier and he's fighting against the opposition. Do you understand? That's it. Like, he's able to portray himself fairly decently against the opposition here, and that's it. That's my champion. He's going against the other side's champion, and he doesn't look like an absolute fucking dumbass. Even if he looked like a dumbass, it still wouldn't change a lot of people's minds. So it doesn't really matter. Part of the reason why police are armed to the teeth is also because every motherfucker in America has a gun. Demilitarizing the police also has to come alongside instituting adequate gun safety laws in the country and frankly taking away some guns. Absolutely. That's a genuine thing that I mention regularly. I believe that.
The streets by allowing all of these guns to go out without permits, without checks, and without background stuff. Why is that hard? Why can't you just stand by that?
Because that's not what I'm doing. I'm defending the individual's right to keep and bear arms.
That's a different argument.
Okay, but
you may do. Here's what I'm saying. You want to say I'm a Second Amendment purist and I'm making it safer. You're not. You're making it more chaotic, and that's not a matter of opinion. That's the truth.
That is a matter of opinion, John.
But why take away their
Strum Dog, thank you for the 5-tier and give the subs.
tools?
Because certain of their tools that they're using would be infringements upon the people's right to keep and bear arms, upon their constitutional rights, upon due
So you're
process,
saying
upon other things.
that registering is an infringement?
Yes.
Is voting a right?
It's a right for citizens, yes.
Do you have to do anything to do it?
Yes.
What do you have to do?
It depends on the state.
What do you have to do?
Sometimes you have to be at least 18 years old.
What do you have to do?
And
Keep
in some
going.
places you have to have a government-issued ID.
He's going to say register.
You have to.
You have to be on the voter rolls?
Register. You have to register. So you have to register to a right. Is that an infringement?
Does the right to voting say shall not be infringed?
Oh, so this is just
Briard, Briard Eyes, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
it's a semantic argument now.
No, it's not.
You believe voting rights.
Where'd this piece of shit go to college? I can't wait to see this shit. Nathan Dom. I mean, he's a state senator. Like, usually senators go to Yale and Harvard, but let's see. Education homeschooled? Oh my God. This motherfucker was homeschooled, bro. Oh my God. That's it. He was just homeschooled. Oh, yeah. He graduated from the Abeka Christian Academy Homeschool in 2001. And then he moved back to Romania to continue working as a missionary and later became a dean of the biblical school affiliated with his mission. Fluent in Romanian. That's it. He hasn't done shit. He just got home. What the fuck? Unmarried at 40? Oh. Ooh.
Can be infringed because it doesn't say specifically shall not be infringed.
Is it an
No,
infringement?
that doesn't mean he's gay.
Upon a 17-year-old's right to vote, since they don't have that right to vote.
No.
Oh, it's not an infringement on them?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Because you're the one making the argument, not me. I'm saying even rights have responsibilities, and that within those responsibilities are responsibilities and order. Otherwise, it's chaotic. I'll go you one further. You want to ban drag show readings to children.
To minors, yes.
Why?
Why?
What are you protecting?
Why can we prohibit children from voting, those under 18 from voting?
Why are you
but
banning?
Also that?
Is that free speech? Are you infringing on that performer's free speech?
They can continue to exercise their free speech, just not in front of a child.
Why?
because the government does have a responsibility to protect.
I'm sorry?
The government does have a responsibility in certain instances to
What's
protect
the
children.
leading cause of death amongst children in this country? And I'm going to give you a hint. It's not drag show readings to children.
Correct, yes.
So what is it?
I'm presuming you're going to say it's firearms.
No, I'm not going to say it like it's an opinion.
Yeah, he even sent that over like, you know, you're probably going to say firearms, you know. I'm presuming you're going to probably say firearms. Like, no, that's that's factually correct.
That's what it is. It's firearms. More than cancer, more than car accidents. And what you're telling me is you don't mind infringing free speech to protect children from this amorphous thing that you think of. But when it comes to children that have died, you don't give a flying fuck.
Dude, I don't care about this. Whatever. Yeah, I was making fun of Trainwreck's like horrific facial hair. Why are you linking that to me? It's like from 4 days ago. Homie's like, bro, I know you said you were really happy. It's time to fucking dive you headfirst into drama that didn't actually turn into real drama. So maybe we'll get it to turn into real drama now. Like, yeah, I made fun of Trainwreck's facial hair. I don't care. Because they were making you look like you ignored his stupidity. Yeah, I don't care. It has 1,000 likes in 4 days. Who gives a shit? I was having fun with it.
Fuck. To stop that, because that shall not be infringed. That is hypocrisy at its highest order.
Yeah, hypocrisy arguments don't actually work. Even if they did, though, and even if you like genuinely change the minds of so many fucking people, ultimately it wouldn't matter because, you know, even if the American people are united under one cause, you're not going to get the government to act out on it. We know that that is not the case. That's not how things work out here. So that's how it is. All right. We got Cpacp Hogwatch coming up too. So, you know, before we get to the Murdaugh mysteries and
For
shit.
the White House, a showdown brewing on the GOP side as Donald Trump promised to stay in the race even if he's indicted over the weekend, and Ron DeSantis delivered a feisty speech at the Reagan Library. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl is tracking the race. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. In a sign of just how unusual the 2024 race is shaping up to be, the former president not only said he would continue to run even if he is indicted, he said an indictment would boost his poll numbers. Speaking over the weekend to the staunchly pro-Trump Conservative Political Action Conference, the former president portrayed himself as a victim of politically motivated investigations, and he vowed to be the voice for those out for revenge.
In 2016, I declared,
He's back, baby.
I am your voice.
Fucking back, baby. He's back. I can't believe he flubbed on Meatball Ron, though. Like, he needs to bring that. He needs to be like, I was kidding. I did say Meatball Ron. Rhonda. The GOAT. Trump released a song with the J6 prison choir, and it might be the creepiest thing I've ever heard.
For which it stands.
Oh my God. Okay, let's watch this.
Today I add, I am your warrior, I am your justice, and for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution, I am your retribution.
Among those who Trump said have been wronged were those charged with crimes for attacking the Capitol on January 6th. Trump himself faces multiple state and federal criminal investigations and lawsuits, but he told reporters none of them will force him out of the race, even if he is indicted.
So you'll stay in the race? Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't even think about leaving.
While Trump dominated Cpacp, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis spoke this weekend at the Reagan Library. DeSantis is expected to challenge Trump for the Republican nomination. And while he didn't mention Trump by name, he took a veiled shot at the way the former president ran the White House.
Oh my God. Oh, Ron, you got no juice, man. You got nothing, dog. You got nothing, homie. Cpacp was empty. They fell off. What? What is happening? I mean, to be fair, I didn't even know if Cpacp was happening or not. Like, it kind of came out of nowhere. And on top of that, the real money makers in the party, like the Club for Growth, actually was in Florida hosting a counter event at the same time for, you might have guessed it, Ron DeSantis. So,
You know what amazed me? That the reporters didn't catch him when the bike was coming down. They're standing right next to him. They let him fall.
this is kind of wild, though. They were offering to pay people $7 to $12 an hour to come stand around. Ooh, this is good. This is good stuff, man.
I can tell you in 4 years, you didn't see our administration leaking like a sieve. You didn't see a lot of drama.
Oh my God, this has the same energy as how does your hair fare in a blizzard, dude? What the fuck? Yo, Ron is so Rizless, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, he is so stinky. Oh no. I bet you, I'll tell you what, I'm not in the business of throwing shots, but if I were to, I would say that the Trump administration had a lot of leaks.
White House. I can tell you in 4 years, you didn't see our administration leaking like a sieve. You didn't see a lot of drama or palace intrigue. What you saw was surgical precision execution, day after day after day.
But DeSantis didn't say if he is running. The 2024 Republican race is off to a slow start. Trump's only major declared Republican opponent is former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, as others, so far, are waiting on the sidelines. And the field of potential Republican presidential candidates just got a little bit smaller. One of Trump's most prominent Republican critics, former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, says he will not be a candidate for president in 2024. George?
John Carl, thanks very much.
So funny. Dude, they're so cooked. The Republican Party is incredibly cooked. And I love it. He literally had one of those leakers in his government, house raided. Yeah, true. Like, there were no leakers because we sent the Gestapo over when there was one leaker. Grindr usage for some reason spiked in the immediate vicinity of Cpacp over the past few days. Huh. That's so odd. I wonder what that's about. But I also don't know anything. This chart looks like fucking dog shit. I just realized this chart looks like dog shit. It's from William Legate. I don't know if this is real or not.
Quiet in here.
What? Yeah, there are no lines, no values. I know we're gonna talk about John Oliver covering Ron DeStinky. Mom for Liberty will award Ron DeSantis the Liberty Sword if he shows up at their Cpacp booth. Damn, that's the sword of truth, man. What the fuck? That's the Liberty Sword. Ron, you missed it. If he got that, he'd win 100%. You got a fun shout out in this conservative rap video? Wait, what? Just timestamp it. I don't want to watch this whole thing. I'll probably die if I watch it. This is 41,000 views. This dude dropped off so fucking hard. He has dropped off so fucking hard since the beginning. Like, I mean, he only popped off with the whole like let's go Brandon shit, and now he's just so washed.
Super bigot. Super bigot. Wake up, honey. Come on. The world needs you. Come on, get up now. Dang.
There is no way that in his fucking... Oh, that's so funny. It's like, oh no, it's time for me to be bigoted because women are watching Hasanabi on their fucking TVs. That's funny. Oh, I love that. Dude, conservatives are so fucking hilarious. They're like, yo, women are watching this guy. He must be stopped.
I find it fun.
It's so funny that she's wearing like she's wearing Pride gear too. That's the only cameo. Yeah, okay, that's enough for us to watch then. High as fuck, rolling my eyes at you. Not an unfair depiction. I'm surprised he's aware of you, dude. Are you kidding me? He's like a conservative clout shark. Of course he's aware of me. What are you talking about? At this point, what conservative hasn't made videos about me just to like, you know, feed into the anti-Hasanabi shit? I wasn't even gone for that long. You stop fucking sleeping right now. YouTube said Ron DeSantis. Yeah, State Representative Phil Cristofanelli. Hey, Cristofanelli over here. Criticizes fellow GOP Representative Ann Kelly's anti-LGBT school bill.
I'm just going to read you the language in your bill. No classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties relating to sexual orientation or gender identity shall occur.
It's the volume meter. It was doing the same desync for me. Okay, it's whatever then. It happens. Volume meter is being weird today. But hey, it doesn't fucking matter over here. Hey.
Lady, you mentioned George Washington. Who?
Oh, I forgot to mention. I played Hogwarts Legacy on the Steam Deck when I was flying to Japan. Before we get into the anti-LGBT book, the anti-LGBT law, it's not that good. It literally, I played it a little bit. People are saying it's fun as fuck. Why would you admit that? Bitch, I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, it's not good. I don't know why people were like, oh my God, it's the fucking greatest game of all time. Yeah, that was my take. r/gamer circle jerk coming after you. Dude, I don't care. People yelled at me more than anyone else about before I even played the game, okay? Like, it literally does not matter. People yelled at me before they yelled at anyone else and more than they yelled at anyone else, and it doesn't fucking matter. It ultimately is like literally a couple people chirping. They're still in here. Most of those people know that I'm not fucking transphobic, and they still watch. Anyway, it just doesn't matter. Yeah, people love that game because they wanted to go to Hogwarts. So if you don't have that, like, inherent desire, which I did when I was younger. I would have loved a game like that when I was younger. But, like, if you don't still have that internalized within you, you're not going to enjoy it that much. A good half of them are probably not even trans and are actually transphobic, stoking the fire. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that. We need a house you picked? Oh, it gave me Slytherin, but I picked fucking Gryffindor, obviously. Anyway. The funniest part about this fucking discourse is that, like, every single person that was like, oh, if you play Hogwarts Legacy, you're transphobic. A year down the line, we're going to look back at this and laugh about how silly everyone was behaving. Like, straight up. We've already, the entire fucking discourse was so chaotic and so counterproductive that, like, people literally are fake being trans so they can, like, scream at, like, VTubers playing it or whatever. And, like, making videos about how, like, as trans people, they hate VTubers who play the game and should die or whatever. Like, But the reality on the other side of this is that, you know, some trans people were doing that. I mean, not to that degree, but they were behaving in this way. So now, for a lot of normies in the margins, it's like they're not even seeing that. They're just still thinking it's trans people behaving this way. Asanze Charty Dealer says, I literally give hormones to trans people, and I played the game, and people call me transphobic. There's no point, Hasi, lol. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I did see Slime's tweets about it. Why are you reopening this? Because there's a second part about this conversation that is actually important. And it is like, it's becoming a psyop. It's turned into like this legitimate thing where trans people didn't go far enough. So 4chan decided to take matters into its own hands, and make it seem like trans people are going way too fucking far. But again, like, you know, that's what happens every fucking time. Bro just drama farmed himself. No. I am of the sound mind and body that, like, I was right from the jump, literally right from the jump, that, like, all of this shit was so bad, and that there was an infinitely better way to, like, do positive pro-trans marketing around the discourse that we flubbed on as a community. Okay, but then also on top of that, it's completely like, I don't think trans people give a shit at this point anymore. It happened, it failed. Everyone wanted solidarity. They didn't even get a fucking fraction of that from all the people that they considered allies. Okay, and they know it failed, so they just like kind of moved on. Everybody moved on, but now 4chan is still doing it. Now they are trying to make it seem like trans people are like telling people to fucking die all the time. Look. There's an industrial complex of VTubers forming that are grifting off of the Hogwarts legacy, and the harassment they're getting for it is coming from incel Nazis pretending to be trans, Lamau. Yeah, it's such a standard open world game. It's Assassin's Creed with wizards. No, that's literally what it is. Who was we, bro? You didn't do it. Most of us thought it was a good idea. No, I mean, oh, come on. Let's not act like I wasn't called transphobe all over fucking Twitter up and down without even fucking playing the game. Let's be real now. Come on now. But it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. This is something that I truly believe, that it's not like I'm not defending trans rights because I want trans people to like me. I don't give a fuck about that. Like, you can be mean to me all you want. It's not going to change my attitude about, you know, trans people living and being left alone. So, yeah, it doesn't matter that they were chirping. And they were. But it's fine. Who gives a shit? But people made a much bigger deal out of it. But, like, the idea that, like, I couldn't fucking look at the game even, or, like, buy the game and review it on stream, idiotic. I mean, idiotic completely. I play Call of Duty. You know what I mean? But here, anyway, so this is Pipkin Pippa or some shit. I don't fucking know. I don't really watch VTubers like that, except for Ira Mouse, who's the GOAT. Anyway, I mean, if you don't like the series, then why play it? Have fun, though, because people like this. I made a video to explain why Pikami deserved what she got and Pippa deserves the same. You should go watch it if you're a transphobe. Incel gets fired. Now, this guy who wrote this, who made this video about like how how VTubers who play this game are transphobic and deserve to die, basically. Yeah, it turns out that person is just a 4chan guy. He is literally transphobic. RWN words not associate with T words and start defending them challenge. The trans are going to whack my account. Oh, that's crazy. So the guy who made a YouTube video was actually... That's wild. So the guy who made a YouTube video was actually a 4chan guy and not like an actual trans person who was like, VTubers who play these games should die or whatever. There's some genuine ones, to be fair. Yes, I know there are genuine ones. I know. Don't give me fucking the Jim Sterling account. I know. Actually, you know what? I'm sure this isn't even all that bad. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to watch it, and I don't care. But, like, bro called a racial slur 4chan lingo because it is. Because technically it is. Yeah. Do you ever accidentally use 4chan lingo in your real life? Kek, goy, slop, anon, etc. I called someone an N-word once with a hard R. Anyway, strangely, there's more anti-trans harassment in these comments sections than anyone playing the Blizzard game has ever gotten. It's almost like the right's been trying to fabricate and magnify this harassment and make trans people look bad because they don't think trans people should exist. Okay, but also, like, again, what's important here is to remind ourselves of a very important lesson, okay? And that is, people are literally going to turn around and make shit up about trans people, okay? They're going to make shit up about trans people regardless, right? So it's best not to feed the fire. And it's best to put your... someone's going to clip chimp you? Wait, why? What did I say? It's best to put your best foot forward. Lost an MB friend over playing the game? It's so stupid. Get ready for the discourse at the end of the year when it doesn't win any awards because it's mid and gamers blame it on trans people. Yeah. Pipkin is a drama farmer and she will clip you. Bitch, I don't give a fuck. Who the fuck is Pippin? What do you, what? Well, no, I don't care. Do you know how many people drama farm off my shit? I don't know who the fuck this is. Here's the 6M and the George Floyd joke she made.
It's mostly legit, but not as capable as she's made out to be. Like how that one event happened, but 6 million? No way.
What? Being taken by our company is the only footage I have? What? She's a poll user. Don't give her attention, my dude. It has an 84 on Metacritic. It can't even win Game of the Month. Scroll up one more. Pippa make a joke about George Floyd's death in the context of a cop VTuber debuting. She laughs about it.
The bird app is seething. He's literally a cop. He's literally a cop, and I just have all these jokes just flying through my brain, and I'm like, oh man. Did you see people actually getting upset over that too? I did. There are people actually upset about this. Oh God, it's hilarious. The fact that
Okay, I don't really care. I don't really care enough about this. Iron Mouse is the GOAT. I don't know what any of this other shit is, okay? Anyway, there's an entire industry built off the backs of clipping you. I mean, yeah, there's positive clippers and there's negative clippers. And then there's the clippers in the NBA. Something poetic about a fake woman VTuber being the champion of hating trans people. That is pretty funny. Yeah. For context, Pikami, not the Pipkin person, is a Japanese VTuber who was only conversational English skills, was thinking of playing the game. Her chat was flooded with hate. This seemed very 4chan-y, and she went silent for a month. She came back and announced her retirement, and people assumed it was from the harassment, and it threw gasoline on the fire. But Pikami's retirement was in the works for a long time behind the scenes. Yeah. So it was like an actual retirement that was going to happen. If you want to know what genuine supporters of the boycott were thinking, please check out Jessie Gender. If I recall correctly, she's a Hasanabi head and was pro-boycott. I know. I saw it. I know. I don't agree. And so I'm not going to give it more attention. We already talked about it. We did the discourse. We're not doing that. Anyway, Pip doesn't fuck around. She doesn't give a shit. Okay, I don't care about this. We're moving on from this. My point was basically that welcome back from Japanese Paradise, man. Here's a bunch of old shit to talk about that sucks. Yeah. You bitches be like, and then actually be incredibly racist. True. The John Oliver video got derailed harder than a trail in Ohio. We finished it. What do you mean? It didn't get derailed. We ended it. There was more stuff that I want to talk about. Oh. Joe Rogan father called Joe Rogan out. You know, he's the most wild talent shit I've ever seen. Yeah, Joe Rogan's, as much as I love Joe Rogan drama and would probably cover it, Joe Rogan's dad and his family are a bunch of fucking grifters. And if you couldn't tell that from that video, you should re-examine how much you hate Joe Rogan. Like, because it's making you not read situations appropriately. Like I saw the family video a long time ago, and I never covered it for that reason. That's his biological family that he was separated from, and they're definitely grifters. Like 100% they're grifters. Yeah. I can't believe that like I'm saying this about Joe Rogan. It comes across like I'm defending Joe Rogan, but yeah, I am defending Joe Rogan in that one. I think that those guys are like just trying to farm as much attention as they possibly can and, do it off of Joe Rogan's back. That's it. Yeah. Let's watch AI John Oliver in the playlist. No. Not yet. Attention pirates, if you may. Yeah. People do stuff like that. It is what it is. I don't want to watch the what? DeSantis fucked my ex the year after we graduated from Darlington. I'm serious and willing to talk about it, but done after this post. What? I don't know what this is, but that seems kind of wild. Seems like, sorry to hear that, my man. Okay, let's watch this. This is actually a good video.
Who is Mark?
And surprisingly, a Republican state representative is shitting on another Republican state representative because of her idiotic fucking anti-LGBT book school bill that she proposed.
I'm just going to read you the language in your bill. No classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties relating to sexual orientation or gender identity shall occur. Lady, you mentioned George Washington. Who is Martha Washington?
His wife.
Under your bill, how could you mention that in a classroom?
So to me, that's not sexual orientation.
Really? So it's only really certain sexual orientations that you want.
Yeah, exactly. It's like heterosexual bonding is not considered a sexual orientation. They admit it. It's just like, oh, when you're gay, that's a sexual orientation. It's like, what are you, fucking stupid? Like, it's the same concept with like gender. People will literally be like, I don't want to use gender. It's like, well, okay. Gender neutral pronouns is kind of what people advocate for. So congratulations, you did that. You fucking idiot. When you say I don't want to use gender pronouns, you're literally kind of playing into the whole concept of what like gender abolitionists want, really. I mean, I'm Turkish. I had to learn gender pronouns because Turkish, my first language, is gender neutral. There is no gender pronouns. Turkish is not a gendered language. So what's up? Are you trying to make sure that everyone's an MB when you say no more pronouns? No gender pronouns, sir. Anyway, which is fine. That is part of the reason why it was harder for me to understand like the gender neutral they them. And I still certainly do not understand neopronouns. Do not try to explain it to me. I'm 31 years old. My brain will literally cease to function if you try to get me to use ZZIM in a fucking conversation. It's not happening for me. I will respect it, but like I do not know how to do it. It's just anyway. I'm about to be 32. My brain does not fucking work. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, I would much rather abolish gender than to make up. All language is made up. Do not misunderstand me. Make up 1,000 new ways of saying it. Okay. They, them, take it or leave it. Yeah, it's fine. I'm good with that. It's great. So, as I was saying, it's not an older person thing. It's a little bizarre, and I'm 18. Yeah, it's because, no, you know what it is? It's a nerdy thing, okay? People are really nerdy. Okay, that's what it is. Everybody wants to like add additional context, and if you become a gender nerd, you literally have become a gender nerd at that point. But that's not the point that we're making. The point that we're making right now is that, yeah, it's just the point that we're making right now is that gender pronouns exist. So when you fucking say, "Oh, I don't want gender pronouns," you're a fucking idiot. Just like sexual orientation exists. Whether you think, heterosexuals are not a sexual orientation or not doesn't change that reality. Okay?
Prohibited from introduction in the classroom.
Do you have language to make that better, to make it where you're not talking?
Lady, I didn't introduce your bill.
Okay.
And I didn't write it. You wrote it. And so I'm...
Bro, Cam Duffy, don't fucking come to me with this. Go to a fucking outlet with this. What are you doing? I'm a Twitch streamer. I don't know how... I have no way of verifying this. You sound so fucking cis right now. Bitch, I am. Rare Turk W. I am cis. Anyway, I don't know what you want me to do with that. Yeah, go to CNN, dog.
asking what it means. Which sexual orientations do you believe should be prohibited from Missouri classrooms?
We all have a moral compass. And my moral compass is compared with the Bible.
Lady, I believe during your testimony, you said that you didn't want teachers' personal beliefs entering the classroom, but it seemed a lot like your personal belief you would like to enter all Missouri classrooms.
You can believe something without putting that onto somebody by the way you behave.
It'd be really funny if conservatives, I saw this in the chat just now, it'd be really funny if conservatives were like, we need to make more gendered language, actually. Dirty das. They start advocating for like gendering fucking outlets and shit. They just want more gender in the language.
And you can have beliefs and morals and values that guide you through life.
I don't dispute that, but I'm asking about the language of your bill and how it would permit the mention of the historical figure Martha Washington. Could you explain that to me?
So why is she famous? Is she famous because she's married to George Washington?
It seems like that would be a relevant fact in her biography, yes. Could it be mentioned under the plain reading language of your bill? Is that a no?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
Dude, more people like this in state office. I love that. It's good. Love that. So fucking stupid. But yeah, that is the case though. If you fucking if you advocate to abolish like any mention of sexuality, then technically you're abolishing heterosexuality as well, except no one is going to do that because they're taking advantage of the fact that heterosexuality is seen as the norm. There's more to the clip when they bring up Harvey Milk and she's like, I don't know who that is. Yeah. Except like if she except if she fucking learned about Harvey Milk, she would never be able to learn about Harvey Milk now at school because how are you going to talk about Harvey Milk? You know what I mean? They're like, no, it's not important. It's not important because, you know, he's a no-no guy. He did no-no things. All right. Bernie Sanders was on Weeby's favorite TV show, Real Time with Bill Maher. Let's take a look at some of the takes. I saw one tweet about it where Bernie apparently wasn't able to describe the answer to equality versus equity, which is such a right-wing framing for any kind of like, you know, it's such like anti-socialist, it's such anti-socialist right-wing reactionary framing from Bill Maher, which is not surprising. That's why Weeby loves him, because he is a reactionary right-winger.
You were advocating at the Supreme Court, I think it was last week, right? Because, or maybe it was this week, that the Supreme Court is looking at Biden's giveaway to people who own debt.
Giveaway is your term, not my term.
Well, they have college debt, okay, and we're going to give them money.
We're going to forgive debt.
Well, we're arguing about the same thing, but there was no argument. We're giving the money away. Okay, so I just want to read you this. And again, this is against why people sometimes, I think, question some of what you're saying. This is a survey, student loan forgiveness recipients. 73% of applicants say they are likely to spend their extra money on non-essential, including vacations, smartphone, drugs, and alcohol. They admitted that.
Oh my God, he is so right-wing, dude. He is so incredibly right-wing. First of all, smartphone, drugs, and alcohol. Like, why did you put smartphone in there? Smartphone, drugs, and alcohol? The fuck do you mean? Smartphone is like everything.
Drugs and alcohol. Extra money on non-essential, including vacations, smartphone, drugs, and alcohol.
What do you mean, smartphone? Survey of 200 people at ASU? Yeah. I don't actually understand why he added smartphone into this, or I guess like the people surveying the ASU, 200 ASU students added that in there because like it kind of makes no sense. Yeah, no shit. Like people will spend money on their smartphone. Not essential drugs and vacation, insulin and paid leave. No, I mean, who cares? And who cares ultimately? Like what does this fucking take? Like, oh well, you know, if you get debt relief when school should be fucking free in general, when college should be free already, if you get debt relief, if you get a little bit of financial restitution from that, and you want to spend it on whatever the fuck you want to spend it on, like, oh, that's not allowed. Like, fuck you. I hate it. I hate this argument when people are like, people are buying steaks with their EBT card. It's like, fuck you, man. What, if you're poor, you're not supposed to eat steak? Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck yourself, okay? Especially when it's some dumb bitch like, some dumbass like fucking Bill Maher who like does everything. Like this dude still goes to sex clubs and shit, bro. What? Is it only for you because you hit the lottery and got lucky enough to make it in Hollywood? So only you get to have fun? Like, fuck you. People should be able to have fun. If they want to buy shit, they can buy shit. I hate that. He's reading a study, bud. Nah, they're buying coke. That's the problem. What aboutism? How? I'd spend it on a trip to Italy and plenty of drugs. He's reading a study, bud. Yeah, one, we already undermined the study by talking about how it was only 200 college students from ASU, which is like hyper-specific and doesn't have a good enough sampling size. Number two, that's not technically called a study for the record, okay? That's just a bullshit survey. Number three, okay, I'm already undermining the inherent reactionary take here that, like, people have to spend it on things, okay? Things that people have to spend it on, like essential things, if they get debt relief, when school should already be free. So it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? 44% said that they would actually spend the extra money on the smartphone. 43% said investing in the stock market. 42% said gifts, gaming system, wedding, drugs, alcohol, gambling. None of the, by the way, oh my God, this study is so bad. The more I find out about the study, the more I realize, like, it is so fucking stupid. Wedding, non-essential things like a wedding. Non-essential things like, gambling, fine. Drugs and alcohol, fine. That's a classic trope. But the idea that, like, or a gaming system, the idea that, like, investing in a stock market, smartphone, and weddings are considered, like, non-essential is really fucking stupid. Smartphone is absolutely essential. A wedding could be essential in this regard. Anyway, not only that, the study is already, like, sampled horrifyingly poorly, so that's hilarious. But even then, it doesn't even matter. It does not even matter. Because if people want to spend it on non-essential shit, they should be able to spend it on non-essential shit. 4 out of 10 say that student loans haven't negatively affected their lives. Dude, this study is awesome. All data is from a survey commissioned by Intelligent.com and conducted by, in total, 1,250 Americans on the survey platform Pollfish. It wasn't 200. It's 1,250, which is a decent number. Appropriate, but it's a fucking Pollfish survey. That's insane. The sample size is completely insignificant because it is a Pollfish survey. Are you joking? I could conduct a survey in this chat right now, and so many of you would write the dumbest fucking answers. That does not mean it's an adequate survey. It's a web poll. It is a self-selecting web poll. If you use this to guide any kind of legislation, you are the dumbest person I've ever seen in my entire life. But some of you are so motivated to keep up this unjustifiable system that you will use this idiotic survey. Pollfish has users voting multiple times for vacation like it's a contest entry for a vacation. Yeah. Even if they're in college, they haven't faced the pressures of student loans placed on people. Guys, this is idiotic. Completely fucking idiotic. Not only is the survey idiotic, not only is the survey itself idiotic, but the contents of the survey are stupid as well. Like, these numbers don't make sense. 45% said that they would fucking spend it on food. But we shouldn't have a say in where people spend this kind of money, this additional money. Because half the time, for example, people will go out and buy a car, right? Now, you might think it's non-essential, right? You can make that argument. They're like, oh, what the fuck? They're buying a car. It helps the economy, you fucking idiot. That's why you do debt relief. If you want to talk about it from, like, the higher level concept, debt relief is good for the economy. It gives people more purchasing power. It feeds back into the economy immediately, especially when a lot of these people are spenders and not holders like wealthier people are. Poor people immediately cycle the money back into the economy, whereas wealthy people will invest it, okay? Will park their assets. So them purchasing stuff is kind of the point of why they do debt relief, especially when you realize that the main reason for why this debt even exists is fraudulent. This debt should not exist because public education should truly be free up to the college level. So yeah, I don't care I think it's an overall good thing. I don't give a shit what you do, okay? And even if you are going to gamble it, which I would say don't do that, obviously, okay? Obviously, don't fucking gamble your student loan debt relief. It's not up to me, or that's not what I would cut. That is not what I would cut policy off of when you shouldn't have fucking gotten that kind of debt anyway. That college should be free. Anyway.
They admitted that to the pollster.
Who is this pollster?
NBC News.
That's bullshit. That's not NBC News. He's lying.
52% they are very likely to buy new clothing. 46% they would use the money for vacation and eat out at restaurants. This is why people have a thing about...
That's called inflation, you moron. If the government gives money to its people and they spend it on commodities, then it's essentially a cash injection into the economy. Says Brody, California. Wait, why are you calling me a moron? Wait, why are you so... Why so mean, chatter? I don't understand. Are you calling Bill Maher that? I don't know what's going on. You didn't use the right term. Wait, what? America's learned what inflation was in 2022, and it's embarrassing. Yeah, it's also embarrassing because they think inflation only occurs when there's more money in the economy, or when there's more purchasing power within the economy. And no such deflationary mechanisms exist, like, I don't know, taxing or anything else other than raising interest rates. When wealthy people get cash injections, when the stock market gets cash injections, that's fine because wealthy people know what to do with the money. When poor people get cash injections, they have to buy things. So obviously that makes things more expensive. That's the only reason why things get more expensive. There's no other way that things would get more expensive, like if our corporate consolidation has gotten to a point where like companies can basically get away with raising the price of goods because they recognize that people do have the purchasing power and artificially limit the supply, for example. It's not that could never cause inflation to happen. Price gouging, exactly. Especially when the reality is that like oh, what the fuck? My brain pooped a little bit. I apologize. My right shoulder hurts a lot. I don't know why, and that's like I do have jet lag, so give me a break here. I forgot what I was saying. No, actually, I don't know. I forgot. It's done. Do you smell burnt toast? No. The inflation effect of forgiving loans has mostly been felt already because people haven't had to pay their loans for 3 years already. They're already living that purchasing power largely. Sure, certainly.
I would never call it free money. Oh, I guess I just did. But
well, let me respond to that in two ways, Bill.
I know it's been a few hours since you talked about Japan, but don't you think that the fact that their society works so well despite capitalism means their collectivist mindset towards society is more what people should strive for rather than a certain economic system like socialism? I might be wrong. I don't know. I mean, collectivist mindset is creating outcomes that would be similar to socialism, but no, I think that Japan still has many economic problems. So that's precisely the point. Instead of trying to instill collectivist attitudes through xenophobia and nationalism, you should instill collectivist attitudes from virtue of your relations to the means of production, for example. and what role you play in society. That's the main difference, especially when you do that, you will have a more even distribution of resources for everyone, and you will also eliminate the other problems like high rates of suicide, for example, and being overworked and feeling alienated and isolated. Because if you go to Japan, one thing you will recognize is that like the hyper-capitalist dystopia of Japan, while beautiful and functioning to a certain degree, also kind of hides the very sad reality that the desperate salaryman literally can go to a bar on a night out and basically artificially create human social interaction in the brief moments that he has alone, because he doesn't have any time for friendship. He doesn't have any time for himself. He has no time to recollect his thoughts. So he just goes to a bar and drinks his sorrows away. Now, drinking is a social function. It's a social activity, but because he doesn't have any time for friends, he has to create an artificial social scenario, which is why host clubs are so popular in Japan, which is why you have snack bars like the ones we went to in fucking Kobe. That's what happens when you have no time for yourself and you have no time for... What? Sorrows? What sorrows? What did I say? You just live an increasingly isolated, alienated life where sorrows. Sorry, yeah. Where even like something that's otherwise considered like a social function, a social activity, can be relegated or can be turned into like an individual thing, like a sad and more isolated experience. Does your brain ever fart from speaking English and thinking in Turkish? No, I think in English when I'm in America. Man is worth $100 million and bitching about poor people being able to buy new clothes or a plane ticket. Yeah, I hate that shit. It's so condescending. It's so fucking annoying. Bill Maher is worth so much without any sort of like discernible skill. And all he does is fucking complain about poor people who haven't even gotten a jump start on society and been fucked over by the boomers regardless before they even began to operate in the workforce. And he thinks it's fucked up that they get to have 10K of their debt eradicated when that debt shouldn't even exist to begin with. People need to stop romanticizing Japan. Lots of suffering going on there. Yes, there are. But it's hard not to acknowledge that, like, Japan should be as desolate and as destroyed as the United States of America is. But for some reason, it still works.
Talk about giveaways. Under Trump, the Congress voted for $1 trillion in tax breaks for the richest people in this country and the largest corporations. That's a giveaway. We just increased military spending with very little discussion. I don't know if you know this, by $80 billion.
Great
military
take.
Industrial complex.
Including the Democrats.
Pardon me?
The Democrats vote for it too.
Yes, absolutely correct. Absolutely right. All right.
But that's socialism, the military. That's crony socialism.
Well, that's
right.
Crony capitalism.
But the military isn't capitalism. That's the government.
No, but it's who owns the military industrial complexes. All right, but anyhow.
Right.
All right. So when you talk about...
Yeah, exactly. No, it's 100% correct. Exactly. The military is, in a way, no different than, people talking about how, like, in China, you have people dying in Foxconn facilities, which, like, things have gotten significantly better in China. Okay? But it's literally that. You got American men and women, young fucking 17-year-old dickheads, getting enlisted to go and, like, kill people overseas and get fucked up, specifically so Raytheon's profit margins look better. That's like at least China threw its labor force at the problem and then collectivized the gains so that, like, they could uplift themselves and eradicate extreme levels of poverty in less than a couple decades. In America, we throw bodies at the problem so that Raytheon executives can make a tidy profit. There you go.
giveaways. You have maybe.
Yeah, Iraq was so socialist, right? Yeah, I mean, exactly. Obviously, it's not. My point is, right-wing Americans or pro-capitalist Americans love shitting on China and saying like, oh, well, you know, China abused its own labor force in order to, you know, uplift China. And I'm like, bro, we abuse our own labor force in the same way, and we're not making like valuable things. We no longer have a robust manufacturing industry. We no longer are making things that are of value. We don't have manufacturing here. All of our output is about destruction, and that destruction is at the behest of the military-industrial complex, and the profits of that destruction are not even socialized. The gains are not socialized. Only the losses are. So, yeah, if you want to think about it like, oh, China abused its own labor force and, like, fucking, enslaved its own labor force or whatever the fuck, yeah, but at least they fucking took the benefits of that and socialized it and uplifted the entire country. So did America? No, the fuck it didn't. And no, it's not. You are wrong about that. Oh, you're saying America did that too. As far as you know, America is throwing human bodies at the problem too. Yeah. Do you just defend China law? My friend, you might be new here, but, you know, China has defensible qualities, and I defend it regularly. I am a fair and honest man. Just because a country is the enemy of this state does not change my assessment on certain values and principles I believe in. Anyway, but of course, like socialism is not when the government does things, and the more the government does things, the more socialist it is. That's a silly notion. It's incorrect. It's false, and I don't believe that. But of course, Bill Maher is going to take advantage of the fact that most people are unfamiliar with this process. Anyway,
Major corporations in this country that make billions in profit don't pay a nickel in taxes. Billionaires have an effective tax rate lower than that of a truck driver or a nurse. You have a generation, you talk about this younger generation right now. I got around the country and I talked to a lot of people. You know, I don't know anything about that poll, but I can tell you, I've talked to nurses who are working their asses off, doing the right thing. They leave school $70,000 in that. They can't afford now to get married and have children. They can't afford the housing that they desperately need. So the truth is, you got a generation that, everything being equal, the younger generation will have a lower standard of living than their parents. You and I, and I'm a little older than you, can remember 50 years ago, what did it cost to go to the University of California? Remember?
$50,
yeah,
500.
Virtually free. City University.
He's wearing him down. God, Bernard, do it. Do it to him, Bernard. He's wearing him down. Slowly but surely. He's doing a decent job at it.
New York, right. Virtually free. And right now, these young people are leaving school deeply in debt. They're struggling economically. They deserve a break.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't agree more. Why didn't you agree with it before then, you fucking asshole?
You feel like the Democratic Party, you take your shots at them, and, you know, you caucus with them, and you run at.
I love, dude, one of the things that makes me a relatively popular figure in these spaces is quite literally the reality that I shit on the Democratic Party. I shit on the Democratic Party when they do things that are worthy of being shitted on. And people love that, okay? Because people love to hate the Democratic Party for sometimes good reason and oftentimes for bad reasons too. But there is nothing better than doing that, because Dems do suck and they need to know that.
As one, but you're not completely part of them.
Right.
You say they feel like they're abandoned their cause to the beautiful people. Who are the beautiful people? I'm guessing it's not
Bill.
us.
You're looking really beautiful tonight here in L.A.
Me? Thank you, Bernie.
Here's the point. The point that I was making is when FDR was president, when Truman was president, even when JFK was president. You go out on the street and you say to people, which party represents the working class of America? Most people, I think, agree, would have said the Democratic Party.
Correct.
All right. Today, you go out on the street, and that is not the sentiment. In fact, the Republican Party probably has more adherents than the Democrats.
How did that happen?
I'll tell you how it happened. It happened because 30 years ago, the Democrats said, hey, Republicans are getting all this corporate money. We want it too. Let's go out and get it. And let's forget about the people who are working 50 or 60 hours a week. So you're sitting out there somewhere in the Midwest. You can't afford health care. Maybe your job went to China and you're earning half of what you used to make. Your kid can't afford to go to college. And you're looking at people on television doing all of their stuff, and you are saying, who the hell gives a damn about me? All right? Who cares what my life is about? Who's addressing the crises facing my life, the pain that I'm experiencing? We have something, I don't know if you're familiar with the expression, it's called diseases of despair.
Of course.
All right. And what the doctors tell us, we have a life expectancy above and beyond COVID, which is in decline. It's in decline because people feel hopeless. Their jobs are taking them nowhere, worried about their kids, and they're turning to alcohol, drugs, and even suicide. All right? We've got to restore hope to the American people. Working class are the majority of people in this country. They are hurting. After 50 years of exploding technology, they're earning less than they did before. All right?
You sound like you're running again. No? Third
No,
time?
I'm just talking about the book here.
Third time the charm? People usually write a book when they're about to run.
Well, no.
I mean, I don't give a fuck. He runs again. I fucking vote for him again. I vote for him as many times as he wants to run, you know? Oh, overtime. Bernie Sanders was up with Russell Brand, which is wild.
Okay, we're on CNN now. I don't know how that happened. But we're back with our panel from Vermont, Bernie Sanders, the senator. Host of Showtime's The Circus, John Heilman, and actor and comedian Russell Brand are back with us. Okay, so here are the questions.
Not that it matters. Like, fucking, he runs again. People are going to be like, he's too old. So is Joe Biden, but that don't matter because he's the most electable. Because why? Because the TV man told me so. But, you know, he runs again. I vote for him again. You know the song and dance. I don't give a fuck. Ultimately, though, no, I don't think he's going to win.
People wrote in, I guess this is for you because it mentions the Brit Awards. What does the panel think of the discussion around the Oscars getting rid of gender-specific categories like Best Actor and Best Actress, and how did it work out at the Brit Awards?
As a person who's never won an award, I feel confident in saying that they are vacuous and pointless, a distraction.
Russell Brand is so interesting because, like, he has such good takes, or used to have such good takes, especially as it pertains to socialism, but he's such a fucking granola nut job that, like, all he does now is, like, China is the fucking worst, yeah? And COVID is a lie told to us by big pharmaceuticals. It's like, just like, how did you, what happened? Like, what the fuck happened to this guy? God, so many motherfuckers just, like, broke their brains with COVID. Yes, but Russell Brand is also basically mates with JBP and Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I know. The common thread is that he's a contrarian, not a thinker. I know, but, like, he didn't have to go that far left. That's not contrarianism to be like, I will never, I use Russell Brand's quotes, one Russell Brand quote all the time. Like, literally nonstop. It's an old one, which I rarely ever credit to him because he's such a fucking kook now. But the whole, like, I used to advocate for socialism when I was poor and they called me jealous. Now I'm rich and I advocate for socialism and they call me a hypocrite. I realized that, you know, people just were mad about me advocating for socialism. Dude, you think it's from him? Yes, that is a Russell Brand quote. That is actually him. I know it says it seems insane because he's such a fucking kook. I thought that was your quote. No, it's not my quote. It's his quote. I used to fucking quote him, and now I don't because it's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing, lad. The actual quote was complain about inequality. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's my quote now. Just tell people I came up with it, because if you tell people that Russell Brand came up with it, you're going to be fucking laughed out of the room. Was he a kook before or after he started talking about trans shit? Because I wouldn't be shocked. Wait, I didn't even know he talked about trans shit. Wait, he's on that grift too now? Oh, no. Is he? I doubt it. What is he? He's like a Hollywood guy. When the fuck? No, I don't think he's like anti-trans or whatever. That would be shocking. Like dude, for Russell Brand, he didn't have to be a fucking leftist, but he was, you know what I mean? So I always appreciated that about him. No, he doesn't. Yeah, that would be surprising if he was like literally fucking anti-trans. I'm gonna be honest with you. He pretty much just presents facts that go against the mainstream narrative and back it up with evidence. Yeah, dude, I know. Facebook posts. I know. Guys, everybody stop saying he's transphobic. I don't know if he actually is or not. I don't know. I don't watch his shit. I just know that he's like definitely fucking like a COVID truther. I know that. Lil Bro fumbled Katy Perry just suffering from divorce brain rot. They had a trans debate. Oh, they debated it. That makes more sense. Hannity has an interview with Rhonda Stinky. Yeah, I'm not going to watch that. I don't care about that.
Action at a time where we need to be coming together around real principles and values. Unless someone wants to give me an award, in which case I'd like to make it as specific as possible so I could bloody well get it.
But am I wrong that at the Brit Awards, which is for music?
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, but look, he expertly deflected that, by the way. Notice how he didn't fucking mention the trans shit and just basically moved on from it. He's like, yeah, well, I'd like it to be as specific as possible so I can get it. Which I think it was a clever and charismatic way to deflect away without like actually saying anything about it. Like at the top of the hour, the clever and charismatic way to deflect the ad breaks is by subscribing, right? For $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub, you can expertly deflect away the top of the hour ad break. Now, that might have come as a shock to you, even though it is the top of the hour, because I expertly delivered that to you. T, I don't know if I want to read that. Okay. I don't want that to be clipped out. Sorry. NEGA_74. Thank you for the 3 gifted subs. I don't know how to read that, so I'm not going to do it. Man, you were off your game tonight? Wait, what? 2 Rishi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the fuck are you talking about? I thought I did a good job. Here's the 3-minute break now.
I hosted that before, but I'll tell you, Bill, that I was able to let go of the experience and have never thought about it since. I feel that it might be fundamentally meaningless.
Okay.
I can't find meaning in it.
But
I've looked.
What I read was it used to be best male, best female, and they just cut out the categories, and it was one, like it was the only people who won. It was 4 men and Harry Styles.
Yeah, I think.
No, no women won.
Like that's like a decent joke, kind of. Like that's a joke. Like obviously he's saying like Harry Styles, like he dresses like a woman. Like I'm not in the business of like joke policing to that degree. That was not a joke, Lamont. Come on. Of course it's a joke. He's a boomer. He's like making a joke saying Harry Styles is like a woman. Delivery is not the best. It's lazy, but whatever.
Just give awards to Harry Styles, and that can be an industry.
Okay.
I will watch the world incinerate while Harry Styles.
But the main point is that he's like still trying to fish for like any kind of anti-trans sentiment that he can get out of Russell Brand here.
Answers beautifully.
What is the likelihood that Congress will abolish daylight savings time? Is this something? I read this also today that.
Isn't it like they're calling it the permanent daylight savings
permanent
time?
daylight,
I don't really even understand what that could mean.
Do you care about this? Are you?
No.
Seriously, come on.
I have been criticized for having a very narrow focus. I accept that criticism. Daylight savings time is not one of the issues that I've been studying.
Okay, but you know what? I bet you this is the kind of stuff that actually affects a lot of people.
It does.
And it's anachronistic. It's stupid. I don't get.
That's pretty funny. I like that. That's a good take. Whatever. I mean, yeah, daylight savings time sucks, but like that's cool. I like that.
I don't know. I guess we did it 100 years ago because farmers needed. Okay, well, how many people in America are farmers? It's like 1% of the population. I mean, we need the farmers. I love food. I'm not crazy about the way they do their farming, torturing animals. And by the way, just to connect it once more to COVID, we are never going to be done with diseases like COVID while we are still torturing animals. It all comes from animals.
Oh shit, he's on his based vegan arc. What is this, bro? The fuck's he saying? Yo, what? He's on his fucking vegan liberal arc. I mean, he's so annoying. Vegans, don't celebrate this man being your loyal soldier, okay? Listen, let me tell you something. You don't want this motherfucker advocating for your shit.
Now we have to worry about bird flu. Bird flu. It's birds and pigs.
We're back in the wet market again, where it's like it's the reality. It's like
but
there's bad shit that goes on in those places.
That's right, and that's why that also could be where it came from. But it always jumps from animals to people, and it wouldn't.
It's so funny. He's like, "Wow, animal production is so horrific." It's like we need to stop farming animals. Like, it's really fucked up. But also, if you're a human being and you have student loan debt relief, then fuck yourself. You're a lazy piece of shit who's just going to buy drugs with the extra financial security you have now. Like, thanks, man.
If we didn't pen up the animals and torture them before we eat them.
It seems like...
And
let me be non-funny. You know, your point about sickness and the possibility of future pandemics absolutely speaks to the need for international cooperation. Because the pandemic is not going to be an American issue. It's not going to be a Chinese issue. We're going to have to bring the world together to deal with climate, to deal with pandemics.
Okay. Should law enforcement be policing TikTok in order to crack down on illegal trends like the viral challenge to steal Kias and Hyundais? Oh, yeah. Do you know about this? There's TikTok videos that show how you could, with just I think, a screwdriver and a iPhone charger, you can hotwire a Kia and Hyundai. So, like, they're being stolen left and right. What do you think about TikTok? That's another thing that's before Congress. Somebody has a bill to ban TikTok, certainly for people under 16. I think that's Josh Hawley.
Shouts out to the Kia boys.
Well, I think the concern is TikTok is a Chinese-owned company, and you're seeing states and the U.S. government not wanting to use it for fear that some secretive information could fall into China.
This is Facebook meme news. I mean, no, there is definitely... Kias and Hyundais are pretty easy to steal and hotwire, from what I understand. Like, literally. They do actually steal them a lot. Because kids don't have shit to do. Like, we've watched it. We know why they do it. I talked about it. It's because they have no fucking, like, they have no opportunities at school. They don't even have, like, fucking enough books at school. Everything is underfunded, so they got nothing going on. They're bored. They just, fucking steal Kias and Hyundais and joyride them. This doesn't make it okay. My goal is to, of course, stop that from happening. And if you want to stop that from happening, all you have to do is offer these kids who are otherwise, like, fairly industrious. You know what I mean? It takes a lot to learn about and be able to do that kind of thing. Just arm the Kias, give them guns. No, just after school programs, public parks, basketball leagues, sports leagues in general. These are things that demonstrably decrease juvenile criminal behavior. Okay, I ran the ad already. Yeah, get the kids to work in the fucking auto shops, like straight up, like as not like literally work for money. I mean like learning programs, like trade programs early on. I don't mean child labor, chat. Calm down. I saw a tweet from a man living in the projects that said the glorification of the hood life is silly and that it's mostly boring because of the poverty. Yeah, that's what it is. That's literally what it is. Of course, it's boring as fuck. You got nothing. You have no money. Chatters know this. You watch me for fucking 8 hours a day. Why? Because you got nothing else going on. So you got to like make fun for yourself somehow. Not everybody has money to just like go and John Moran is a millionaire and still acts up. Oh my fucking Lord. This discourse is so fucking annoying. There are cultural aspects of white people, just like black people, okay, sometimes behaving in this manner. That does not have anything to do with being from the hood or anything like that. Okay? Motherfucker said John Morant, dude. That's so, ugh. Also, for the record, I am familiar with the NBA memes, and I'm on the Damian Lillard camp. I do think that I do personally think that like the hyper focus on John Morant is a little marketing based, let's say, and it also plays into the white people's expectations of like how black people are or whatever the fuck, and like they're going a little overboard on it. But you know, Damian Lillard is from literally the hood, as hood as it gets. And he was talking about how like, you know, conduct yourself in a different way. He put the gun on kids. I read, what the fuck is wrong with him, bro? I think he was absolved of that, for the record. How do you respond to people in conversation that point out one-offs like John Moran is pretty anecdotal? I mean, it is anecdotal. You're ignoring a lot of the context on NBA history with John Moran shit. Are you aware of the Jailblazers, Gilbert Arenas, etc.? That's why there's a hyper focus on the shit Jaw's doing. Yeah, except if I think you're talking about what I think you're talking about, wait. Arenas was valid, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong about this? Am I thinking about when he went up to the stands, or was that... Oh, he brought guns to the locker room. Oh, my bad. I was thinking of Ron Artest. Arenas had a gun in the locker room. Notice how you're naming one player in the rest of the league? No, he pointed an AR at a bus. Yeah, I was thinking of Malice in the Palace. I was wrong. Oh, said Jailblazers like he's a beat reporter from 2001. Yes, I was talking about Meta World Peace. Shut up. You know who I was talking about. People are overreacting to the Ja shit, but I think a lot of people just don't want Ja to end up out of the league or worse. The Washington Wizards used to be the Washington Bullets. Okay, listen. Ja Morant has a gun. Okay, and he's irresponsible with it. You know who else is irresponsible with a gun and has a gun? Pretty much every fucking dumbass American. Okay? This is just an American problem. If you single out black people with respect to like gun ownership and being stupid with guns, then you're just like, you know, it's hard for me to look at that as like anything but maybe a little racist. Okay? It seems a little racially motivated, if you know what I mean. It's just like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, how many black dudes are in the fucking NBA? Like, yeah, you're bound to run into one guy who's gonna have a fucking gun and do dumb shit. Okay? That doesn't mean anything about black people in general. It's like if you're that aggressively seeking out a wealthy black man who is like recently acquired this wealth, okay? And you turn around and you go, "Oh my God, I can't believe." See, what do you have to say about that? Look at this one instance. I know that like violence, proclivity towards violence is directly related to your socioeconomic conditions. But I found one instance where there's a rich black guy and you know, he's behaving this way. So what do you have to say to that? You're like, okay, well, yeah, that's a singular anecdote that you're talking about. For me, though, yeah, I think that Ja Morant, from what I understand, is a very good basketball player. He's 23 fucking years old. Like, think about it this way: Ja Morant is the same age as like Aiden Ross. Okay, so understand that he is literally a fucking baby. He is a child. Okay, and as a child, you are looking at this from the worst perspective. Wait, what? I don't understand why he attacks America like this before I spout. Is he from and currently from America? That being son, are you from and or living in the U.S. currently? I know you see my messages. You are looking at this from the worst perspective. Wait, what? I feel like you are racist to white people. No, it's just funny how he is. Ja is an idiot and doesn't realize the influence he has on young that look like him and think it's okay to flex their legally obtained firearm that they only use for sport and fun. Today's kids want to be something they're not so bad, so they're willing to throw their lives away. Are you from America? Because I am. What is this? 3 Dudes Podcast. Oh my God. I don't understand how you can say this is an American problem when it's an individual problem. You think Ja Morant is the only American that has guns and treats his legally purchased, legally acquired guns irresponsibly? What the fuck? Anyway. Yeah. From what I understand, Ja Morant's background, like he's not. I mean, I don't know too much about NBA Twitter shit, so I don't want people to get super mad at me. But like, he's not from the hood, right? I thought he was like I thought he's from Carlton. I thought he came from like a wealthier family. But I mean, he might still be. Like, going to a private school doesn't change that reality. No, people say he went to private school in the burbs. Yeah, but a lot of poor black kids get farmed into basketball programs in private schools. That doesn't mean anything. This is
Fuck I've been through, but I know something about you. You went to Cranbrook, that's a private school. What's the matter, dog? You embarrassed? This guy's a gangster? His real name's Clarence. And Clarence lives at home with both parents. And Clarence's parents have a real good marriage. This guy don't want to battle, he's shook, cause ain't no such things as halfway crooks.
What? Crestwood is not a private school. I mean, it doesn't even matter if he if Crestwood was a private school, but like, I don't think you guys understand how farming works. Like, you could be from the hood, you could be a black kid from the hood and get farmed into a really good private school. That doesn't fucking mean that your like parents are financially stable. This is how I know Jaw's fucking up. He's got Hassan talking about him. No, because I follow this stuff a lot. Farming? Yes. Talent farming, like scouts. And it doesn't matter. That's a fact, but it doesn't apply to Jaw. None of it matters. None of it matters. None of it matters. None of it matters. Knows ball, he's a Dame guy. No, I'm not. I don't know ball. Okay? I don't. I like playing basketball. I don't know the fucking memes. I don't know the intricate background and all this other shit. Okay? Job pre-draft.
After that, he came home just to chill and have some time with his family, and I was invited over and we did this little video teaching him through. So salute the Pops, man, the OG, smoothest OG that I know for real. Y'all seen the draft hat that he had on, that was OG's for real. But salute to Johnny's family. Hey,
is that his backyard? That's crazy.
One more step dribble closer to make me know. I mean, thank you. That's
That's not his yard. Okay. None of this matters. You either had rich parents to make it to the NBA or you lived in a car. There's no in between these days. None of this matters, dude. I don't even think what he's doing is all right. But I think that the hyper focus on him like being hood or the hyper focus on him being gangster is giving like Allen Iverson era NBA. I feel like the analysis that's like surrounding this conversation. But he certainly is. He certainly needs to conduct himself better. That's 100% the truth. So much so that like most people recognize that. You know what I mean? Like everyone recognizes that. Why NBA Twitter ain't gonna like that one, lol, even though it's the truth? No, I'm not like I'm not saying what he's doing is all right. I think what he's doing is like stupid. He's behaving like a fucking dumbass. Like, how the fuck do you fuck up a multi-million-dollar contract? Like, you're gonna behave, if you keep behaving like a kid, you might end up fucking up a multi-million-dollar contract. You might ruin your fucking life. That is so stupid. That is not an opportunity that people take lightly. That's why someone like Damian Lillard, who comes from fucking Oakland, looks at that and goes, "You're behaving like a fucking dumbass." What's wrong with you? Okay? There are thousands, hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers who still have not made it out the hood, who would love to have a contract like that. Okay? That's the main point of contention here, is that like you're throwing your future away when you behave like this, and you're putting yourself at risk. You're putting your career at risk.
I am John Morant. Like, you guys have got a chance to see me grow up for public consumption since 1991. And I've been involved in drug raids. I've survived assassination attempts. I've been that undisciplined young person that was trying to figure out how to be famous, how to be successful, and how to change the dynamics of my family. The one thing that young people have to understand, and in John Morant's case, when you first get drafted, you go from being a member of the family, a member of the crew, to being the leader, to being the breadwinner. And first and foremost, I hear a lot of people talking about like his family and his crew. When you the leader, it's on you, because you end up searching that lifestyle. You end up wanting to be down. And what I had to learn is that people come into your life for 4 reasons: to add, subtract,
Assassination attempt from Kobe scoring 81 points on him. Okay, guys, everybody calm down.
multiply, or divide. You have to choose wisely. He has way too much to lose. Trust me, I've been that young player carrying a gun. And Wilbon alluded to this. When you start waving it, that could get you killed. That's an entirely different thing than we're talking about. A superstar athlete should be putting themselves in position. And as Stephen A. mentioned,
I don't know if Nike would make a deal with a dumbass, though. Yes, Nike would make a deal with a dumbass. What are you talking about?
Him on the video, on his IG Live. Ain't nobody coaxing him. Ain't nobody ain't nobody egging him on to do that. That's a personal choice. And a lot of times, guys, as I mentioned, fame can be a drug. And I don't know what type of pain that he deals with and type of anxiety that he has, or what types of substances that he may be using. And I'm glad in this statement that he owned that I need to make changes for me, because as the leader, as the breadwinner,
MJ was a degenerate gambler. What are you talking about? Yeah, dude, plenty of people do dumb shit. Okay, plenty of people do dumb shit. A lot of athletes do dumb shit. Black athletes, white athletes. I mean, fuck Aaron Rodgers, dude. There you go. You want to know? You want to know like a multi-million-dollar athlete who does dumb shit all the time? Aaron fucking Rodgers. Tim Tebow used to be. Anyway, listen. Enes Kanter. Q Aaron Rodgers. QAnon Rodgers, dude. Aaron Hernandez. Well, Aaron Hernandez is a little different, I think. Like, he was gone. But, yeah, Brett Favre literally stole from a children's charity fund. Okay? Like, yeah, people, they're athletes. They're not exactly the best and brightest, okay? Except for LeBron James, who is incredible and does no wrong. Everybody stop. So, yeah, see, lie, choke. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that, like, lying was of the same caliber of, like, white lies were of the same caliber as, like, stealing from a children's charity. Y'all are just racist, okay? Just say you're racist and move on. If you criticize LeBron James, you're racist. I'm saying it. Listen, he likes to do little white lies because he likes to be a conversationalist. Did you see the latest one? He's serious. Bro, I did. And Rage actually tweeted underneath it, and it's so perfect because, like, I think I liked Rage's response to it. Yeah, y'all ruined Braun saying anything for me. Now I think everything Cap. It's just, now anytime he fucking tweets like a wine mom, I think he's lying. I hate everyone for making this meme become a reality, because now anytime he tweets about anything, I'm like, oh, here he goes again. Here he goes again, fibbing, okay, LaFib. And you did that. You did that to me. I want to think he's a truthful person. I want to think he actually did have that dream where Michael Jordan and he were shooting the shit back and forth of the men's national championship game between North Carolina and Duke. And it was an epic classic game with great vibes. And it was a tie game, 94-94 with 5 seconds left with North Carolina with the ball. And his ass woke up to use the bathroom right before seeing the ending of the game. Okay? Anyway, the point is, if you think that that is the worst thing he's ever done, you kind of are proving my point. He's a good guy overall. MJ is literally his hero. Why would that be far-fetched to think he can have a dream about him? Thank you. I don't think it's far-fetched. I just can't ever read a tweet from him and think, oh, he's being serious and this is actually a real thing that happened anymore. That's my anger with everyone who fucking ruined me, who ruined my love for LeBron James. Shilling for China was his worst? What? No, it wasn't. What do you mean? I shill for China more than he does. MJ is not his hero. What the fuck? Chat doesn't watch an NBA, man. This shit is wild. Hasanabi just capping on the net. LeDevalder. Okay. I'm going to petition Braun to go on Fear End. That would be great. LeBron did this to you, not us. No. You're literally throwing yourself under the bus to defend his honor. You're a real stan man. I'm not. I'm not even a stan. I don't care what y'all say about Ja. I carried a gun after I was stabbed. Y'all don't know what he's going through. Everyone got something to say until you really know what's really going on in someone's life. When you're black and rich, you're a target, period. I mean, there's truth to this sentiment as well, but, like, I don't think people are upset about Ja Morant carrying a gun, which he legally owns. I think people are upset about him, behaving inappropriately with a gun. Never forget that Paul Pierce shit himself on the court. Okay, everybody calm down. I don't care. I don't care. He also beat the fuck out of some teenager in his backyard court. Yeah, but those charges were dropped, no? And listen, dude, it's not like the police are going to, throw away an opportunity to fucking take a rich black person down, okay? Weren't those charges dropped because it was enough for self-defense? It's a civil suit, you knob? No, but, like, originally there was wait, am I wrong about this? I'm just making shit up. Hold on, let's just look this up. I thought that I read on this a little bit, and I thought that it was that there was also a shoe store incident. The self-defense was because the kid threw a ball at Ja. You're definitely wrong about the reason. Kid was 17 talking about shooting his house up. I can only hope your FYP is recovered and you're seeing these great Ja Morant memes, or should I start OD tagging you again? No, I haven't seen any of the fucking what? I haven't seen any of the Ja Morant memes on TikTok. I don't go on TikTok. Ay, ay, ay. Dude, NBA sports ball talk ruins this chat. I'll say it. Yeah, the kid said, I'm going to come back and light this place up like fireworks, and this shit happened. Yes, it got dropped as far as I know. That's what I thought, too. But then there's an additional case. Ja Morant's being investigated by police in Glendale, Colorado after he flashed a gun at a nightclub in the city during an Instagram live video over the weekend. Colorado police confirmed Monday. Glendale Police Captain Jamie Dillon told the Associated Press on Monday they didn't receive any calls or complaints about Morant, but began looking into the situation after hearing about the video. Colorado has open carry laws for firearms regulated by local county and municipal authorities. NBA rules also prohibit a player from possessing a firearm while on team property or traveling on team business. Morant issued an apology via his agent where he added that he has plans to take some time away. Much has been reported and written about Morant in the past week after a Washington Post article claimed he repeatedly punched a teenage boy in the head and threatened him with a gun last summer, just days after he and others allegedly threatened the head of security at a Memphis mall. In January, associates of Morant were also accused of threatening staff members of the Indiana Pacers after a game with a red laser coming from a slow-moving SUV that Morant was riding in. Yeah, they lasered into the bus, right? The Grizzlies have been on Morant recently, too. According to the Athletics' Shams Charania. What the fuck? Okay. They held a players-only meeting to discuss issues where they've been having on road games before Morant's incident with a gun. Veteran Steve Adams apparently ran that meeting, and it was clear that he was directing the criticism at Morant and Morant alone. Shams is a Desi goat. Shams. Okay, this all comes in the midst of his fourth and arguably best season in the NBA, where Morant earned his all-star nod and averaged 27.1 points per game and 8.2 assists per game. The Grizzlies also currently sit second to the Western Conference behind the Denver Nuggets in a game up on the third place Sacramento Kings with 18 games left in the regular season. Okay. Where's the video? The fact that I didn't realize that it was, I did not realize, I'm a jaw defender, the mall one is kind of indefensible. I didn't even fucking realize that like the Colorado police investigation was opened after an Instagram video. I thought that like it was.
Both from Chicago, we're both Aries. You're a Missouri grad. That was in my top three. I just didn't go to Missouri. Your parents were immigrants. My parents were immigrants. I just wanted to say, you get your flowers, just everything you built. I have a lot of respect. I know yesterday was Women in Sports Day, so congrats on everything you've done and keep building.
Shams, what is this like a prank? I'm waiting for like the other shoe to drop. That is the sweetest thing that I've ever heard. Thank you so much, and right back at you. Like,
I just want to make sure you got your love. That's all.
God damn. Okay, whatever. Listen. Link to the video here. Is this actually the video? Ja Morant was allegedly seen showing off a gun in his IG Live this morning. Wait, that's it? Bro, 1,600 people too? That is so weak, dude. A fucking 1.6K Andy over here. L plus investigated. And here my brother actually shot me and still got to be in the Air Force. That's hilarious. I'm sorry that happened to you, but I mean, Yeah. Second Amendment only applies to white people. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking dumb as fuck. It's just building off of like the John Morant is behaving childish takes. And once you get a fucking media narrative, once you get a media narrative going that you're like, you know, hey, I'm gonna use the media statement for this, a thug. Okay, you know what I mean when I say this. Once the media labels you as that, you're gonna get constantly. They're gonna be constantly up your ass. They're gonna treat you in a really negative light. They're gonna paint you in a really negative light. And yeah, you have to, regardless of whether you're 23 years old or not, regardless of whether you're a legal gun owner or not, you're a multi-million-dollar person. What about the parts with the lasers? Yeah, I don't really give a fuck about that. That's dumb as shit. Who cares? I mean, it seems like the most objectionable thing that he did wasn't even the teenage boy that he fought, the 17-year-old that he fought. But I guess he, like, his team, they threatened the head of security at a Memphis mall. I wonder why that happened. And, like, threatening the staff members. Like, that part is, like, just, you know, power tripping shit. Because a mall employee stepped to his mom. Oh. That makes it a little bit more sense. That makes a little bit more sense. Then Skip Bayless had a whole rant about him possibly being a Crip. What?
So I've called around the league to people I've known forever, talking about Ja, because I was so shocked by the IG Live, how brazen it was. And I had several people say to me, well, time out. Are you sure you guys on TV aren't giving him a pass here? Like you're not that? They're asking me, are you sure he's not that? Like he that's just who he is, that he is about that life. And remember,
bro, what do you mean about what life, dude? What life is he about? He's a 23-year-old idiot who plays basketball and owns guns. Like he's an American citizen. He's behaving like most dumbasses behave. What life? Okay, listen, I just got to say something here, okay? A white guy that behaves like this is not immediately going to be like, I wonder if he's a part of the Klan. You know what I mean? They don't say that.
up the Crip sign. I've seen him throw it up 2 or 3 times. I probably missed some other times. What does that mean? Does that mean he wants to associate with the Crips, or he got initiated by the Crips, or he has a dream of being a Crip? I don't know. I'm just throwing this out. That are we missing the boat here? That's just who he's been from the start, and we keep saying, no, you're just associating with the wrong people when he's actually part of the wrong people. Is that it?
Skip, that you know what, Skip? You and the people that you talk to might be 100% correct, but that makes it even more egregious.
It does.
Because you got out. You got out of that.
You got out. Okay.
God, everyone on television sucks. A white guy who behaves this way wouldn't even get criticized? No, they would. They would get criticized for sure. No, they would. just not to the same level, and it wouldn't have the same oomph behind it. They certainly would, though. Guys, these guys definitely would. Are you kidding me? These guys fucking have to make content. They're like live 24/7. What the fuck are you talking about? They absolutely would talk about it. They would definitely talk about it. They just wouldn't talk about it in similar terms, and it wouldn't turn into like, is he a gang member? And it wouldn't have that same level of like emphasis behind it. But it definitely would be a story. These guys are desperate for content. The NBA also has no time for that kind of shit. Like, unless you're a producer, unless you're an earner, the NBA will punish you like pretty aggressively, I would say. They're very they're very strict for the most part. I mean, obviously they'll let you come back unless you have like done something unimaginably fucked up. I mean, look at Kyrie Irving, right? He's an earner. He is but they will definitely suspend you. Jaws a superstar? Yes. NBA fined someone for saying no homo, which was insane. But yeah, I mean it's not as like egregious. I think like his crimes are not as egregious. Let's see. Look, Bomani Jones is the GOAT. He's actually, I mean, he's great. So let's hear what he has to say.
Not just flashing the gun in wherever he was on that Instagram Live, but those other incidents reported by the Washington Post, there have been other concerning behaviors in public. What should they do next?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned it in terms of punitive behavior, because I think that overall, the way that most people have looked at this is not in the context of punishment, but really in the context of concern, which I think if you're someone of my age, you see somebody that's, John Morant's almost 20 years younger than me. I look at him and I'm like, young man, you are cruising for a bruising. Like suddenly I have become...
Yeah, the biggest issue is that the NBA has a no weapons policy in their facilities, and he had a gun in Denver, which means he flew on an NBA plane with a weapon. Yeah, that's a big no-no and a big problem in general too, because you have a no weapons in facilities policy, and you have a no weapons while you're traveling policy for obvious reasons. Like America is like America is PvP unlocked, but even then there's like certain states that you can't bring a gun to and shit like that. You know what I mean? So they have an across the board. Like you can't bring guns when you're traveling. You can't prove that. Maybe he bought it there. Still, it probably is I would assume it's a violation of like federal aviation laws as well. I don't think you can like bring a gun on a plane unless you're like literally a marshal. Or like in the military, like in active duty, you're flying as a military member or some shit. You know what I mean? Also, a violation of Colorado law, can't carry around alcohol. Yeah, it's just like... You can check a gun? Yes, but you can't check a gun with the fucking private plane that you're flying in, because the NBA has no policy for the NBA has an active policy that you can't bring a gun with you when you're traveling, even if you are a legal gun owner. So technically you can't bring it. PJs are lawless, Cap. I mean, they technically are, yes. Private jets are technically lawless. You are correct about that. But that doesn't matter because overall the NBA has laws around it.
Every elder and uncle that I ever had when they saw somebody doing something like this. And when I was that age, I'm thinking they're just overreacting. But people who look at that and see those sorts of behaviors and know ultimately how they end, I think looking at Morant, it's much less to me about somebody has to teach that boy a lesson than it is he's going to need to learn some things, because walking around playing with guns around people, that's just a great way to get shot. Like, and that's the way that I look at this more than anything else. Is not so much that he's making the NBA look bad or anything like that, but what you are doing and the way you are comporting yourself is undeniably dangerous. And for your own sake, you're going to need to get some things under control.
Just, yeah, he's fucking up the bag, dude. It's so stupid. Anyway. What do you mean private jets are lawless? I mean, technically, you know, if you fly private, you can get away with a lot of shit. That's what I mean. You can get away with anything, really. There's no, who do you think is checking into private jets? Do you think like there's a TSA at private jet terminals? Is that what you think? It's not because of the implication. It's just like there's literally nothing that you can do about controlling a private jet travel like that. That part is fucked up. Is that by all accounts seems like a pretty chill dude overall. Yeah, I don't know. Talk about Chris Rock blowing up Will Smith. Dude, am I crazy? I thought that it was like kind of mid except for the finisher. I really thought Chris Rock had some better, he would have like better jokes about Will Smith. He had a whole fucking year to cook up some shit. I'm like, legit. I didn't think it was that good. People were like, oh my God, they're like pogging because this is like a big thing. But what is this? This is why nothing Chris Rock says will ever matter, because he slapped and won an Oscar and went to a party rapping his own music afterwards. Wasn't Chris Rock at this party? Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure Chris Rock was literally at this party. Like I'm pretty sure they literally had a conversation at this party. Am I making this up? I remember reading an article about it. Anyway. Yes, and you don't get why Rock is mad? No, dude, I totally understand why Chris Rock is mad. I talked about all this shit back when it happened. Yes, he was. Diddy was trying to play mediator. Yeah, I remember that. All this really shows how unfunny Dave Chappelle has become. Wait, what the fuck? What does it have to do with Dave Chappelle? Crazy how you can't watch a 2-minute bit without Chad inserting their bumbling opinion. I mean, the bit's all right. It's fine. I think, like, you know, as long Chris Rock is not talking about like fucking cancel culture there, so I'll take it. Did you see the video of Will Smith showing deepfakes of Margot Robbie to her and everyone at the cast of Suicide Squad? Yes, I did. That was a fake video. That's not actually Will Smith showing a deepfake of Margot Robbie. Holy fuck, dude. Like, AI editing has gone out of control. It's crazy. It was literally a deepfake of a deepfake. It's not even AI. It's just like editing. Editing has gone out of control. People just like are so willing and able to believe shit that they see. You said Mario Robbie. Yeah, I fucked up. Yes, there's a new Eddie Burback video. I know. Meanwhile, there's also a new top of the hour ad break video, which you can avoid as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free. That one's not the best take, I know.
How did I?
Dude, people say we got to stop podcasts, and then someone took matters into their own hands. It seems like, you know, I don't recommend
It's
this.
so quiet in here. How did I? I think we're fine. I think we got all the audio on there. Yeah, we're chilling. Everyone's good. Holy shit.
Bro, is that a cop? Did he come out of the cop car?
Holy shit. Oh my god. What the fuck just happened, dude?
Oh, not another car. Outside my car. It'll be posted on my Instagram. I can go. November Romeo on YouTube. It'll be posted. That was perfect.
It got so quiet in here.
What the fuck was going on? Bro gave the cop his business card and plugged his fucking IG and YouTube, bro. Shameless behavior. Just normal Houston drivers. Yeah, I love that he says it's so quiet in here when that happens. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. The driver could tell the vibe was fucked. The driver wanted to give him content. If you look on the left, it looks like the black SUV got into an accident with the white SUV.
How did I?
Oh yeah, he got hit, I think. Yeah, you see the white SUV in the back? Yeah, he got tailgated. Or I mean T-boned, fish-tailed, whatever it's called. Pit maneuvered. White SUV has green light. Yeah, it seems like it. He ran the red light and got fucking owned. Yeah. These guys could have died, by the way. I think if it wasn't for, I mean, he goes right through the fucking the metal. He went right through these metal barriers, but I think maybe this one helped them a little bit. Oh, one of them. Oh, he ate it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Jesus Christ. If that wasn't there, they would have been dead. Yeah. He was braking. No, it doesn't matter, dude. That's a fucking SUV, bro. Are you kidding me? He was braking. That doesn't mean shit. There was a massive fucking metal rod that softened the impact of the fucking car. You kidding me? Braking in that situation don't mean anything. Yeah, it ate most of the fucking energy. It's the pillar. Braking means a lot. Bro, what are you talking about? Braking means a lot. At that fucking speed, what are you talking about? At that weight and at that speed, at that momentum, if it wasn't for that rod, that car would have gone directly into the fucking coffee shop. It's called a bollard. Is that what it's called? He's flying in sideways, bro. What fucking brake? Look at this. That car would have gone directly into the building and killed more people than just those two. Look at the fucking metal rod that's like firmly planted on the ground. It took it clean off. What is this an argument? Why does Chad have to argue everything? I don't fucking know, to be honest with you. Why would you argue with me about like pretty basic infrastructure shit? You know what I mean? Like this exists for a reason. All right, I gotta pee. Let's finish this Bernie Sanders video.
Well, but also it's rotting the minds of our young people.
Well, it's a whole other story, but that's beyond TikTok, isn't it?
It is, but TikTok is not helping.
I would say the rotting of the minds of America's youth is a problem that existed long before TikTok. And
it made it.
It's like one of the great things about being young.
Made it much worse. Kids at least used to read a book. I don't think kids ever see a book. They do not read. They scroll. Scrolling does not make you smart.
Not to become overly serious, I think it is now perceived that the pandemic has made the mental health crisis that we previously had even worse. And there is a lot of discussion about the impact of social media and the isolation and the lack of human contact that it develops on our health.
All right. Russell, what are your thoughts on the UFOs that were intercepted and shot down by the U.S. military last month? I don't know if they're referring to the Chinese balloons. They were not UFOs because we know what they were. They were Chinese balloons. But there were other things. There were some things that they shot that we didn't get, and we don't know what they are. And there are things that we haven't found out what they are after we did shoot them down.
I wonder whether or not the $14 trillion that have been granted to the Pentagon, 55% of which has ended up in the hands of the military-industrial complex, which surely American people are becoming weary of, needs occasionally to be boosted with fanciful ideas of extraterrestrial invasion. Maybe there needs to be a continual reminder that the skies themselves could become a threat unless Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems continue to profit. Elsewise, a balloon, a perfect metaphor, for it is naught but hot air, nothing inside it, shot down by a $400,000 missile, might be coming for your family.
Well, but again,
I'm surprised he wouldn't hit the anti-China sentiment, but that's probably because he hates China, right? Because they do like the COVID lockdown measures are too crazy, right? It's not a rare Russell W. Bro, you have to understand. You have to understand how fucking Russell Brand operates and what his like background was originally. That's not a rare take for him at all. If anything, his new takes are the rare ones in comparison to where he used to be and what he used to say. His new dumbass takes are the fucking rare ones.
We were just saying here, we all should be skeptical and have open minds on everything. It is possible that there's life on other planets that are visiting us or scouting us. I mean, there are even the U.S. Even the U.S. I'm just saying it's possible. Carl Sagan said
it is possible.
Okay.
But if you think that something from another universe came all the way here and was just kind of dragging around and was shot down very easily, I think if it's a UFO, they would have done a little bit better in avoiding and evading that kind of missile.
First of all, we're not saying it's from another universe. We're saying it's from the same universe. The universe is very big. Very big.
Bill, I think Bernie...
When Russell Brand is sounding more sensible than you got issues? Wait, what do you mean? Russell Brand's everything he just said was literally verbatim everything I've said about the... What? I assume you mean Bill Maher, I guess.
It's a good point. It's not like E.T. would come all the way here.
But that's not rare. That's not rare for Russell. That's not rare for Russell Brand. He's always been like anti-military industrial complex. Even his like anti-vax opinion comes from like anti-pharma resentment, anti-big pharma resentment, but like it's not valid. His anti-big pharma resentment is understandable, but his anti-vax sentiment is not valid.
Up outside Elliot's house. He's made it all the way here.
I never said all of his takes are awful anyway. Not all. Yeah, he has good takes as well.
Okay, The Chinese balloon is different. Well, I'm not saying the Chinese balloon was from another universe or this universe.
I mean, it would have to be from China. Yeah. If it's a Chinese balloon, and I mean that with all due respect.
Unless
that's the least it can do.
Well,
I was going to say, I think
I'm moving on.
The obvious.
You brought Bernie back out here. He won't be happy if you're going to talk about extraterrestrials and balloons and that.
Okay.
If you're looking
I mean, he's right. That's a good take, too. He's like, get back on fucking convo, mate. Get back on the fucking convo, mate. You're on the telly. You got Bernard Sanders in the flesh, and you're talking about fucking Chinese balloons.
If you're looking
Inequality.
If you're looking for proof that there's life in outer space, intelligent life in outer space, you need to look no further than Russell. So there's not really another accounting for how.
I'm glad that became a compliment, sir, because I was rearing up.
No, don't you worry. Only compliments, my friend.
With all the emphasis on DEI, are we confusing equality of opportunity with trying to guarantee equity and outcomes?
So here's the fucking annoying part that Twitter leftists were angry at Bernie Sanders for, because he doesn't have an immediate piffy response to this. It's like, yeah, because it's a dumb argument presented by right-wingers, okay? Not everyone is going to be as, like, apt and aware of, like, what the stupid-ass question is.
Okay, that's interesting, because I think this word equity has come into the language in the last few years, and before that we didn't hear it a lot, and I think a lot of people hear equity and they hear equality. That like it's the same word, and it's not the same word in the same
No, it's not
concept.
the same
So
word.
how would you differentiate between equity and equality?
Well, equality, we talk about, I don't know what the answer to that is. Come to think of it, equality is equality of opportunity. All right? We live in a society, we want all people to have whatever color your skin is.
Equity, I think, is more guarantee of outcome, is it not?
I think so. I think that's
okay. So which side do you come down on?
Equality.
Equality.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Boys?
The point is, no, here's how it works, okay? Equity, equality, it doesn't fucking matter. We do not have equality. We do not have equality of opportunity, okay? If you think equity is equality of outcome, it doesn't matter, okay? Because we do not have equality of opportunity in this fucking country, okay? We don't have anything. And we're having a dumb semantics argument. We do not have either. People say equity is about equality of outcome. That's like a fucking right-wing framing on the concept of equity. I don't care. Okay? Because everyone ultimately is just simply talking about everybody being able to have, everyone being able to prosper, okay? It's just stupid. It's a stupid semantics conversation when, in fact, nobody has the opportunity to prosper in this fucking country other than, like, the extremely wealthy.
Any comment on that one?
I just don't know if that's the definitional difference, but certainly this debate over the question of equality of outcome over equality of opportunity is one that has been. It's the question that underlies affirmative action and everything else that we've had in our politics for a very long time. And there's obviously people very strong, even people who actually want equality of outcome say they only want equality of opportunity and vice versa. But that's that issue, that core of that. What do you actually want? And I think Bernie is where everyone says they want to be, but there are in fact programs that have been designed to actually engineer equal outcomes, not just equal opportunity, and that's where a lot of the controversy has arisen.
Okay.
What? Like what? What is the what? No. What outcomes? Who has engineered equal outcomes? God damn, bro. Is there not a single normal person here? Like, what the fuck are you? What? No, none of that outrage is real. As a matter of fact, this conversation is literally using this conversation in and of itself plays the exact same role as the equity versus equality debate. It is a simple deflection away from the material realities that there is no material equality in this country, that there is no equal opportunity in this fucking country. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the main point of contention here. Okay? Are you saying affirmative action programs aren't real? Affirmative action programs are bullshit, and not for the reason why you think they're bullshit, okay? That's so fucking stupid. You think affirmative action is proper restitution for slavery and segregation? You got to be out of your fucking mind to think that. Okay? Meanwhile, once again, yet another example of like the real affirmative action that is like annoying and damaging is not when like some random black kid gets into fucking Harvard, okay? That's when people who buy library wings to Harvard, whose parents got into Harvard, get into Harvard as well. Legacy admissions are significantly a larger problem with respect to like performance-based metrics than anything else. And for some reason, nobody talks about that, and everybody talks about affirmative action. Because once again, white supremacy is a really effective cudgel to divide the working class and shift your attention away from the main issue, which is wealthy people get away with putting their wealthy children into Harvard even if they don't deserve to fucking go there. Harvard body does not even resemble the diverse body of the American population, and it certainly does not resemble the diverse body of the American population based on class position, or rather, not class position, but instead, what their parents do, okay? What, do you think like 90% of America is extremely wealthy? No, but 90% of Harvard is. What is it? 65% of Harvard is legacy admissions? You think they all deserve to be there just because their parents are there? Shut the fuck up. That's the real non-equality and non-equity fucking position. And you never talk about that. Wait, is it? Actually, it might not be as hard. It's not 65. I think 65 is non-legacy maybe. Let's see. Harvard legacy admissions rate. 36% of Harvard is a legacy student. And it's gone up. 36% of the Harvard class of 2022 may claim a relative who's a student there in the past. Okay, but if you get black students into Harvard through affirmative action, then they will get their children in through legacy admissions. Okay. Eliminate legacy admissions if you really want to make sure black kids can't get into Harvard then. How about that? It's just very, very, very silly. You're hyper-focusing. You're again tackling the issue because it ends up almost sounding like, and I'm not saying you're doing that, but it almost does end up sounding like you just don't want black people to go to Harvard, kind of. Like, maybe you didn't intend to sound like that, but it sure is sounding like that. You're like, well, what about black children who then also, take advantage of the Harvard, Harvard legacy admissions process? Like, that's kind of a wild thing to take. That's a wild takeaway. Why did you bring that up? That was weird. 43% of white students are legacy athletes related to donors or staff. Holy fuck. 43% of the white students. Sheesh. 43% of the white students are legacy athletes related to donors or staff. God damn. And by the way, Harvard athlete means no athlete scholarships. So that means that they're rich too. So like they were able to get in on, they were able to get in on that. Harvard doesn't have a good team for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is because you don't actually get a scholarship for athletics. So nobody who's actually good is going to go to the fucking school. You have to pay for it. Bro, would you not agree that a lot of people in legacy programs have merit and deserve to be there? Shouldn't they be rewarded for their hard work? Brother, that's crazy because you made the assumption that, one, black students do not have merit. You just made the assumption that black students do not have merit when they get into Harvard and can only get into Harvard through affirmative action. Then turned around and said, but what about black students who get into Harvard through affirmative action? Their children get in through legacy admissions. And then said, well, the legacy admissions programs, the kids in there have merit. You're just, again, telling on yourself over and over again. Do you understand what you're doing? The assumption is that black students do not have merit to go there. Well, that's because the hood is prevalent within black pop culture and it romanticizes violence. Brother, black culture is American culture. Without black culture, there is no American culture, okay? The fuck do you mean? Whenever someone makes that distinction, I always laugh because it's like, what, you think white people are not the main consumers of black culture? What are you, fucking crazy? That's everything. Ironic because, black people don't even have ownership over the culture that they create. That's another part of the problem. Re-examine your behavior and your attitude and your opinions because it does seem a lot like you have some biases. I'm being as charitable as possible. By the way, this further proves that everyone who's against LeBron is racist. Just going to point that out. Just going to have to point that out. My former opinion on people who shit on LeBron James are racists. I look no further than this guy. The way he's behaving in the chat and the things he's saying. This y'all's ally, dude. LeBron haters. This is who you have aligned yourself with. Just going to point that out. Okay, bro, enough with the anecdotes. I'm just saying.
Have Democrats done enough to support strong labor unions, Bernie? What's the future of unions in this country? I think they just subpoenaed the Starbucks dude.
They didn't. I did. That's not fair. No, look, we're not going to have. That is an issue I do know something about, and that I pay attention to. And the bottom line is that you're not going to have a middle class in this country unless workers are able to stand up, organize, form unions, and negotiate for decent contracts. And what we're seeing right now is more and more workers wanting to form unions, but you're seeing companies like Starbucks and Amazon and Apple and other large corporations really engaging in illegal union busting. So we have asked the leader of Starbucks, the head of CEO, Howard Schultz, to explain to us why he thinks it's acceptable that over 50 occasions the NLRB has said they have broken federal labor law in breaking unions. So we hope to have him come before our committee. There will be a vote on Wednesday a vote on subpoenaing him.
And it does seem like there is a strange sort of hypocrisy there, because these are usually liberal companies. I think Whole Foods also. And it's like they care a lot about the indigenous people of the Bolivian Andes, but not about some worker in Cincinnati.
You got it. All right. They're very liberal about everything except whether workers can form a union and earn decent wages. They're very liberal except whether or not we ask them to pay their fair share of taxes. They're not so liberal then. That's
All
right.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, CNN.
Kind of an unproductive conversation for Bernard. I'm gonna be honest.
Every year, Forbes magazine releases a list of America's biggest givers. And in 2023, these 25 individuals or pairs made the list. It includes people like Google co-founder Sergey Brin and Mark Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla Chan. These are the piles of money Forbes reported each of them has given away. Collectively, a whopping $196 billion of lifetime giving. That's bigger than the GDP of most countries. This giant pile of money has done a lot of good, but it's hiding a more complicated and problematic story of billionaire philanthropy in America. We'll show you how. The Forbes list ranks the biggest givers by how much they've given over a lifetime, biggest to smallest. And they only measure dollars given to charitable recipients. That means it excludes money parked in a foundation. We'll get back to that. And money pledged but not paid out. You'll see here that Warren Buffett and Bill and Melinda French Gates are standouts. This chart we're making measures the giver's current net worth. Adding their philanthropic giving to that, we came up with a percentage of their net worth they've given away. So Forbes puts Buffett's current net worth at $106 billion, and he's given away $51.5 billion in his life, which puts him at 33%. Bill and Melinda French Gates, who are divorced but still do philanthropic work together, have a collective net worth of $109 billion and have given $38.4 billion away. Most of this group's donations go to poverty and public health around the world and education in the U.S. And together, Buffett and the Gateses created the Giving Pledge, a promise by the world's wealthiest individuals and families to dedicate a majority of their wealth to charitable causes. That's over 50%. They're almost there, but not quite. These 13 givers have signed it too, including Facebook co-founder Dustin Moskovitz and his wife Carrie Tuna, Jeff Bezos' ex-wife Mackenzie Scott, and Michael Bloomberg. The other signatories fall around here. Only 2 of them have made it over the 50% line. The banker T. Denny Sanford has given 53% of his net worth away. And Duty Free Shoppers founder Chuck Feeney, almost every last penny of his fortune. George Soros hasn't signed the Giving Pledge, but he belongs here too. He's given 73% of his wealth away. The eBay founder and his wife go here, and everyone else on the Forbes list falls roughly in this area. Over the course of their lives, they've given 12% or less of their net worth away. In the least flattering zone of the chart, the highest net worth but the lowest proportion of it given away is Jeff Bezos. The founder of Amazon is the richest person on this chart. His $117 billion net worth dwarfs his $2.7 billion of
This is such a funny argument because, like, I mean, like, what do we think? Like, Warren Buffett's a good guy then? Like, the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, they're all fucking demons, dog. They all suck. Like, only compared to his peers? I mean, but like, who cares? It's all for PR anyway. These guys are literally only doing it for PR. They have so much money that this is like a drop in the bucket for them to get PR. Like, everything that my haters think I do with respect to like charity, which they ironically used to yell at me for not even publicizing deliberately because I didn't want it to come across like I was fucking doing it for PR. These guys actually are doing for PR. And unlike myself, they literally have institutional power. They are controlling global governments, okay? Well, it's more global governments are created at the behest of maintaining the profit margins of billionaires, so they just kind of take advantage of that situation and maybe add their seasoning here and there when they deem it necessary, right? Like, yeah, they also utilize their foundations for not just PR, but also like manipulating policy. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just fucking. Yes.
Philanthropic giving.
Tax
It's only
avoidance and good
2.3%
press.
of his wealth over his lifetime. For context, that's about as much as what Americans on average consistently give as a proportion of their disposable income per year, about 2%. Bezos' money has gone to various causes, like fighting climate change, education. He even gave $100 million directly to Dolly Parton.
Bezos' philanthropic reputation at this point is kind of that he
Yeah, someone was saying, do not Google Oxford vaccine, Bill Gates. Yeah, that's true. Bill Gates interfered with the Oxford vaccine being free and convinced them to sell it to AstraZeneca on a closed patent, which is, delusional and awful beyond belief. I do remember I did actually talk about that at the time. Just a fucking absolute freak, dude. Like, what a psychotic freak. Meanwhile, then you have idiots like Russell Brand being like, oh, mate, these fucking big pharma, they want everyone to take the death vaccine. It's like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? The death vaccine? Homie, these guys are trying to make money off of it, but like in the normal world, these vaccines should be fucking free. You know what I mean? They should be free. It is ridiculous that like these publicly funded research-backed ass fucking vaccines are unironically being sold for profit in any capacity. But the reality is, even if they were free, these guys who hate vaccines would still turn around and say, it's unacceptable. These vaccines are killing us. They shouldn't give it to you at all. I don't want fucking needles.
doesn't have one. It's kind of hazy, is what a lot of experts have told me.
That's Wizzy Kim, a senior reporter for Vox who covers billionaires.
A lot of people speculate that that's one of the reasons he's made this recent announcement of, I'm eventually going to give my net worth away. There was a lot of pushback, a lot of speculation around, hey, Jeff, why aren't you more involved in philanthropy?
This chart helps us see who the real standout givers are. Those who give most of their wealth away, and those who hold on to their enormous fortunes.
Even if a certain
I mean, they're all bad. Like, all of these guys have accumulated these immense, like, world-changing amounts of wealth off of abusing their workforce. Okay, every single one of them has extracted surplus labor value from hundreds of thousands, not fucking, in some instances, millions of people, okay? The idea that, like, some of them are better than others because they give more of their percentage of wealth is a silly one, when the main point of contention should be hyper-focusing on their relations to the means of production rather than how much money they turn around and give back to charities. Like, if you're so fucking charitable, how about you give larger profit, give back a larger percentage of the profits to your workforce and then actually pay a fair share in taxes instead of fucking turning around and advocating every step of the way to cut taxes for yourself and your corporation. Like, that's it. If wealthy people were magnanimous, truly, okay, then they would be paying their workers more. They wouldn't be having Amazon distribution facilities where ambulances stay outside instead of paying the additional costs for AC inside of the facility. Because, hey, if you pass away or you pass out from heat stroke, it's much cheaper for the company to just ship your ass over to the fucking nearest hospital via ambulance. That's it. This argument is ridiculous. But the problem isn't billionaires as individuals, but rather the system that allows them to do so. Don't lose focus on the real problem. Of course. Of course. Of course. The system is designed to create people like this. If it wasn't Bill Gates, if it wasn't Jeff Bezos, it'd be someone else. But these guys do have an awesome amount of power, an awesome, unimaginable amount of power. So they themselves are technically a little responsible here. I don't think you lump Gates in with Bezos. Software doesn't have sweatshop warehouse factory conditions. Yeah. But Bill Gates is a scumbag in his own way. For his rigorous controls over patents. And even then, they manufacture hardware too. So yes, they still use like awful labor conditions and awful warehouse factory conditions as well. You wouldn't say this if you were a billionaire? Yeah, I probably wouldn't say this if I was a billionaire. You want to know why? Because if I was a billionaire, that would mean that I have like completely lost interest in any of the genuinely held beliefs that I have currently, because I am a firm believer that like unless you're a fucking athlete, it's impossible pretty much for you to become a billionaire without legitimately extracting people's surplus labor value as a way to accumulate capital. Do you understand? It's no different than saying, like, you wouldn't say this if you were an evil person. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be advocating for trans issues if you yourself were transphobic and evil. Yeah, I wouldn't. You're right. At scale, Hassan lives a better standard of life compared to some of those billionaires. Wait, what? Buffett is an investor. He has no control over farmland. Dumbasses. Wait, what? Did you just say that I have a better standard of life compared to some of those billionaires? You did not just unironically make this argument. Please. Oh my God, this guy ate the boot. He took the propaganda. This is why it's so effective. This guy goes, don't try and compare your giving to Buffett. Haha. Buffett lives on a house 1/8 in value to yours. Dog, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Hey. Do you remember Norfolk Southern that like poisoned Ohio and everyone was talking about it? Do you know who owns that company? Because I'm sure you as well as everyone else has like unironically added their 2 cents into this conversation. Because he invested in it and doesn't manage it. Guys, what do you think investors do? Do you think investors have no say? What are we talking about when we talk about the board's fiduciary responsibility? Do you think they're doing it for no reason? No, they're doing it at the behest of sometimes billionaires like Warren Buffett, who own large shares through Berkshire Hathaway of companies like Norfolk Southern. When a company like Norfolk Southern invests into stock buybacks instead of investing into safety mechanisms and investing into a labor force like the labor unions are begging for them to do, they're doing that at the behest of other companies. I mean, they're shareholders. Warren Buffett owns Burlington Northern Santa Fe. 15% of that. And they engage in the exact same bullshit that every other railroad company does as well. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me that you looked to a house in an irresponsibly expensive housing market so I don't have to like adjust my fucking quality of life when I can clearly pay for it. Like, it's not a fucking big deal for me. And you turned around and you used that as a way to say that, like, my quality of life is higher than Warren Buffett's and that I live a better standard of life than Warren Buffett's because he lives in the same house that he bought for $31,000 in like 1964 or whatever the fuck. I hope you understand that you have, eaten the bait, hook, line, and sinker. You are the dupe that he behaves this way for, and that's the reason why they write articles about it. Exactly, and it's no more power than you would have over Twitch. You think Warren Buffett, as a shareholder, has less power on a major rail company than I do as a contracted employee at Twitch? I don't own a single piece of stock in Twitch. I have no power over Twitch. I am a very well-paid contractor at Twitch. Warren Buffett is the shareholder. He has all the power. He owns 15%. They are the real bosses. They will never see the factory floor. Oh my God. That's so sad. You literally think I have ownership over Amazon, which has ownership over Twitch? What are you, fucking crazy? There's no way you're being serious, right? I really, really, really hope you're... No, I just did the math. Dude, that is the most unimaginably idiotic take. You have to be like 12 years old, right? If you literally... No, not even 12. A 12-year-old has a better understanding of how much more power a shareholder has over a corporation because they're a percentage owner in the corporation, whereas I am someone who gets paid by the corporation. Saying Buffett is bad because he's super rich is also too black and white. I never said that. I do think, however, that there is a level of wealth accumulation that comes with, I guess, selling your soul to the devil, if you want to consider it that way. And billionaires certainly reach that level. Okay? But the real reason why Warren Buffett is not a good guy, is because he has ownership over these companies. Here it is. Warren Buffett, the owner of BNSF Railway's parent company, became 1.38 billion richer yesterday. In one day, Mr. Buffett made twice as much money as it would cost to guarantee 15 paid sick days a year to every rail worker in America. The greed of the rail industry must end. And when Democratic and Republican politicians operate at the behest of BNSF, they're doing it so that Warren Buffett can keep making a tidy profit like that. Talking about my financial purchases and my own personal consumption with respect to how much money I have is literally like me turning around and telling you shouldn't have bought Air Force Ones because of how little money you have. I'm not even spending a fraction of the money I have when I purchase like expensive clothes or whatever the fuck. Okay? It's so idiotic. Turning around and then fucking comparing me to someone like Warren Buffett because you saw news articles about how expensive my fucking house was that I put a down payment on, okay, is unimaginably idiotic. That's crazy. I also personally am a firm believer in making sure that we legitimately fill the houses that are currently empty, utilizing the vacant homes, making sure that homes are not seen as an investment vehicle, but instead for shelter. Truly, truly decommodifying housing. What level of wealth requires or strongly implies immorality? I don't know. I don't know. People always say this. There is no perfect metric for this. Okay? There isn't. Which is why you work off of your relations to the means of production rather than how much money you have accumulated. But there is a level, which is why I talk about labor billionaires all the time. Like, there are like football players and shit that are generating even more value for the teams that they're a part of, and they have massively expensive contracts. So now we do have something like billionaires that are wage billionaires, like labor billionaires, literally. But even then, they still, at that level, are already making so much extra money on the side as well. What is this? 768,324,867 is the threshold, 2023. If you legitimately think people who own like a Gucci shirt or a nice car or a nice house are like as living as large as like someone like Warren Buffett, who for marketing purposes or because he doesn't have any fucking interest in like buying nice things, lives in a house, I don't know what to tell you. Speaking of Warren Buffett and getting taxed, no, this is a silly one because Warren Buffett says tax the rich, tax me. Okay, but it's yet another. When I say tax the rich, tax me, I only make money off of income. Okay, I am a wage earner. Okay, I generate value for a company. The company takes a surplus, my surplus labor value, and then gives it back to me. Warren Buffett can say, please increase the top marginal tax rate. Please do it all day, every day. If you think that that's where his income is coming from, I don't know what to tell you. He doesn't give a shit. He can be paid $1 a year. His wealth comes from his assets. His wealth comes from his capital accumulation. Also, yeah, that's the other thing that I never understand about Warren Buffett is like, dude, you are unimaginably wealthy. Like, you're not going to go buy dumb shit. Like, what the fuck's the point of being rich? No, literally. What the absolute fuck is the point of being like financially successful if you're not going to waste money every now and then? Like, that is, in my opinion, that's way more sociopathic than like, you know, celebrities who buy like nice fucking cars and nice houses and shit for themselves. Straight up. Like, you're going to really eat McMuffins every fucking morning and you're hoarding $138 billion of wealth? That is absolute sociopathic bullshit. Just parking your money. You're not even having the most fun. I think they just love being powerful. I mean, I think so too, yes. Tesla economics. Elon, when's the date with AOC? Alas, she would never date me. I'm not cool enough. Sad. Ugh. Maybe he wants to leave it all for his behind for his family. I don't know. Yeah, that's dumb as fuck. I think being a miser is like an actual pathology. I think they do it out of selfishness and cruelty. Yeah, it almost feels like he's making fun of everybody. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I have this kind of money and I'm eating at McDonald's because that's what I can fucking, and I can still accumulate more wealth than you. I don't have much. Wear simple $50 Converse. It's not realized profit. No, I think you both have similar influence. This guy got banned. Yeah, dude, you're right. Yes, Chatter, you're correct. I have the same level of influence that Warren Buffett has over a company that he fucking wholeheartedly owns. Okay? You're correct. That's crazy. I really thought that was like a meme, like a meme thing to say, and it turns out that it's not. Like, there are people who legitimately think that like Warren Buffett and I have the same level of power.
Certain individuals very generous. If overall this class of people just keeps amassing more and more money, we've got to look at ourselves and ask, okay, what are we doing wrong here and how do we reverse this?
All this money creates what the Institute for Policy Studies has called top-heavy philanthropy, where individual wealthy donors make up a large portion of charitable giving. Since 2011, mega gifts of $1 million or more from single donors have been growing.
If you are a relatively small institution that receives funding from a very large philanthropist, they take their money away, you are in trouble.
This chart breaks down charitable tax deductions by household income.
I don't think he has the power you think he has, but you're correct. He's simply extracting value because the system is designed for him. He doesn't have to fucking manipulate the Democratic and the Republican Party all too much for them to decide not to give more benefits and more attention to the fucking labor unions. But you're out of your mind delusional if you think that he doesn't have, like, you know, system changing power. He just doesn't have enough power as an individual, as one guy. Warren Buffett can't turn around tomorrow and be like, I am going to fund revolutionary armed insurrection, okay, in the third world to ensure that the countries where there is most revolutionary potential end up emancipating themselves from the bloodshed that they constantly have to endure at the behest of the American empire. Okay, he can't do that. I mean, he has a lot of money. He could try, but he would get executed like in literally 3.5 seconds. He also doesn't have enough money or enough influence to overwrite hundreds of years of capitalist development. Even Warren Buffett is not that wealthy. Isn't that what happened in Panama? No, Panama was our guy. That's not. What do you think? The invasion of Panama was what? You think that was an anti-capitalist action? Is that what you think? Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that a 19-year-old garbage man in the UK won nearly 10 million pounds and blew it all through a decade on partying. Now he's a garbage man again. They called him the king of chavs. I think he did it the cool way. I respect that. Fuck yeah, mate. I think they're trolling you, lol. Like, the system is designed for Warren Buffett in such a way that it runs on autopilot. And yet that's still not enough. They still go for additional, they still create additional hurdles in the way of like minor, meaningless fucking labor protections. Like, they already have all the advantages. The system is created so that they can accumulate that level of wealth, and they have accumulated that level of wealth. He could try and be ethical. Warren Buffett has a mobile home property company and he increased the rent. He doesn't care. That's not even ethical at that point. Yeah, he's a fucking landlord. He's a mega landlord for the poorest of the poor. Of course he's going to fucking increase rent. There is no ethical mode of production there. You did not miss the Murdoch coverage. I will do it tomorrow.
Income level since the early 90s. Nonprofits used to rely on the broad support of the population. In 1993, 77% of charitable deductions were taken by households making less than $200,000. Today, that chart has almost flipped. Households making more than $1 million were taking the most charitable deductions.
So just a handful of people are deciding what merits philanthropic money and how these causes should be solved.
Ultra-wealthy donors tend to give to different causes than the rest of us. An analysis of the Chronicle of Philanthropy's top 50 donors shows that they give to education more than the...
I wonder why. Oh, also, this is fun. Yeah, no shit they give to education, because that allows their children to also get into the same schools that you want them to get into.
Causes non-wealthy donors give to, like to health, a lot to religion, the environment, and international affairs.
That's gross. 27% goes to religion? Gross.
That could mean a billionaire giving $500 million to his alma mater for a new building on campus, or another giving $750 million in one single donation to charter schools in 20 U.S. cities.
Yeah, education, as in privatizing education in the form of charter schools so that public education, which oftentimes is still backed by like what remaining shred of power labor unions have, are eviscerated into oblivion, only creating the rift between the haves and have-nots and making it worse overall. Charter schools are, of course, not fucking protected by any kind of regulation and oftentimes closed. They're fucking dog shit. There's no curriculum standards. And for every one successful charter school, there's hundreds of examples of charter schools just shutting down one random Monday with, you know, with hundreds of children left behind. So, ooh, god damn, that's crazy. Oh my god, look at that, dude. That kind of educational donation is gross, dude. It's absolutely fucking disastrous.
A relatively small amount of money can have a great impact on a specific school district or a single charter school.
The top 50 donors are also more likely to give through a private foundation. Most of the people on the Forbes list have had their own private foundations, or they give to them. Here's how they work. Donors make large, charitable gifts to a foundation in the form of cash, assets, or stocks. In return, they get huge tax benefits immediately. But the foundation only has to give money to actual charities at a rate of 5% a year. That means money can stockpile in here, donors reap the tax benefits, while charities may only get a trickle over time. The Forbes list only counts this money that foundations have already given to charity, not the money parked here. Meanwhile, this money continues to enrich donors. There's another way billionaires donate that the Forbes list doesn't count at all: donor-advised funds, which are more secretive by design. These are charitable savings accounts that allow the donor to be anonymous and offer even bigger upfront tax benefits. More importantly, they have no reporting or payout requirements, so it's difficult to tell whether the money is going somewhere good or just lowering the donor's tax bill.
I mean, it is. It's lowering the donor's tax bill, and it's also lowering the donor's tax bill because the donor advice funds are fucking donating to the Federalist Society or donating to fucking Republican charities, Republican foundations that, or Democratic foundations, let's be real, that end up literally legalizing the lower tax bracket for them and ensuring that there is never any kind of fucking wealth tax, okay? No wealth tax whatsoever. So they're double dipping on the fucking tax benefits. One, it's a charitable donation and it gives you a tax break. And two, it's also lowering your tax bracket, or rather lowering the percentage of taxes that might ever implicate you or impact you in a meaningful way by you know, no capital earnings, no capital accumulation tax, no wealth tax whatsoever. It's just how it works. Elon did this with a $6 billion he said he would give to the UN to end world hunger.
Donor advice funds have been rising in popularity, meaning collectively they are housing billions of dollars yet to be paid out to charities. As of 2020, that figure was $160 billion. And the huge multi-billion-dollar endowments of foundations means they have a lot of power, like the Gates Foundation.
In terms of global public health, the Gates Foundation does get a lot of credit for their work in improving vaccine access for preventable diseases for very young children. Since they've been doing their work in this, child mortality rates, like infant mortality under 5, has gone down a lot.
Their foundation is also the largest private donor to the World Health Organization,
which tells you a lot about just how much agenda-setting power they have and what kinds of public health problems to prioritize. The biggest criticism is that it's undemocratic.
Yeah, I'm surprised this video is not talking about my vast media power as like the most powerful man who owns Twitch, apparently, or has ownership stake in Twitch, similar to like Warren Buffett in numerous different industries, in numerous different companies, especially at the top of the hour when I serve you a 3-minute ad break, because Warren Buffett can't do that. I am the Warren Buffett of Twitch. I serve the top of the hour ad break, and I tell you, at the top of the hour, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. for $5 or for free. There's nothing more apparent to me about like the Twitch horse blinders that I talk about regularly than the chatter unironically making the argument that I'm as powerful as Warren Buffett. I love that. I respect that. Personally, that's fire. Claims to be a socialist, owns a house, and runs the ad break. Yeah, that guy literally said Warren Buffett. Wow, I can't. Kind of flattering that you're that powerful in their world or freaking horrifying. I think it's more that he's just like crazy, that chatter is just like completely brain broken by Twitch. I don't think it's like horrifying per se. Anyway.
Enron executive John Arnold and his wife Laura have been advocating for reform of donor-advised funds by lobbying Congress to require them to distribute funds within 15 years, or for donors to only get a tax deduction upon distribution to charities. Others advocate to increase the payout requirements of foundations from 5% annually to 10%. These types of reforms are small fixes to the system, but if our country didn't have such dramatic wealth inequality, we wouldn't have to rely on the charitable whims of these billionaires to begin with.
That's a good take to end it on. It's true. Charity is an indication of systemic failure. Okay? That's it. Charity is an indication that the system is broken. There would be no need for philanthropy, no need for charity whatsoever if the systems were truly just and equitable. Okay? I'm not going to watch the Eddie video, and I'm not going to watch the Murdaugh mysteries today because I'm going to end the broadcast. Come on, guys. I've done 9 hours today. You know, I know you missed me, and I miss you guys as well the past couple of days that I wasn't here. But, you know, we're back. I'm back. Better than ever. And we're going to do the damn thing. But for now, I'm going to go and get some food and maybe watch some anime. Maybe watch The Last of Us.
All the chatters trickling in has helped people hate.
Gamba Enjoyer. I mean, to ignore that you have power is also misleading. Buffer does contribute to economic GDP. You have a great impact on the youth right now. Villainizing billionaires just because we ain't. There's a wealth gap and you're part of it. You also don't contribute to any productivity. Thank you, chatter. Thank you, Gamba Enjoyer, for that take. Warren Buffett contributes to productivity. I do not. Maybe I should just take all of the wealth that I've accumulated and put it into the stock market so I can be a more productive force, which ironically misses the entire point of what productive forces are. Anyway, I am an infinitely more productive force than Warren Buffett with respect to Twitch revenue. Warren Buffett has never actually produced any labor since, like, I guess 1967, but that's besides the point. Anyway, guys, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live.